time for attending this panel presentation. So today, this is a special kind of panel because we have got students of Flame University and also a student from outside who are going to present their research work on urban land and its allied aspects. So the idea behind this panel was that even though there are so many practitioners and researchers in the field working in the arena of urban, we thought that we also must try to learn from the works of young people and what they are doing. So we are looking at students and from Flame and also other institutions who have been working on empirical as well as analytical research projects on the urban land and its allied aspects. So through this panel, what we are seeking to do, we are seeking to analyze land transformations that are taking place in Indian cities and how they are impacting ecology, social relationships, and environment. All these papers, so there are 5 different papers in this panel, and all these papers seek to use different methodological as well as theoretical frameworks. So the kind of papers that we are including here, so the first one is about one of the papers is about GIS that is being used to document changes in the vegetation cover in an urban forest in Bombay. There is another paper which is looking at a coastal regulation zone area and wastewater treatment plant in its surroundings and analyzing its implications for sustainable urban planning. Then we have another paper that is using GIS and secondary data to understand morphology of informal settlements in Delhi. We have one paper which is looking at development of Bangalore suburban railway system. And finally, we have a paper on studying the impact of RWA, that is Residence Welfare Association policies and housing market dynamics on single women and their access to rental housing in Indian cities, and also studying suburban housing in the frontier regions of Bangalore. So the intent behind this panel, as I mentioned earlier, it is to highlight student researchers on pressing issues impacting land and its allied aspects in the urban areas. And the idea is to learn something new from the prisms of the young minds. So I would ask the panelists to come here. So Latika is with us. Latika, please come and have a seat. Latika is currently working as a research analyst in ESG data and solutions. She is a recent graduate from Flame University. Her major was economics and her minor was public policy. Latika, please have a seat. Then we have Raman Kirti. Raman, please have your seat. And he's also working as a research analyst, but in Mumbai. He's an economics honors graduate and he also graduated 5 months ago. Then we have Vandana Bhaskar. She's a sociology undergraduate and she holds a minor in public policy. Currently, she's Flame Scholars Program student in Flame. And we have Aura Shah. She's also FSP student currently, and she has done environmental studies major. So we have another student, but she's on her way. She missed the first bus. She's on the second bus. So she should be here very soon. Her name is Shreya SP. She's a final year civil engineering student at Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, Trivandrum. So without much ado, I'll ask our speakers to begin their presentations. So Raman, you'll be going first. And you have got total 12 minutes of your time. So 10 minutes, I'll give you a warning sign, and 12 minutes, I'll ask you to stop. So thank you, Raman. Over to you.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone present here. Before I begin with my presentation, I'll take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Anup Tripathi and Professor Prasad Pathak for helping me through this paper. The topic of my presentation is understanding the morphology of informal settlements in Delhi from the lenses of sustainable urbanization using spatiotemporal data. It's a known fact that Delhi has the highest population density of about 11,320 persons per square kilometer, which is actually outdated with respect to census 2011. and despite there has been a decline in the decadal growth rate over the period of 1991 to 2011, about 1/3 of Delhi's urban population still lives below the substandard level of living, which often lacks safety, adequate housing, and basic services like water. According to the projections of MPD in 2021, Delhi needs 24 lakh new housing units by the year of 2022. The city's complex urban form is the result of rapid migration to the city, which led to the unplanned growth, years of inequality, and rising housing demand. And this makes it important to understand the sustainability of livelihood of informal settlements in Delhi and how it has an impact on urban land surface temperature. So my research question is understanding the relationship between morphology of formal and informal settlements in Delhi and land surface temperature and its impact in sustainable urbanization using spatial temporal data. The research aims to objectively examine the spatial patterns like morphology or spatial patterns of morphology like surface temperature, population density, status of land, and type of housing of formal and informal settlements. The research will quantify the spatial variation in land, surface temperature in informal versus formal, as well as the research will investigate the morphology of rural as well as urban informal settlements in Delhi using census and NSSO data. Review of literature. The paper by DuPont and Gowda in 2019 talks about the challenges faced in implementing some rehabilitation program and resettlement program in Delhi. It highlights that the slum resettlement program focuses on resettling the slum dwellers to the peripheral area of the city, which without assigning proper housing facilities, which mainly lacks proper infra and has a very difficult commute problem for the informal settlements or the slum dwellers. The author specifically emphasized on housing rights while formulating slum resettlement policies, thereby ensuring sustainable development. Similar observations were made by Jonas in his 2017 paper. Another paper by Devon and King emphasizes on the morphology of informal settlements, wherein the paper highlights that the areas which experience hotter temperature are densely populated, frequently unplanned, which are actually commonly found in informal settlements, especially in the peripheral parts of the urban area. And similar observations were made by Wang et al. In 2018 paper. Then there is the paper by Frezen et al., Arif et al., and Ahmed emphasizes the significance as well as the need for planned government intervention for the betterment of slum householders and long-term residual development. This research uses prevalent works of literature as a basis of the research to discuss the theoretical and empirical contribution with concerning the morphology of formal and informal settlements and understand the implication on land surface temperature. Empirically, using geospatial data and descriptive stats from NSSO and census data, this research examines the morphology of formal and informal settlements in Delhi, draws the implications across both implications on land surface temperature across both formal and informal settlements. The research quantifies the spatial morphology across 4 different indicators. The first one is surface area of the informal settlement, population density, second one. Third one is the type of housing, whether it's a pakka housing or kacha housing. And fourth one is the status of land on which the informal settlements are residing. Through the use of correlation studies, these 4 indicators will be analyzed with respect to their contribution towards surface temperature. This is the expected hypothesis of the research. The first expected hypothesis is with respect to the spatial relationship between informal settlements and land surface temperature. And the second expected hypothesis focuses on the morphology aspect of the informal settlements. This is the study area. The reason why I chose Delhi is it is currently the second largest city in terms of population and will overtake Tokyo as the world's largest city in terms of population. And it's a known fact that it's the the population density of Delhi is, in terms of population density, Delhi is #1 in the world. And as a part of informal settlements, I'm looking at the informal settlements near Tughlaqabad Fort. So from the above image, one can notice that over the period of time, the land surface temperature of Delhi has been constantly changing And one can also notice that the land surface temperature in the center of the city, as well as the eastern side of the city, where the river is located, is comparatively lower than the peripheral of the city, especially the western part of it. This is primarily because the presence of barren land in the western part of the city, as well as the rapid development in the center of the city. However, this study was the study wasn't able to explain the relationship between surface area and average land surface temperature, as there was no significant difference across small and large settlements across Delhi. Going forward, the research examined the Google Earth images, which revealed a noticeable increase in density of the marked area. These images are with respect to the settlements near Tughlaqabad Fort, and over the period of 2012 to 2022, we can see there is a growing increase of concentration of informal structures and activities in that particular region. And the marked settlements is not only densely populated but also is unplanned, which was actually noted by Devoy and King in their paper. Whereas the formal settlements, these are the DDA flats in New Delhi, have grown in a consistent pattern with a definite structure and meticulously planning, fostering sustainable urban growth and organized community living. From this table and the graph, it highlights the relationship between slum population and land surface temperature. The study found a moderate positive correlation between average land surface temperature and slum population with a coefficient of variation of 0.47. There are roughly about 1.8 million slum dwellers in Delhi, and although Delhi's percentage of urban population has increased over the period of time, the providing formal housing to slum dwellers has always been a challenge. However, the issue is not that the government is unable to provide formal housing to the slum dwellers. Interestingly, according to the census report in 2011, Delhi's housing stock has been increased over time. The issue, while doing further research, I found that the issue is with respect to housing supply. In essence, the housing supply gap with respect to Delhi remains large. From this NSSO data, one can notice that there has been decrease in Pakka houses. However, the decrease is not substantial enough to impact the housing supply. Then the research looked at a 10-year status of the housing slum dwelling units in Delhi. The total housing ownership of dwelling units in Delhi's urban area has only increased moderately over the period of time, while the figures for the rural part have stagnated for the most of the time. This demonstrates that housing supply gap in terms of dwelling units provision has grown between 2012 and 2018. The problem with the land ownership in Delhi is about 30% of the slum are in the state government land, while the remaining part of the lands are on central government land, and various department agencies are confused about land ownership. Ownership of land or dwelling units is crucial as it increases the ownership of slum dwellers, which reflects cities' ongoing sustainability process. Moreover, the average size of Delhi, of households living in Delhi, slum dwelling units in Delhi, has increased from 4.1 to 4.5 between 2012 and 2018. While it has increased about while it has declined in the rural areas, it is still above the congestion level according to the UN report. Conclusion: the estimated household living in slum dwelling units in the rural part have declined, not significantly enough, mainly due to the migration into urban areas. This may be because in the urban areas there is better availability of employment opportunities and a better infrastructure, overall infrastructure facilities. Also, the quality of dwelling units is better in urban area, which may act as an incentive for this migration. The government's top goal in recent year has been to improve housing in Delhi, along with providing housing for underserved neighborhoods, including the rural parts of Delhi. But the focus is not as much as it's deserved, and therefore in this part, I'm just. And therefore, in situ slum rehabilitation housing projects comes into the play. Under this scheme, the government is providing good pakka houses for those who are living in the slums. The government should not only focus on providing better housing in order to improve the housing situation, but it should also focus on policy regularizing the slums in Delhi. Because the in situ rehabilitation housing scheme is only for the regularized slums in Delhi. And according to Delhi government, about 1,797 unauthorized colonies in Delhi are there, which must be regularized in order to be eligible for this in situ slum rehabilitation program. Also, there is a significant need for policies with respect to the ownership of the land where the slums are located, as this will not only improve the ownership of the land for the slum dwellers, but also it will improve the dwelling units structure, thereby improving the living conditions of the slum dwellers. Thank you.
Thank you, Raman. We now have next, so we'll take the Q&As at the end after all the presentations are done in the interest of time. So next we have Latika. Her paper is titled Development of the Bangalore Suburban Rail System, Upsides and Roadblocks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Latika Adlakha, and I'd be presenting on the development of the suburban rail system. Just looking at a general reflection on what are the upsides and roadblocks of development of such a transport system. I was guided by Professor Prasad Pathak and Professor Anup Tripathi for this paper. Just giving a brief background of what exactly the topic is all about. So we know that Bangalore is now at the forefront of the booming service industry in India, and there is rapid urbanization and expansion that has taken place in the past few decades. So owing to this rapid development, we can see that there is also quick development of residential as well as commercial areas in Bangalore city, but the road infrastructure and the transport infrastructure is unable to keep up with the growth in the city, which is a very infamous problem in Bangalore. And this has made travel from one part of the city to another a real hassle. So this extensive growth over the years, which is also not very planned, calls for a need to develop efficient integrated systems where we look at forming a comprehensive mobility system so that it's reliable, affordable, and bunch of the population can travel conveniently on a daily basis. So suburban rail networks are said to be indispensable arteries in the modern urban landscapes. Why so? It's because they seamlessly connect city centers to the outskirts of the city, because there is a cost benefit as well as availability of space, as and when people tend to move out of the city. So we can see that Bangalore has seen a boom in its growth in terms of people getting spread across the geography as well. So a suburban rail network would have great promise for, say, solving these transit issues. So Bangalore Suburban Rail Project, BSRP, took the first step towards reality in 2018 when the Railway Board announced that we would be developing a new suburban rail system under the suburban rail policy. So it got approved by the Union Cabinet in October 2020. And ever since, the execution of the project has been given a 6-year deadline. So a special purpose vehicle has been set up to implement this project, which is a joint venture between state government of Karnataka and the Indian Railways. It's called Rail Infrastructure Development Company, KRIDE is what the suburban rail system in Bangalore would be called. And after the pandemic, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had changed the deadline. He set a 40-month deadline for the project. So it's set to be completed around October 2025. So I didn't want to get into a particular literature review as such, so I'd just be giving you a little bit of context from the papers that I've read and what has been observed as a general pattern in literature. So globally, you can see that there are many places, many cities, Tokyo, Paris, London, which tend to have effective transport systems or a development of a suburban rail system. They have been able to reduce congestion and connect large parts of the city from the city center. So these systems are not only supportful to the daily commuters who travel to work or for education purposes or other, but also regional economic integration has been able to grow over time. It's because there is a sustainable alternative given to commute for people. So it's a model that underscores potential benefits for Bangalore as well, as it faces growing congestion and infrastructure issues. So Indian cities also like Mumbai and Chennai have established the role of suburban rail, and we know how efficient the system works in these two cities. So there have been strengths and challenges in such systems, which I'll be getting into later. But you can see that there is economic mobility benefits, as I mentioned. But another issue remains, as in India, most places, overcapacitating such systems. So Bangalore has to leverage the existing railway infrastructure and offer a more cost-effective and quicker solution to transit. So it also reduces the demand for new construction because we had to lay down metro lines and it takes a bit of time for the sanctions to get approved. But the suburban rail uses existing infrastructure. So also there is, papers have observed collaborative governance, the need for collaborative governance models to be implemented where government and private entities come together with public oversight and private sector expertise. So they can ensure efficient development of such systems, operations, and maintenance of the suburban rail network across India. So it does make it a robust and widely adopted commute choice in Bangalore. Just to give an overview of the project itself, there would be 4 main corridors in the Bangalore suburban rail system. It's a 149-kilometer long railway network that covers the entire railway network of the city. So in some ways, it is going to run in conjunction with the metro lines that Bangalore is planning to develop over the years. So there is the Sampige line, which is 41.4 kilometers. The Sampige line, as you can see, in the picture is one of the major areas where people tend to commute. And another one would be the Mallige line, which is 25.5 kilometers, Parijata line, 35.5 kilometers, and the Kanaka line, which is 46.8 kilometers. So the map shows that the rail is passing through the main areas of city, therefore touching areas of commercial importance as well as residential areas. So also there are main congestion areas around the IT area where you can see Whitefield being mentioned in the map. So those are areas where people tend to commute on a daily basis from the north side of Bangalore, owing that the IT sector lies completely in that area. And also, there is a 15,767 crore outlay for this project, where 2.47 crore is coming from the center and state, and 7.43 crore is multilateral funding. It has been taken up, and Larsen and Toubro has taken up the development of the Kanaka line. So just a general reflection on what exactly we see as a pattern in Bangalore. Population growth has been massive, as is in many Indian cities, the big ones. So it has grown dramatically owing to the IT boom, and due to that, there has been an inflow of experts who are looking to work with conjunction of the authorities to make it an innovation powerhouse. And there is expansive growth of population seen in the city due to this. So as you can see in the graph, it is approaching about 14 million in the coming years, or has already achieved. And this exponential increase has has increased demand of existing transport infrastructure, and obviously there has been a strain on the public transit system as well. So over 2 decades, roughly about 119% increase seen in Bangalore in terms of population. So there have been first people started flowing into the main parts of the city, and since that wasn't enough, Bangalore grew into the satellite towns which are surrounding neighboring towns. So there has been great flow of citizens into the outskirts of the city as well. So you see people commuting on a daily basis, long distances, and spending hours in traffic. So that is one thing. Then another is the vehicle composition in Bangalore. So we see that there is 91% of the vehicles that move in Bangalore which are non-transport vehicles. And as you can see in the figures as well as in the pie chart, that there's a dominant role of non-transport vehicles in the city's transport system, with public transport like buses and taxis forming only about 3% of the total vehicle population, which requires some kind of attention, as we should push people to take more public transport so that we can make this comprehensive system. So the estimated ridership, this was given by the K-Ride authority as well, itself. So they have created a 4-stage travel demand model where they are looking to cater to about 10 lakh passengers on a daily basis. And as you can see, the Kengeri to Whitefield line, sorry, not the Kengeri to Whitefield line, the KSR Bengaluru to Devanhalli line is going to have the most amount of people traveling, because that's where the airport lies. And that is an important connection for the city, as we see people traveling in and out for business purposes in Bangalore. Also, there will be an immediate impact on the IT corridor of Bangalore, with 2 lakh daily riders moving towards the IT hub, as I mentioned, which is the Whitefield area. So just few points of discussion that sum up the development of this rail system is that there is a need for, as we look towards development of efficient transport systems, we are also looking towards moving to sustainability on a very, very fast basis. So the utilization of pre-existing infrastructure is a major plus point for the Bangalore suburban railway system, where we see that metro requires us to, we still lack some technological capabilities for metro because we are getting substantial funding from the Japan International Cooperation Agency for our Bangalore metro, and also sanctions take time. So as and when we move towards more sustainable alternatives like this, we should look towards creating some kind of nexus between the bus infrastructure in Bangalore, the metro, and the suburban rail system. Also because we know that India has been self-sufficient in terms of technological capabilities of developing railway systems. So just a last bit of discussion that I would like to do here is that we see an RER system that is set in place in Paris, which is the suburban rail system in Paris. And it relies completely on nuclear as well as hydroelectric energy, which achieves an impressive 99.8 decrease in the GHG emissions compared to cars. So, so this would also mean that we are going to be pushing away a little bit of the fuel-heavy vehicles that we are looking to shift to EVs as well. So since the suburban rail would run completely on electricity, that is a major plus point. And also it's fairly straightforward to set up this infrastructure. As I mentioned, it's because intercity train lines are easy to establish between the heartland and the suburbs of the city. Although it does have a few downsides as well. One thing would be that to achieve such public infrastructure aspirations in India requires a lot of divergence between interests and obligations between the state and central governments. And also we can see that any kind of project that is taken up in India is prone to massive amounts of delay, which is the case with this as well. So that is one thing that needs to be tackled on a very minute basis because we are looking to build the suburban railway before the metro because metro takes a lot more time to set up. So the process of acquiring land and subsequent displacement of people presents a substantial obstacle in this project. And it would also cut through a lot of residential areas. So there would be relocation of a few people and residents. And but one good thing would be last mile connectivity. So I'd like to end here, and I would just say that it's not just a mere transport initiative, but a strategic investment in the city's future, especially for Bangalore, because all of us have been discussing in and out that there has been a crazy traffic problem there. And so we would connect efficient transport systems together, buses, metros, suburban, and also unlock massive amounts of economic potential in terms of educational opportunities or people moving across the city in a more easier manner. People are able to travel to work in a much more calm way. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Latika. Shreya, will you go next? Yeah. So now we have Shreya. She is a final year civil engineering student at Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, Trivandrum. The title of her paper is Wastewater Treatment for Sustainable Urban Planning, a study based on Vizhinjam and adjacent coastal regulation zone areas.
So, good morning, one and all. Myself, Shreya, and I'm here to present the topic Wastewater Treatment for Sustainable Urban Planning, a study based on Vizhinjam and Urgenson CRZ areas. So coming to the introduction part, Vizhinjam is it's a coastal region in Trivandrum district of the state of Kerala in India. And it's a home to an recently established international seaport, and it is adjacent to the popular tourist destination of Kovalam. The area is recently experiencing rapid urbanization and development after the establishment of seaport. Okay, like trade and every kind of like transportation, it's actually booming up. And residents are actually primarily they're relying on dug wells for drinking water, and tube well is also, the usage of tube well is also very limited. And the thing is that the groundwater of Vizhinjam, it's highly polluted. The reason behind is that the water table of Vizhinjam is really high, and most of the people who are dwellers of Vizhinjam, they are from fishermen community, and they actually dispose their sewage waste in cesspits, as a result of which the sewage, it seeps into groundwater, as a result of which groundwater gets polluted. The average nitrate concentration in open well water is about like 6.57 mg per liter, and in some of places like Panathura and all, it exceeds the limit of EPA standard, like it exceeds 10 mg per liter. And coliform bacteria is also present in the groundwater, and it is likely, and various studies suggest that it is likely to due to poor septic tank practices and open defecation. So coming to the relevance of the project, mainly after the establishment of international seaport, the amount of people migrating to Vizhinjam, it's increasing, but the land available, it's not, the residential area which is available, it's not increasing with the demand. So, and due to the increase in population, the amount of wastewater produced, it's also increasing. And, but there doesn't have any kind of, proper treatment facilities in Vizhinjam. And coming to the environmental protection, as I told you earlier, the groundwater is really polluted, and in order to mitigate the groundwater pollution, as well as to contain the growing demands of people, a wastewater treatment plant in Vizhinjam is really necessary. And okay. So coming to the methodology part, primarily data collection and site reconnaissance, and we actually went to the site and we recorded the latitude and longitude of the study area while pacing at an interval of 20 meters. And secondly, we perform population forecasting. We perform population forecasting by making use of like IS standards, as well as IS standards, and we forecasted the population up to like 2074. And secondly, we prepared a sewage network layout using AutoCAD by using the data of longitude and latitude of the study area. And fourthly, the study is currently going on, so we perform all the 3 steps of the project, and 4th, 5, and 6 steps are yet to be performed. So the 4th step is designing of components of wastewater treatment plant, and 5th step is site selection of sewage treatment plant, and that will be done by using the sewage network layout, and with the help of software ArcGIS. And 6thly, we have to perform we have to make a 3D model of the treatment plant, and we have to test the 3D model using GPSX software. So coming to the discussion, so the data collection on urban infrastructure and various environmental factors is completed. the sewage network layout, it has also been, and the spatial analysis has begun to identify the potential sites of wastewater treatment facilities and the capacity of the proposed plan is to be calculated to be 50 MLD after doing population forecasting and after estimating the anticipated amount of wastewater which will be produced. And the capacity of the plan has been found out after considering the population of Vizhinjam till 2074 and the site selection for the proposed plan and the design of the various components of the treatment plan is currently in progress. And some suggestions are there, like government should ensure that the environmental rules and policies are to be ensured, and this project might displace a few people of fishermen community, but see, like, the project is actually really important when it comes to public health, and also, like, in order to mitigate the environmental impacts, the project is of it's of very high importance. So thank you.
Thank you, Shreya. Next, we have Aura. She's a FLAME student. Her paper is titled Spatial Analysis of Sanjay Gandhi National Park and Surrounding MMR Region, documenting the change in vegetation in and around Sanjay Gandhi National Park and the expansion of the city using remotely sensed satellite data.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Aura. I'm currently an FSP student, and since my major is in environmental studies, I'm going to be looking at Sanjay Gandhi National Park, which is a national park in Mumbai. In recent decades, we've seen a rapid shift from rural to urban landscapes, especially in developing countries, and in developing cities like Mumbai. Here, people are moving from villages and towns nearby to metropolitan cities. The global population has been growing for the last many decades, and this growth has brought major impacts to natural environments in these cities, with expanding urban areas often consuming forests, grasslands, and other natural spaces, which also includes farmlands. In this study, I have focused on the impact of urban expansion on land use and land cover in Mumbai, which is one of the most densely populated and rapidly growing countries in India. My research centers specifically around Sanjay Gandhi National Park in Borivali, along with the urban areas that surround it. I want to understand how population growth in Mumbai has affected land use and its vegetation in Sanjay Gandhi National Park to evaluate how successful this protected area is and how well this area is coping with the nearby urbanization. So this is the population growth in Mumbai, and covering approximately 17% of Mumbai and Thane's combined area, this national park serves as a green lung to the city. And it houses centuries-old Buddhist caves like the Canary Caves, also sacred groves and crucial water sources like the Vihar and Tulsi lakes. It is more than just a tourist attraction because it plays a vital ecological role. It is home to diverse flora and fauna, including leopards and rare birds like the grey francolin. And mainly, it helps absorb the carbon emissions, which is especially critical in such a densely populated urban environment. But urban encroachment in the last many years has been a persistent challenge to Sanjay Gandhi National Park. And with Mumbai's population nearly doubling, the pressures keep growing on this natural habitat. Research has shown the impact of urban expansion around Sanjay Gandhi National Park's buffer zones. And for example, Bhairwani et al. In 2021 used remotely sensed data to study the land use changes and found a 140% increase in built-up areas around Sanjay Gandhi National Park. This switch from green cover to urban built has affected the local microclimate of the region and has raised temperatures throughout the city. And although the core of the national park remains somewhat stable, nearby urban growth continues to impact the whole region, but especially the buffer zones and the boundaries. I have primarily used satellite imagery and geographic information systems here, and I use data from the year 1989 and the year 2022 to compare how the green cover and urban belt has changed between these two time periods. I sourced the data for the year 1989 from the Landsat 5 satellite, which focuses on the thematic mapper. And for the data from 2022, I have used the Landsat 8 satellite with its operational land imager and thermal infrared sensors. To maintain consistency and minimize the seasonal changes as we see in Mumbai because of dry summers and heavy rainfall, I selected imagery that's only 4 days apart, so the comparison is less biased. I also used images with 0% cloud cover to ensure that the views are similar in terms of not having any obstructions. I also incorporated elevation data, as we see here. I've done this from the shuttle radar topography mission. And here we can identify that Sanjay Gandhi National Park is actually significantly elevated and has various amounts of elevation compared to the city of Mumbai that surrounds it. I converted all the files from Landsat 5 and 8 to reflectance files, and I made false color composites of different red, green, blue combinations or RGB combinations. I tested various combinations. This is just one of them. Here I have used bands 453 in 1989 and correspondingly for 2022. The various combinations help me understand what selection of bands and what groupings of bands are actually showing me what I want to see, which is mainly vegetation and urban build. So here, the urban areas are represented in light blue and light green. The vegetation is the one you see in orange, which is mainly the shape of Sanjay Gandhi National Park. The water, which is the river that runs in the top, and the two lakes, Vihar Lake and Tulsi Lake, they are both seen in dark blue. And a grouping like this shows us that there is a pretty big difference between the vegetation inside Sanjay Gandhi National Park and the urban build outside it. I also focused on the NDVI maps because this is the NDVI maps stand for Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, which is one of the most commonly used vegetation indexes. This would help me document and evaluate the change in vegetation cover. This is the formula I used. And I use supervised classification to understand, which bands are representing which elements. So for example, blue is water, white is urban build. I've used black for sparse vegetation, pink for moderate vegetation, and green for high vegetation, with purple for very, very dense vegetation. One of the most stark differences between these two time periods is the increase in the white color, and the white stands for urban build. We also see that a lot of the black and pink regions have decreased, the black and pink being low to moderate vegetation. Now, firstly, the white, which shows urban expansion, tells us that one of the most notable changes is the dramatic increase in urban build, and the urban footprint around Sanjay Gandhi National Park has only increased since 1989. And now it is approximately expanded to almost 100 square kilometers, which is a 20% increase in built-up land. This is also a reflection of the population growth and the kind of things that come along with population growth, which is an increase in infrastructure, an increase in roads, and especially housing. Now, if we compare the elements, we see that we have urban build, which has increased by double, and we have sparse vegetation, which has decreased by double. So this shows us that the urban build has actually replaced the sparse vegetation and has also replaced a little bit of the moderate vegetation. Now, the sparse and moderate vegetations have decreased, and this is a pretty significant decrease because it's almost 80 square kilometers. And this suggests that when the city is growing, it's not only growing horizontally, but it is expanding and encroaching into areas that initially supported wildlife and green cover. And when we talk about biodiverse areas, we're not only referring to forest cover or dense forest, we're also talking about farmlands or plains or just areas that have biodiversity but are not directly visible like we would see in a forest. Interestingly, actually, there has been an increase in the very dense vegetation, and the dense vegetation has actually stayed almost the same. Now, this does seem counterintuitive, given that the sparse and moderate vegetations have decreased significantly. But the reason this does hold true is because this increase in very dense vegetation it has resulted from the kind of projects that are going on inside the park. So this includes like habitat restoration projects, afforestation projects, and of course like the legal protection that India has offered its national parks. But this increase in very dense vegetation is not enough to offset the overall loss of green space and unurbanized land. Another notable change is the slight reduction in water bodies, because this is primarily for the lakes inside Sanjay Gandhi National Park. And these reductions can be attributed to a range of factors, which could be encroachment, but also sediment buildup or altered water flow patterns because of climate change and also because of the surrounding urban development. So, while the conservation efforts within the park have had success in preserving some of the very dense vegetation, the overall trend shows a significant loss of vegetated land on the borders of and outside Sanjay Gandhi National Park. This shows that there is a very delicate balance between urban expansion and environmental conservation, because even when we're talking about the legal protection of protected areas, we have consequences to that, like social consequences, because people are marginalized communities are kind of losing access to the resources. The local communities which used to be living in the area before it was declared to be a protected area have also been displaced, and there is a lot of loss of livelihood. So we have to understand that while this legal protection ensures that the vegetation remains dense, we have to also understand the repercussions of this legal protection. And of course, like we have the fragmentation of habitats due to the urban expansion into the borders of Sanjay Gandhi National Park. And this not only isolates wildlife, but also disrupts ecological processes. And while our main concern is often species endangerment or extinction because of the encroachment, the island system that we see in Sanjay Gandhi National Park, where it is surrounded by dense urban growth, this has led to significant human-wildlife conflict, especially with species like leopards, where both parties are being harmed, where leopards encroach into forests, into villages nearby, and people are also encroaching in order to keep the leopards inside the territory of Sanjay Gandhi National Park. Of course, one of the significant legal safeguards, which is the Forest Conservation Act of 1980, has aimed to protect forest land from being converted, but this is not enough, because we need effective conservation, which includes both governmental and local community stakeholders, which should engage in more sustainable forest management practices from the bottom up. Thank you.
Thank you, Aura. Next, we have Vandana. This is the last paper of our panel. The title of our paper is When Everyone is an Other, Rethinking Suburban Housing in Frontier Regions of Bengaluru. Okay, so the title is changed.
So the title has changed. I'm calling the paper Spaces in Transition, Housing, Communities and Singlehood in Bangalore's Frontier Regions. I think Latika gave us a good introduction to Bangalore and its urban landscape. In my presentation, I'm going to speak about my research intent and how it changed throughout the course of this research. I focus on, I use an ethnographic methodology to understand the lived experience of a single Muslim woman who lives in the frontier region of Bangalore called Sarjapura. And yeah, I'll give a little bit of a background to singlehood as a category with which I had started the research. Singlehood has been studied as one of the structural inequalities and discriminatory practices that take place in access to urban housing and the rental market in general. A lot of research has focused on how single women especially find it difficult to access these spaces, and more than access, also difficult to retain the space once they've claimed the space. They're usually harassed by neighbors or constantly surveilled and have to adhere to a particular social script. Along with singlehood, even religion and caste has been studied as social identities that have been, that influence one's access to housing. So initially I went into the interview wanting to know how Saira, who's my interlocutor, her experience has been as a single Muslim woman. And she pushed me to actually not think about this category and think about the space that she was in. Because the space that she occupied was a frontier region. It was in the fringes of the city. And it offered newer realities and newer experiences that were different from the center. So instead of being constricted and immobilized, she was actually freer. And I'm using this term very carefully. So Lefebvre, in his theoretical framework of space, he collapses this kind of distinction between physical space and social space. And he says that both, in some sense, co-produce each other. And this is where I started thinking about what frontier spaces could mean and how they create new subjects and also often subvert dominant narratives and dominant structural inequalities. So this is what she says, everyone's an outsider, no one's really from here, which means that there's a little bit less formal systems of policing and surveillance. Let's look at what Sarjapura looks like. These maps are just for reference. So Sarjapura in the Google Maps, you can see, is at the edge. It's in the border of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And it's newly upcoming. You see built-up area, urban built-up area coming up later in 2016, 2017, and that's what the maps are showing. So it is a kind of newer society, which makes it frontier in some sense. And frontier societies have also had very contested kind of definitions. It comes from a very European settler colonial narrative where frontier spaces are defined as spaces without histories or spaces without people. But that isn't the case. And now newer literature that's focused in India talk about frontier societies as spaces of conflict, where you have new migrants coming in, usually upper middle class, coming in because IT hubs are there or there's more residential spaces over there. And they are often in conflict with local communities and agrarian spaces. So that's the focus, but there's no focus really on what is happening within these upper middle class housing societies. How are they coming about? How are social relations within the upper middle class society taking place? And that is kind of the focus of this research. So Saira talks about certain kinds of themes within Sarjapura. One of the themes is that everybody is an outsider, everyone's coming from outside, it's a diverse, heterogeneous space, but heterogeneity doesn't really dictate a kind of equality in some sense. But what it does is, in this particular space, there's a lack of social or moral codes that are enforced because of not just the distance from the center, but also that RWAs as a system don't exist. What they have is a WhatsApp group. And so it's not really, even though you have the larger socio-political context existing, there's no enforcement of an urban self. She speaks about how the people in her society have tried to establish a structure. They've tried to make an RWA, but they've often failed because the space does not allow for it. Everyone who's occupying the space is either working somewhere or don't have the time to do it, and there's no vocabulary to tell us what is good behavior and bad behavior, unlike in the center of the city, where Brahminized colonies and gated communities exist. She also talks about her own, experience as a single Muslim woman, but also someone who engages in a very alternative lifestyle. But the space that she occupies, because everybody is, in a sense, another, and everybody is trying to make sense of a loose, shared sense of space and trying to translate that into a community, that she gets to do whatever she wants to do, and her identity as a single Muslim woman doesn't come out as much. And there's this interesting thing that happens where, you know, there are all of these social events and cultural events within these spaces that happen, like Independence Day, Republic Day. And, you know, during the time I was interviewing her, the Ram Mandir inauguration happened. And she was talking about how she felt like people would come and question her, and they would ask her, what was your opinion, or whatever. And she expected to feel threatened. But that didn't happen. And she talked about how her neighbors are Bandra Christian and Bandra Brahmins, and they speak to each other a lot because they come from the same regional identity, but they hate each other because, you know, one's non-vegetarian, one's vegetarian. So there's a restricted, you know, they share identities, but it's in a restricted sense, and, you know, this kind of distrust that they have with each other enables a harmony within the space. So distrust and a kind of not willingness to actually engage beyond necessary is what makes the space harmonious. And she said that, you know, she said there's no need to preserve some character of a neighborhood because, you know, no one's attempting to do that. Unlike the center of the city, like Jayanagar, you know, where Narayana Murthy lives, where it has a pristine sense, you know, of a neighborhood that is supposed to be a particular way. But there are sort of limits to this understanding of a frontier, right? I don't want to push it also too further to say that moving to the frontier means getting freedom. Because the distance of the frontier from the center doesn't mean that it's void of larger structural you know, inequalities and power structures. And you know, so she speaks about these events, like I was saying, Republic Day, Independence Day, and the WhatsApp group would ask people to contribute. And the first people who would contribute from this apartment complex would be the 3 Muslim people, and they'd contribute the highest because they would want to get out of, you know, any kind of assumption that they're not patriotic. So there's a performance of like a secularism, that allows them to get away with, you know, being Muslim. In that sense, their religious identity comes out, but maybe singlehood not as much in this space. And, you know, frontier spaces do create new urban subjects, they create new urban identities, new social relationships that are founded on these loose structures. But what they're also doing is what Lefebvre spoke about, is that they're representative spaces. They represent the larger socio-political context, and they're also being incorporated, you know, within the Bangalore center, within this idea of monolith of the gated community. So in conclusion, the frontier region does enable certain social relations that subvert these dominant, dominant social structures. Saira's experience of feeling more freer, not really facing harassment from her landlord, all of these things are, take place in the frontier. But it is also, there's a sense of individualism that is promoted, either because, neoliberalism and, this sense of development that is happening in the frontier is, promoting this kind of individualism and anonymity that people prefer. People don't prefer to really engage with each other, or even, have these Independence Day, Republic Days within societies, or even know who's your next door neighbor. They don't want to know anymore. So what does a community look like then in the frontier? And is it even right for us to use the word community, because a shared sense of space does not really translate to a community or an urban community? And I think that's where I was headed with this paper. And yeah, I'd like to think about that question with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana. So I think we don't have much time. We started late and we are supposed to conclude by now, 10:15 that is. But very quickly, if we have questions for our panelists, we could go around.
Am I audible? My question is for... it has the least amount of land allotted to it. And that increase, and like the way you think about conservation work, it's so much easier when it's restricted intensively to a small space, as opposed to doing larger sorts of taking up larger measures, which will have a more, sort of uniform effect or impact. It, from a policy perspective also, it's harder. So, I was just looking at that and I was thinking that, this makes sense. It's a small piece of, small, relatively speaking, small piece of land, but it's also easier to work with, which is why it's probably, the exterior peripheries of this Sanjay Gandhi National Park are being depleted while the inside is constantly being intensified. Right?
Exactly. Even legally, when we're talking about a protected area, often what happens is all these projects that, like these urban development, infrastructure development projects that happen nearby, we see that a lot of times like the borders are a little bit like tweaked, especially like the buffer zones. So initially it used to be like about 10 kilometers, and it has been like increasing constantly, depending on who is exactly doing the project, and whether the person is actually in a place of power, and depending on the public, like public interest. The borders of Sanjay Gandhi National Park, which is the only national park in Mumbai, they are also being moved closer and closer down. And I mean, of course, that talks about what the priority is for the government. But also, we have like the core, which is just easier to stay dense. And I mean, that is because it's harder and harder to get to the center. So yeah, exactly, you're right. And thank you for noticing that.
I have a couple of questions to a couple of different speakers. So first one is to Latika. So when you said moving of people to satellite towns, it normally, obviously it increases the size of the city and therefore people move out. Won't this lead to your project being inevitably longer and continuously going on, and therefore making it harder and still being a project like the metro that takes unnecessarily longer than it should be taking?
So I did mention, I think that delays are a part and parcel of whatever development we are making, right? But one of the main differentiating points between a metro being developed in such an area and a suburban rail being developed was that we lack the technological capabilities to develop metro by ourselves. So at this point, we do have a good railway network. We do have good capabilities to set up a railway network more than a metro. Also, because sanctioning is a big issue, we tend to get funded by maybe like get our technology from abroad and take inspiration from other countries. But it is true that this, I think even in the case of Mumbai, you can see there is a new city coming up, which is Naina, somewhere around Navi Mumbai, nearby. So the main issue is that you can see cities expanding to great lengths, and that is inevitable because obviously the population is growing massively, but it is a much faster project. So right now, how Bangalore is functioning is very, very inefficient for the long run. Say you can spend close to 3 hours, 4 hours just to cover a simple distance. Like maybe 30 kilometers is the distance from maybe North Bangalore to East Bangalore, is where the IT hub is. But people end up spending at least 4.5 hours, even though we have a good outer ring road built and a good connectivity system in terms of roads. But over time, no one tends to pay attention to what is to be improved in this infrastructure.
Okay, just one more question. And what would make people switch from whatever their current traditional mode of transport is, except for just the time? Because public transport is still there, it's still cheap. People still choose to go in their cars and drive there themselves, take their bikes, leading to the traffic, obviously. And I myself, I stay in North Bangalore. I used to stay in East Bangalore, actually, so I know the exact places you're talking about. And I would still prefer choosing certain modes of transport purely because of other reasons. So what would act as a catalyst for people to then make this change anyway?
So, speaking from what my observation is in the past few, so people were used to drive to Bangalore, right, on a daily basis, commute to the IT area. But in the recent times, you can see that the metro has been developed, which goes to the IT area. So the problem there is overcrowding of the metro. During peak hours, you cannot even step into metros, and then the frequency is still not high enough. So to make at least those people who are left out to move to the suburban would be a good shift. Obviously, I'm not saying that it's easy for people to shift to public modes of transport because people are still, they prefer their cars. But in Bangalore in general, now people are getting tired of taking out their own cars if they have something like metro, because you know cut to cut you are not going to encounter any traffic, so it's not uncertain ETA.
Okay, thank you so much. My next question is to Vandana. If that's
Please wait because others, or could we come back to you later? We don't have much time. So, Tanishta.
Yeah, hi. I don't know whether I'm audible, but my voice is generally loud. So, it's more like a comment and not just a question, which is I think most of the presenters, but I was not there. I came in a little late. So, other than last presentation, I think my general comment, and I know that this is a great platform for some of you to be presenting your initial research. I think it's important to keep in mind that, the research needs to be kind of motivated by a critical question, and then the, data part of it. For most of the presentations, what I felt is that there has been data that has been amassed, and then you're trying to fit into a question. So the research process has worked in an opposite way, right? I mean, at least what it seems, it's completely possible that, the process was, what is originally expected, but it seemed to me that the data is informing the research, not the research question informing the research, right? And that's also the reason why the claims that were being made seem to be rather tall, based on the limited findings that most of you had. So I think these are some of the things, like, I think, and I know that, some of you added the caveat that this is like, preliminary research, and hence, there's, you are going to be unraveling more interesting things, but it's not about unraveling interesting things because it's not a mystery thriller. It's about research that needs to be rigorously grounded, right? And for which I think for most of the presentations that I was here, it felt to me that they fall into the trap of what we call environmental determinism, which essentially means that the environmental factors, right, or development factors are governing the research logic, right? So for example, someone talked about wastewater management, someone, talked about the commute, and so on and so forth, and hence, proposing an alternative way of doing that. And these are like great, urban, policies, right? But the problem with these policies, and which is why, like, I guess, urban studies in general in India and most in developing regions tend to be so chaotic, is that there's a singular focus on, one dimension of the problem. So in most of the presentations, it seemed to me the problem is just the environment, but the environment is not just the physical infrastructure of it, right? But, it's important to look at the caste composition, people's income composition, in addition to the physical aspects of that area. And I felt that, that would make the research much more compelling, even when you're making those claims about policies, than just focusing on the environment or the... So, and my last quick bit is for the last presentation. I think it's a very interesting research, and I like where you're heading to. But I feel like the story seems a little bit simplistic at this point, and I know that, you're going to be, of course, complicating it, because I feel the Muslim identity is a hyphenated identity in urban India. In fact, in India, so to speak. So I feel like, looking at this particular narrative of this woman, right, who is a Muslim subject, in addition to the frontier, right, being this kind of a larger kind of a, I would say, macro contexts where, they are embedded, I think that nexus between the individual and the larger context, needs to be, I guess, harnessed a little bit more critically, because you cannot, just take this woman as an independent neoliberal subject, because I think her religious identity and her singlehood, those are intersecting forces, that kind of also co-produce her subjectivity. And I think that's important to keep that in mind. I'm sure you'll do that, but just kind of, yeah, that's all, Anu. Thank you so much.
So we have one last question now, and after that we need to finish. We are already exceeding our panel time by 11 minutes now.
Yeah. So my question is to Vandana. I just want you to reflect on a particular case from Hyderabad where I've stayed for 2 years. This particular neighborhood, around 3-4 square kilometers of neighborhood, this is completely a Muslim neighborhood. I stayed in a Muslim housing society, right? And still they had to represent themselves in certain ways. So the locale was not able to protect them from falsely representing them in a certain way. Where, for example, they had to celebrate Republic Days for 3 days. Where it doesn't happen in any kind of housing society. The Independence Day for 3 days, and it was a celebration like a mela or a fair. So, or to that scale, from a housing society of 300 or 200 houses. So, that idea that if you're at frontier, or if you are certain in a certain spatial arrangement, will be able to protect you in a certain way, or not force you in a certain way. I want you to reflect on it a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But I think in the context of the frontier, they're trying to engage in a kind of secularism, right? Like to be, you have this idea of a secular Muslim, right? Who does not have markers of being Muslim. Like this woman does not have a marker of being Muslim. Like she's atheist and she does not practice religion that way. So it hides her identity in some way. But yeah, there is a sense of like, you have to, if there is an event, if in the housing society, which is predominantly, say, middle to upper class, you have to engage with it more than, say, the Hindu subject would have to, because that's the way to protect yourself. In some way, protect yourself from repercussions within, with your neighbors, or just to hide your identity, hide your Muslim identity, because you're already living a kind of anomalous like life, right? Like where people can't really tell what's going on. Like this is a single woman, she's 40, and she's not at home at all, and she's Muslim, but doesn't really practice anything. So you can't tell what this figure is. So you want to protect that kind of anomaly, like the performance of an anomaly. So I think that's where it's a little bit different, because people don't enforce a kind of rule. I think in gated communities within the city, there are more enforced rules, right, in terms of what you can eat. Also, in gated communities inside the city, even getting access for her would be a much different story. Like she would probably not have gotten the space that she has right now.
Thank you. So with this, we come to an end of this panel presentation. I thank all the panelists, especially Shreya, for coming all the way from Kerala. She's not from Flame, but I really appreciate your participation in our conference. Also, our alumni, Latika and Raman, who are coming all the way from Bangalore and Mumbai, and also our current students, Vandana and Nora. Thank you so much. And I also thank all the audience who are present here for encouraging our students. Thank you.
relations with land and in rural spaces and all that becomes really inadequate. So we need to recognize the need to adapt, but these questions related to what is successful adaptation look like, especially in climate vulnerable and mobile settings, and how do we track this and measure this adaptation to know where we are moving, whether we are in the right direction, given emerging risks and policy and funding priorities and all that, how they are changing. So with that kind of understanding, we actually are collaborating on a project, which is actually, the slide is from the project's format. It's called Climate Change Local Adaptation Pathways. In short, it is CLAPS. And the collaborating partners are IHS, University of Exeter, ICIMOD, Gram Vikas. We have representatives from that organization, CMID, and other organizations in other countries as well. So we are talking about these key research gaps in that project, and we are talking about both immobility or non-migration and migration. And the question of land becomes important in both of these areas of constituency, right? Immobile people and also migrant people. Immobility because they are in kind of rural settings, really kind of marginalized. There is little empirical understanding about why people don't move. There are assumptions that actually development means urbanization, but there are also rural settings which are developing, but what is happening in terms of development in those spaces. And rural locations can and should be climate resilient also and sustainable, right? And land plays a really huge role in that. And in terms of knowledge or in terms of studies in those areas are really, really sparse in our country, like people who study immobility or non-migration. But also at the destination, how do we make the urban destinations safe? When they are moving out, there is already a kind of a risk that they were facing in those places at the source, but because of narrowing of rural safe operating spaces, so to say. But when they move into urban spaces, there is also another kind of risk that they get exposed to. There are new risks. There are such a poor access to different kind of facilities and amenities that they get into, and the livelihoods also become more precarious because most of the times they land into informal kind of a work environment. So in short, we kind of developed this conceptual kind of a framework where we say that current socio-ecological system has all these different hazards, and there is also vulnerabilities. There are policies which actually have supporting and institution frameworks that are present. And there are also current development kind of trajectories that we see in this current socio-ecological system. And there is also a mobility continuum. Like, some people are really highly mobile and some people are not so mobile, and they are kind of staying back in the rural settings. And how these mobility take different pathways, and the outcomes are really into different spectrums and sometimes lie also within that spectrum. Sometimes there is outcomes which are really unsustainable, and at the other side there is mostly sustainable kind of mobility outcomes. So taking into consideration all these aspects, there are three different kind of frameworks that we try to bring together and see how do we really quantify or how do we measure really adaptive capacity of these people who are on the move or not really able to move or deciding not to move, how the precarity of these people and how the well-beings change. And the three boxes in the end are also kind of externalities or external kind of factors that influence and determine these three conceptual kind of understanding. So immobility or urban destinations or planned relocations, which holds migration or labor migration kind of a aspect there. There are also climate change risks, hazards, and vulnerabilities which are changing over time and over space, and there are land relations. So that is where these two panels that we have brought together, and first panel we will be discussing about the rural issues mainly, and the second panel after the break we will be talking about the urban issues. So first, going to the first panel of Urban, who will talk about the rural issues, is going to be by three eminent kind of scholars, and I will take their name and I will request you panelists to come and have your seat on the stage. First, Professor Dhanmanjari Sathe. She is professor at Gokhale Institute of Public Politics and Economics in Pune. She has been professor at also Savitribai Phule Pune University, also at Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and also has a corporate experience working with the Export-Import Bank in India. Her research interests include issues related to local governance and aspects of political economy. She has published widely on different aspects like land acquisition in India, globalization, governance in various academic journals. Her recent book was titled as Political Economy of Land Acquisition in India and How Villages Stop Being One. It was a very insightful book to read about. Welcome, Professor Sathe, and it's a privilege to have you on the panel. Libby Johnson, he's executive director at Gram Vikas, Odisha. He has had a large-scale, impactful effort over nearly 3 decades in the community development sector in India with civil society and governments. His experience spans over diverse sectors as natural resources, migration, livelihoods, local governance, disaster management, and institution development. Libby regularly contributes to policymaking in rural drinking water and sanitation and livelihood sector at national and state level. Welcome, Libby, and thank you for being here. Next, Sonu Tiwari. She's almost finished her PhD with this. She holds a master's degree in disaster studies from Jamshedji Tata School of Disaster Studies in TIS. She has worked in various disaster projects in India and is passionate about gender-related issues, particularly issues relating to women in the field of disaster studies. Her PhD was focused on understanding women's experience of displacement and forced migration in consequences of climate change disaster in Indian part of Sundarbans. Welcome, Sonu, and thanks for being here. So format of the panel discussion will be something like this. I will give 10 minutes each of the each panelist to have their pitch on the topic that we are going to discuss. And then we will, maybe I will have a couple of questions to them, and then we will open up to the audience for questions. Thanks, everyone. We'll first go with Professor Sathe, and then Libby, and then Sonu. Thank you.
No, I can speak from. Okay, so hello everyone. I am very thankful to Sheetal and ILDS for inviting me here. I would like to start by saying that I've got a very simple cold, which is a result of the weather change which has happened. I don't have any bacterial infection, I don't have any viral infection. It is just a simple Indian kind of a cold. So please don't worry if my voice sounds somewhat different or if I cough in the middle. Now I'll start, of course. One of the topics which is there in the title is with respect to land relations, which deals with what are the social, economic, and political arrangements that govern land. That would be the meaning of land relations. And we also see that land has been acquired for a whole lot of years, decades in fact, because my area is acquisition of land, so I would be speaking about that. I am now working at the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, which started in 1930. And people in the family would remember times when that land was completely empty and it was acquired for building Gokhale Institute. And in the same way, I do remember this area, which is Flame, which was just an open area, and it has now been acquired for having this educational institution. So at least for more than 100 years, actually land has been acquired in Pune, like in so many other cities in India. And migration is also a result of this acquisition of land in some ways. Because it is acquired, there are new jobs which are created. So migration happens. There can be push factors and pull factors both with respect to migration. But yes, first of all, some land has to be acquired and some kind of a different new economic activity has to happen for people to move from one place to another. So people also move from one profession to other professions, and in the same sense, use of land also has to change, say from agricultural to non-agricultural use. So, what I'll do is I will concentrate on the peri-urban land, like this. That is the area which is very close to a center, which is already urban. And I'll talk about some of the experiences which I have had and some of the research findings which I have had in this area. Now, yesterday itself, the Supreme Court, I think, has given a verdict with respect to acquisition of land. I've not been able to see the entire text, but it has sort of strengthened the rights of the owner of the land, and how the government can acquire the land has been made slightly more strict, I would say, but not impossibly strict that you can't really acquire land. I'll have to see that, but we are moving towards an era, I think, where unlike earlier periods when it was easy for the government to acquire land and not really give any good compensation, we are really speaking, I think, moving towards an era where acquisition is going to be more and more acceptable to the people who are losing their land. The first thing which I found in my research work is that farmers as such are not against giving up their land, because they also understand that they will benefit if they get a sustainable compensation package. Now, which is the way in which I define sustainable compensation package. It is not in the environmental sense, but I mean that a sustainable compensation package consists of something which is acceptable to the people who are losing land, not only in the short run, but also in the long run. Because our experience shows that farmers are sometimes happy with selling the land in the short run, because they think they're getting huge amount of money and things like that. But whole lot of times the money is sort of squandered away, and then after 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, they start agitating. That is a situation with which neither the government nor the private sector, which has actually taken that land for industry purposes, say, or for housing purposes, and the farmers are happy. No one is happy when such kind of a thing happens. That is, the farmers are happy only in the short run. So one has to find out a compensation package which is sustainable, which means that the farmers or the people who are losing their land are happy with it even in the long run. So what should that compensation package consist of? The first thing is, there is a whole lot of arguments. I mean, there are a whole lot of arguments which are made with respect to jobs being given to the people who lose their land. I think it is a very, very bad idea to give jobs to the people who lose their land, for the simple reason that, first of all, they may not have the skills. Secondly, if there is land, all the sons and nowadays daughters also get a share in that land. Is it being said that all of them would get jobs? It's not clear when you talk about jobs. Thirdly, the industry is a whole lot of times not happy with giving jobs to the people who were already there, because it becomes a political issue. That is, the local people don't want to work because they have some political party It could be even a very small political party which comes and says that you don't work here. There is a lot of empirical evidence which shows that the son of the soil actually is not interested in working, but it is a migrant who is interested in working. So it doesn't work very well for the industrialist also. And finally, you know, saying that we'll give you jobs works very well for everyone except the farmer. Why? Because the company can keep on saying that yes, we'll give you jobs, and the government is also happy saying that we'll give you jobs. But what happens after 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, if someone is fired after being given a job after 5 months? What happens to that person is a very important issue. So I think if jobs come on their own is fine, but there should not be any clause or rule which says that everyone should get a job, because I don't know what it actually means on ground. So that is the first thing. Second thing is some monetary compensation should be given to the people who are losing their land. And that monetary compensation should not be dependent on the quality of that land, whether it is two crop or irrigated or this or that, because the person who is buying is not really interested in the agricultural features of that land. The person who is buying it is interested in the other features of the land, which is how far is it from the urban center, what is the infrastructure there, and things like that. So the intensity of the demand for that land really needs to be looked into. It's not easy to find that out, but that should be the objective. For example, if the entire Hollywood animation industry were to shift somewhere in India, and suppose they want to have something outside Pune, you can just imagine what kind of money they would be willing to pay, because it's such an important thing and they want to be close to Pune as such. As against this, if someone wants to have a textile park outside Kanpur, what would be the intensity of demand for that? Okay, so the intensity of demand for whatever activity is going to come should also be taken into consideration. Some monetary compensation should be given to the farmers, and in that, the name of the spouse should also be there. That is, husband and wife both should get that money in a bank account, so that what we see very often is that the husbands actually finish off the money very fast. So it should not be easy for the husband or the owner of that land, because technically he's the owner of the land, to finish off all that money. And finally, what should be done is that the developed land, out of that, a certain percentage should be given back to the farmer. That is the main thing, which is, if you have, say, 1 acre, maybe you get 40%, 30%, or 60%, dependent again on what is the value of that land, should be given back to the farmer. Here what happens is 2 or 3 very important things happen, which is, first of all, that the farmers don't lose the land completely. And in India, it is very important that if you have had some amount of land in your family, 2 minutes, okay? So if you have had some amount of land in your family, the farmers don't like the idea also that they have no land now. It makes them feel very insecure. So if they get some amount of land which is developed, in the sense that the government has already developed some infrastructure there, if they get it back, their resistance to giving their land for development would be much less. Then what they can do is, if they get some land back, they can actually work on that land in the sense that they can have, say, shops there, or at least they can have some housing which they give to the migrants, which inevitably come when some kind of a development occurs. So they have a perpetual source of income in the future also. They will not be able to do agriculture there, but they will have a inflation-linked kind of an increase in income if they have housing or shops or anything like that there. And what also happens because of this is that if there is future appreciation of that land, which inevitably it would be there, the farmers would also stand to benefit out of it. Because in my interviews, what the farmers would say is that we gave it up for X amount. It was okay at that time, but now it has become 5 times of that. Here, if the farmer gets a certain amount back, the farmer is assured that if there is an appreciation in the future, he will get the amount that appreciation will accrue to him also. So that is one area where the farmers feel very, very strongly that we don't get the benefits of future appreciation, but here if some land is given to them back, they also stand to gain because of the future appreciation. So what I would say is that certain kinds of sustainable compensation packages need to be developed so that there is no unrest in the future also. Thank you very much.
Sustainable compensation package sounds really good, and I'll come back to that in a questions. Yeah, Libby, over to you. Yeah, you want to sit or?
Good morning, and thank you, Sheetal. I want to go far away from Pune, peri-urban, to the other end of the spectrum, to remote rural Eastern Ghats, Odisha. That's where I live and work and where my experiences come from. Land, livelihood, migration. I think the land that we understand in the context is not just the piece of earth, but also the forest on it, or the water that sustains it. So it is about natural resources. It's not just about land in that limited sense. But what we've also understood in the last couple of decades of work is that it's not what is visible in terms of water or forest or trees or land, soil, it's also the aquifer. And particularly in the context of Eastern Ghats, these aquifers are localized, unlike the Gangetic belt, where an aquifer from Allahabad to, all the way up to Delhi or beyond, west of Delhi, is one aquifer. Eastern Ghats are very, very, limited aquifers, so a large number of aquifers, and therefore the potential for people to have control over aquifer, the water resources, unlike other parts of the country. It's also the slope, and that's often a very neglected aspect of natural resources, because choices that people make with respect to their livelihood is also a factor of slope. And today, with increasing weather events, the higher the slope, the higher risk of life people in the Eastern Ghats are facing. Yeah? Himalayas, we have a longer history of knowing this, but Eastern Ghats is more recent. Rainfall and heat, of course, factors that... this leads to a whole sense of uncertainty, and a lot of discussion around migration choices people make is, people make choices around uncertainties, and the three forms of uncertainties that we find today, one is around weather itself, whether the rain will come on time or the rain will come when it's needed. It's around the water, not just the rain. It's in terms of moisture and what is left behind. But also the bigger problem around markets. How do poor people, poor producers in remote rural areas have access to market? So uncertainties for us, we see, come from these three points of view. Now, these are obviously accentuated, exaggerated by who you are, whether you are an Adivasi, whether you are a scheduled caste, or whether you are, what your identity is, your social, where you are in the social strata. But to me, since that is a given and nobody has control over, going back into a mother's womb and changing the womb itself, there's no choice there. I guess that's a given, and people operate within those constraints. But things like, how do you adapt to weather changes? How do you mitigate? Can be done. That's where it becomes important. The third element that I want to speak about is the choices people make between, and this is something that we see on an everyday basis, is the continuum from food security to wealth creation. Very often we look at Adivasis in remote villages in Eastern Ghats of Odisha, and very often the way we look at it from outside, the urban view is either limited to that point called food security or that point called income security, forgetting that aspirations always have played on this spectrum. People have aspired to be at different points in the spectrum. Helplessness or lack of confidence or insecurities have limited people to focus on probably the extreme around food security, and public policy also, policies like NREGS tend to remain in the early part of the spectrum. And our experience, CMID and Gram Vikas have been doing this now for the last 5 years to understand the opportunistic migration choices people make. And it's very clear for us that the younger generation, particularly the partially educated male population in these areas, are not happy with limiting their imagination to the left side of the spectrum, which is the food security to cash security. They are looking at, whether it is the influence of media, whether it's the influence of information that they get, there is very clearly a choice people are making, or a thrust people are making to move towards the spectrum around wealth creation. Unfortunately today, policy, public policy, market policies do not seem to recognize this aspiration that exists in people. We say young men from Odisha migrate from a 200 rupee per day wage for 150 days a year, so estimated annual income of 30,000 rupees or 40,000 rupees, to a 800 rupees per day, 365 days wage possible. You're talking about 2.5 lakh, 3 lakh rupees of income a year. We call it distress. We call Odisha a loser state. The migration, literature calls Odisha a loser state. Our recent studies in 6 blocks in Odisha are showing that remittance income that migrants bring is higher than what government spends on development in a year in that block. So is Odisha a loser state or is Odisha a gaining state? The moment you say I'm the chief minister of a loser state, nobody, who wants to be a chief minister of a loser state? So this whole discourse around migration and the issues around it, not recognizing the element of aspiration and how people see. And while saying this, I'm not forgetting that there's a whole chunk of migration that is distress driven. That's a very different context and a very different geography from what I am speaking to. I'm not saying that that doesn't exist. So food security is substantially today taken care of by PDS. And the truth is that. And when we say families are moving out of agriculture, it's because food security, at least staple grain security, is taken care of. Given the uncertainties around weather, water, and market, they don't have the confidence to take to the next level of production. So our policies do not look at this. We look at PDS as one policy, NREGS as another policy, PMKSY as another policy, PM Kusum as another policy, Rajesh is sitting here, voluntary carbon market participation as another policy. Where is this on the continuum of people's aspirations? Where is this in the continuum of what people want? Where is it in the continuum of people's lived realities? And that's something that we need to consider. And it is in this context that people's migration, in this particular young men migrating out of Odisha, southern Odisha to southern Indian markets become important. The other point I want to make in this regard is, us, be it in the practice, in academia, in policy support, the whole generation of policy advocacy and system orchestration players in the sector, we seem to be over-privileging the state at the cost of the agency of the citizen. We seem to be reading the constitution in a particular manner which suits our current interest of impact at scale. At least in the sector that I belong to, impact at scale is the holy mantra. What is the way to achieve scale? Become a project management agency for the government program. Develop state capacities to deliver. Where is the agency of the citizen? Where is the aspiration of the citizen? How do we bring in the values of constitution that puts the citizen in the middle. Citizen as the key actor and not the state. And the whole policy dialogue that happens today, policy formulations that come off workshops like this, often tend to bring state to the primary position with citizen as an instrument. I would rather that citizen be at the center and the state be the instrument. But unfortunately, we don't do that. To conclude, things like localization, decentralization, I was partly in the first session around panchayats and carbon neutrality, talking about decentralization and localization. And how do we bring institutions, technology, and the market? And in this case, I think whether it's a loss and damage fund, whether it is paying for ecosystem services, be it carbon market, how do we bring in these mechanisms together, for me, would be an interesting way to develop on discussions that happen here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Starting from the natural aspects of Eastern Ghats like aquifers and slopes to aspirations to, state role, it's been really interesting to listen to you. Come back to it with questions. Over to you, Sonu.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sonu Tiwari, and I'm a PhD student at Tata Institute of Social Sciences. My research is on looking at climate immobilities and mobilities in the Sundarbans Delta in West Bengal. So this is a brief presentation overview. I think mobility and immobility, what Sheetal was discussing, are becoming a new global research agenda, wherein more than millions of people live in areas that are vulnerable to climate change, especially in hotspots where climate disasters are becoming ferocious and frequent, and the nature of risks that are associated with them are getting unpredictable. Worse off, as Sheetal already mentioned, worse off are the people who are natural resource dependent, dependent on the land, on the forest and the water, because their livelihoods, like agricultural, forestry and water, are dependent on critical resources, and climate change aggravates the pre-existing social vulnerabilities and the everyday risk that people confront. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about a part of my thesis, wherein I'm looking at the relationship of climate immobilities and mobilities and land relations, and taking a case of my study area, which is the Sundarbans Delta in West Bengal. First, I would like to deliberate briefly on how do we frame climate migration. So the mobility due to climate change, if we look at the literature in the past 30 years, has been projected as estimates of mass migration of people produced due to climate change, producing alarmist narratives of climate refugees, climate migrants in both media and academic discourses. The term climate-induced migration is now essentially a very contested concept because it doesn't capture the diverse ways in which people move or they do not move, because the movement can be temporarily, can be seasonally, while some might migrate or relocate them permanently to newer areas. This also exclude a lot of those who cannot migrate or who cannot move, and those who choose not to move away, even if they face very significant risks to their own well-being. There is also a shift from looking at migration, which is always posed as a security threat in the context of India, to the urban areas. Migrants are being looked down upon. And this shift is towards a potential adaptation measure that reduces the vulnerability, what Libby was talking about, in the communities, and this is being looked at as in the form of adaptation. However, recently there has been a lot of research studies that are questioning the limits of migration, as Sheetal was mentioning, whether migration is adaptive or maladaptive in its form. Taking the case of Sundarbans Delta, the Sundarbans Delta is popularly known as a World Heritage Site, a Ramsar site. It's a reserved tiger forest and a very popular ecotourism destination. It's also a climate hotspot, wherein you know that almost every year it's been hit by a cyclone, and the islands in Sundarbans are sinking, they are disappearing because of sea level rise, surface temperature rise, and it's the hotspot when we talk about climate migration. But the lesser known fact is that it is also home to 4.5 million people who live in abject poverty and are dependent on forests and rivers for their livelihoods. They live in poor health, education infrastructure. Now, in my research, first I'm going to talk a little bit about history when we talk about the regimes of land, water, and forest in the delta. The boundaries of Sundarbans forest almost touched the city of Kolkata before the expansion of human settlement and reclamation of wetlands were accelerated during the colonial rule. Now, the colonial past saw Sundarbans as a potential for revenue generation and also as a grand reservoir of rice against the rampant famine and drought that happened during that time. Now, a series of land regulations were passed which continuously gave rights to the colonial administrators to devise methods to scientifically, politically, and physically manage the landscape of Sundarbans. For example, land tenure systems were temporarily suspended and to encourage people to expand cultivation and also take physical undertaking of stabilizing the land and also the temporary nature of the delta. This meant that the tidal fluid space was continuously being transformed into a resource frontier where rapid circulation of labor took place during the colonial times from the areas of Odisha, from the Arakan coast of Myanmar, to bring in labor, because it was a very labor-intensive process of clearing the forest of Sundarbans and then reclaiming the lands and finally settling human population for cultivation. Now, with this rampant land reclamation and cutting of forests, another idea that was promoted during the late 19th century was the idea of forest conservation, wherein the forests were identified as spaces for flora and fauna, where Sundarbans was projected as a space which is affected perennially by disasters, and then the limitation of people into the space of the forest. Finally, Sundarbans forest was also a forest of refuge for the people of, there were two partitions that happened in 1947 and 1971, and because of which a lot of refugees, that I can discuss it later during the question and answer time, but a lot of refugees were settled into Sundarbans. Now, when we look at climate, my key point is that we need to understand the multiple drivers of mobility and immobility. I really want to talk about this, but I think there is less time, and maybe during the question answer time I can deliberate more on this. So when we talk about the topologies of mobility and immobility in the delta, there is first coastal erosion, whereas there is loss of land and homes and ecosystems, which is linked to a lot of relocation that happens, but that happens mostly for landowners. And for the landless population, this means recurrent relocation during the, from within their villages. And also this is associated with a lot of temporary displacement that happens during frequent major cyclones. And to deal with all these things, households do take adaptive measures like migration, which is mostly male dominated, but there is an increasing number of females who are also migrating. But this is circular, seasonal, and only able-bodied, because migration also requires a lot of hard work and drudgery, which is not possible for people who cannot work or who are vulnerable. So to sum up, I want to reiterate the importance of the role of context in climate and migration studies, and look at the understanding of the complex structure and agency dynamics that shape migration. And when we look at migration, whether it is related to climate impacts or not, it cannot be separated from the larger socio-political and historical context, and most importantly from the geopolitical dimensions of the land that shapes its relationship. Because a lot of climate and environmental mobilities are linked to land alienation, and failing to recognize this leads to a decoupling from colonial and neoliberal rounds of extractions, which are the root causes of vulnerabilities to begin with. In the case of Sundarbans, I could not speak more on this, but due to the experimentations that were done under the colonial and neoliberal regimes like embankments, mangrove destruction, land reclamation, land settlement, forest conservation, and tourism expansion, the natural buffers of mangroves are completely non-existent now, and the man-made structures like embankments offer no solution to the problems of the people. And the 2 points that I want to make through this presentation is that the boundaries of mobility and immobility overlap, intersect, and are blurred. And looking at migration only from the lens of climate is highly reductive. And if we look at climate policies at the source areas, we should move away from focusing on the technological and financial fixes, rather than what Sir was talking about the restructuring of relationships, which Farhana Sultana also says, with ecologies, water, land, and communities. That is the key point of this presentation. Thank you so much for patiently listening.
Thanks, Sonu. This, I thought, was a wonderful mix of everything, right? Like in terms of the geography, in terms of the context, and in terms of the vulnerability and aspirations that we talked about, all the panelists talked about. So I'll go again one by one to ask questions to panelists, and then I'll open up to the audience for questions. Just hold for maybe 5-7 minutes more. First question to Professor Dhanmanjari Sathya. You talked about sustainable compensation package. I just want to tease your mind and brain and say, do you see kind of an opportunity or possibility of having climate angle also in this sustainable compensation package, which is already kind of very complex in its political economic aspect, but do you think it's kind of, there is opportunity to also have something related to climate, something related to migration in that?
Actually, I don't see any space for including issues related to climate change in this kind of a sustainable compensation package. There could be meta overarching reasons or some points which could be included, but not at a micro level as such. I don't see any possibility of that. It will have to be done in some different way, not via the compensation package as such. Okay.
Maybe just going little beyond that and talking about your book, about how the villages have become different. Something little detail I wanted to know about. What do you mean by that different? Like, what is the difference in that villages when this land acquisition for large-scale infrastructure projects happen?
See, what I found when I was doing fieldwork for my book is sort of matches what Bibi said, that there is a huge aspirational surge which is there in peri-urban areas. And people want to change, people want to shift away from agriculture. And part of the reason is also that agriculture has become so very non-lucrative, partly because of the government policies. There was in the 2005 NSSO survey, there was one question which was asked to the farmers with respect to whether they want to continue doing farming or no. And in 2005, almost 45% of the farmers said that no, they don't want to do farming. They are doing it because they have no option. This is almost 20 years back. Now the things would have become even worse. So part of the reason is that the government is not keeping agriculture very lucrative. I think it can be made lucrative if there is change in the policies, but I don't see that happening as such now. So as Partha Chatterjee has also said in his article which was there on civil society and political society, that there is a huge surge. So that actually helps the acquisition of land. So though that emotional bond is very much there, and though there is also a sense of nostalgia which is there, and which should not be underestimated in a way, it is not sufficiently strong, which would keep the people from not shifting to the non-agricultural occupations. I think except probably the tribal areas and the people about which I don't really know much, so I will not say anything. In most of the remaining India, people have got very well connected with the urban centers, even if they are doing farming. They have got connected in different ways and they know what is happening in the urban areas. So what I actually found is that people are wanting to move towards industry. And the opportunities they are willing to take. Now, can that be converted into a non-violent kind of a shift is the issue. And for this kind of a session, what implications it would have for the climate change is something I think you're asking more specifically. So one would need to have different kind of policies which take care of climate change issues. But to what extent can it be integrated into acquisition of land? I'm not very sure, as of now at least, yeah.
Thanks, that was brilliant. I come to Libby now. You have been working, Libby, in rural Odisha on ensuring, safe and dignified migration through the corridor between Odisha and Kerala for so many years. And you have also written how migration is changing villages in Odisha, right? So could you reflect a little bit on these changes specifically with respect to land relations, if at all you can, talk about how the land relations also are changing these safe and dignified migration corridors?
Does this work? Yeah. I think we need to look at the term land relations in the context of Eastern Ghats, be it the land use pattern, the land ownership pattern, and land and natural resources as a social entity. I think there are three different elements to that. What Professor Sathe mentioned about the nostalgia, and a lot of the people that we work with who their forefathers practiced shifting cultivation, paddy is an aspirational crop. So the first improvement in status for me in the village is when I stop or reduce my dependence on millets and I expand my paddy. It continues to be. Even when younger people who migrate, many of them come back in July for paddy sowing, and many of them come back also in December for harvesting. So this connection with paddy for both Kond and Saura Adivasis in southern Odisha is something that we continue to see. Now, if we take paddy as a symbol and understand around it people's connection to land, and even those youngsters who say we do not want to do farming, coming back to do paddy farming in that particular season. How do you explain this? So that's one aspect of this relationship with, why do you grow paddy when you have enough rice? They don't sell the paddy. Fact is that PDS rice today, now the last year has also become less available. There was a time in the last, I think about 2018 to 2022, when there was sufficient rice that people were actually selling also. But in the recent ones, the cost of rice acquisition has increased. The latest change in the Anna Yojana, whatever that is. So paddy that way is an interesting aspect that we find. Forest is another point. NDFP, Gupta is there, from Koraput, where he has worked on this. One part of the forest relations is the NDFP part. The other is what FRA is doing. In 2006-07, large patches of plantations in Kalahandi, natural forests in Kalahandi were cleared, because the rumor was that you will not get IFR rights, individual forest rights, if there are trees on your land. The Sarkar will not accept it as amenable to individual forest rights. So we saw substantial cutting of trees in 2006-07 when FRA was beginning to be implemented. From there to now, increasing conversations around community forest rights, but it's still IFR that prevails, and I still haven't figured out this paddy IFR patta connection. So it is a very interesting part of that. Finally, the quality of the homestead land, because even most of these migrating individuals go in alone. They keep their families back home, and they're also expanding on the homestead. So the third aspect of land use, and that is something that we have increasingly finding to be difficult, because a lot of these settlements are at the lower end of the slope, where the next bottom level is already paddy. So settlement expansion is happening towards higher reaches. In 2018, we had a cyclone Titli, which for the first time in Gajpati district caused death in a cyclone because of the cloudbursts and landslides. The immediate reaction of the government was to bring people down. But down was not an option, because the down was already dense population or farming. So people got resettled into the middle. And you now see settlements that are perched on 12-degree slope land. It is like you are seeing Mussoorie or some of those places where houses are like this. What it does is it's killing drainage lines. It's putting pressure on public utilities like drinking water supply, because the design for the drinking water supply system, pipe water supply system was for this level. Houses have gone there. How do you get pressure to lift water to the new houses? The third element is people are building toilets with leach pits. So the fecal contamination, bacterial contamination of soil is increasing because it's now very, very gravity driven. So there are these three aspects of paddy, forest, and homestead land in terms of land that I.
Yeah, wonderful. How, all these things are like individual land relations or collective land relations or even state promoted land relations are interlinked with each other, and it actually brings new kind of challenges. I think that is what is I am understanding from all these things. I think. Thanks, Libby. That was wonderful. Sonu, I think you skipped one slide, and that is where I want to bring you back about how do you really see different options of, in Sundarbans, about how people have done embankments or reclaiming lands and, securing the lands for livelihoods. And what do you think is really a, not best maybe, but, better option to do such things?
Thanks for your question. So embankments become one of the most critical, or I should say contested infrastructure when we talk about Sundarbans. Because if I go back to history, the cultivation and land reclamation and settlement started with the advent of creation of the embankments, because this is a very fluid space, and the fluidity between land and water was what the colonizer wanted to manage through infrastructure like an embankment, because through embankments only agriculture was made possible in the, call it forest or the delta of Sundarbans. So in this, what they did was these embankments created, unidimensional cartographic space. They tried to fix the boundaries of a space which was very fluid and which is still very fluid because it is an active delta. And currently, after the cyclone Ayla, the major disaster, I would say, response that was done in the delta was through the World Bank funding of, concretizing these embankments. Now, Cyclone Dana happened. Early morning, I got a call from one of my comments telling me that, Didi, south side is saro, pura embankments are gone, nothing left after this cyclone. So whatever remaining was there after Cyclone Yas, that happened in 2021, I had a picture of it in the slide. Now it's complete. So it's being debated that whether embankments, do they offer solution to the problems of, the saline water ingress that happens in these islands. But the reality is that these embankments are the sites of employment for the local people, because when the embankments get repeatedly, damaged, or when new embankments are created, people work on it through Manrega, and that's like a kind of livelihood for the people. It's the major source of livelihood, so much so that people who have relocated to the other villages, like these villages will be about 10 to 15 kilometers separated from each other, they still maintain all the documents in their original village because they want to work on the embankments as a site of, So this is like a very complex thing that the region is experiencing. There's still, we need to do a lot of work.
Interesting. Yeah, really interesting. I just want to open up for maybe few questions. And so you can switch on the mic and.
Thank you very much, and also nice to meet Professor Dhanmanjari Shetty. I'm Pradeep Naik. So I'm from my friend from Odisha. Sir, you wanted to speak, but somehow you forgot. How many districts you took? Which area that study took place? And who were the caste who migrated and who were not? Because in Western Odisha, the Kultas, the Ogharias, the Haldi, or even the Yadavs, the milkmen. So who are they migrate? Because that is very interesting. Everybody knows the seasonal migration. They go back, then come back. How it impacted the tenancy. That is land relations also tenancy, who owns, who is dependent, who is not. Like Daniel Thoner's work on land relation. So focus us more, give us share some more your story.
So the work that we are doing is substantially undivided Ganjam and Kandhamal district and the southwest part of the eastern Ghats part of Kalahandi, not the plain parts of Kalahandi. That's the eastern Ghats mountain area from the Andhra border, Vijayanagaram border till Mahanadi. Till Mahanadi. That's Indravati, Hathi, Vamsadhara, Nagavalli, and Rishikulya rivers. That's the area where we work. If you take the whole area, about 50% of the population belong to scheduled tribes. About 20-25% belong to scheduled castes, and the remaining are substantially backward castes. It's a small proportion of non-backward castes. Land ownership, scheduled castes, except in Kandhamal, don't have much. In fact, they have zero land. In Kandhamal, the land distribution is slightly different, and Adivasi land ownership is substantially undocumented, so it's more possessive than owned. I've not seen substantial changes in that happening, because even with FRA, what has come is recognition of possession than any substantial change in ownership. So FRA is a very critical aspect of land relations in that area. Yeah, so that's broadly the context.
It's working. Okay. I have two tiny questions. Is that okay? Okay, cool. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Shlok. I'm a second-year student, IR major, public policy minor. My first question is to Professor Sathe. When you were talking about giving jobs to people who lose land, who don't own land anymore, India is a country with a lot of disguised unemployment already. Do you think that giving jobs to people who just lose land, because like you said, job is undefined in the wording, would lead to an increase in disguised unemployment?
Disguised unemployment is a much bigger issue. And the jobs which are available because of land acquisition are much smaller, much smaller. So I have not fully understood what you're asking, but giving jobs to people who have lost their land is no answer to disguised unemployment.
No, I'm so sorry if I didn't phrase it properly. I didn't mean it as an answer to it, but as something that further increases it or adds to it quite a bit.
No, it may not add to it, but because what happens is that when the land is acquired and there are new industries which come up there, invariably the lower level jobs go to the local people. But what I was saying is that you don't put that as a clause in the compensation package.
Okay.
If it happens on its own, it's fine. In fact, what I have seen is that the SCs usually end up getting jobs in such companies. And it is a kind of a
Yeah.
But even though it is like that, the Dalits are happy with it, partly because, like someone said, they were not owning any land earlier in any case. And the jobs which they have got, they find them much better than working on someone else's farm, which they were doing earlier. So these jobs in the corporate sector, they really find them more egalitarian. And they have no problem as such, as of now at least, in doing those. Because they get a proper salary, they get a
Okay.
uniform, they have coupons for getting food and things like that. So, jobs are created. Lower level jobs do go to the local people. High level jobs, you can't really say, and you can't even put it. But what I was arguing for is that don't say that, or don't put that clause in the agreement when the land is taken, because that creates many more problems. If it is happening on its own, fine, it's good, it will work.
Thank you so much. Can I ask my question to sir or? No, to sir, a different question. Okay, yes, so this question is to you. When you were talking about agency and role of the state and the citizens, you said it might have been specific to your field, but do you think it's an issue that's larger and in general? Because even when we're talking about policy change in public policy, we have something called the multiple streams framework, in which most of it is centered around the state, whether or not the state or the judiciary is in favor of it, whether they see it as a relevant problem. So when we're talking about over-privilegizing the state or making it the center rather than giving that agency to citizens, is that something that's much, much broader, or do you still think it's specific to maybe your field itself?
No, I think it is broader.
Okay.
I think it is, see, state and citizens exist. It is about people who try to, whether it's a policy advocate or a practitioner or an academic, who is trying to orchestrate a certain type of citizen-state relationship, is what I'm talking about. That orchestration often puts state as central, citizen as the instrument. And that is where the problem lies. And it's across. You look at land acquisition policy, it's a state. Citizen is a beneficiary. But citizen is a citizen, right? I mean, citizen is only a beneficiary when in a smaller aspect of her life. But you paint her as the beneficiary, and citizenship, you say, is a smaller aspect of her life when it comes to a Gram Sabha. That's not true. And the orchestration efforts seem to be making this even more difficult, whether it's academic or policy or any of that.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's working now. I'm a researcher. I work with Land Rights Initiative, and recently we did lots of field visit, and we were studying social struggle and social movements for land and land rights. And we went to Orissa to study the Niyamgiri movement, and there in few of our interviews we came across this problem, which later I also read in few informal papers in a lot of other places, which was that a case where POSCO wanted to start a steel manufacturing thing in Lanjigar in Odisha, and they were ready to pay a very satisfactory compensation amount to the people for the land acquisition that they were acquiring. But apparently they faced lots of hurdle because the government did not accept that amount because it was too higher, and they thought that it will set a landmark. So if this amount will be paid later, it will become a problem for the government, and when they acquire land, they might as well have to pay that exact amount. So even though we have the Act of 2013 for fair compensation and other things in land acquisition in place, there are lots of hurdles like this that come in between in that process where the company agrees to pay to the people a very fair compensation amount, but then the government, who actually has to play and take favor of and sort of protects the people, become a problem there. So like, what would you suggest that how can we try to navigate through these problems which are very critical?
See, on one hand, there is a law which has to be there, and the law has to be fair, not only in written but in implementation also.
Yeah.
The second aspect of acquisition of land is very much political.
Yeah.
And we should not ignore that. It is the job of the politician to see to it that somehow they get everyone to agree. And by somehow, I don't mean using violent methods and things like that, but find out a way in which the people become ready to sell their land. And it is here that the importance of the sustainable compensation package, which is not going to be the same everywhere all over India. It is going to be different over different parts. So actually, it is the acumen of the politician ultimately which will decide how much of land is acquired and how peacefully it is done. So what you see in India is that in some of the states, the political class and the bureaucrats have been very good at it.
Yeah.
For example, if you look at Maharashtra, the MIDC, that is the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, which is responsible for acquiring land, has been offering more and more to the people who lose their land. Now, in this case where you said, like I said, just monetary compensation is not enough. You should give back the developed land back to the people who are losing the land. And it's not just something which will keep peace in the short run, but also in the long run. So ultimately, the responsibility for doing the industrialization or urbanization for which land is required, it falls on the deftness of the politician. He or she will really have to do it within the legal framework which is there in our country, and also the political pressure which is there.
Myself, Nandulal Bukshi, from Tagore Society for Rural Development. I am kind to attract my attention to Shanu, because we are working in West Bengal since last 40 years. So there is so many issues already. You have flagged some of them, but there are so many issues are there. One is the relation of lands with women. It is very thin. It is very practical. And as you know, this is the region where the highest human trafficking or prevalence is there. So huge number of thousands, lakhs of women are daily coming to Calcutta for daily work for labor. Even some of them are diverted to the red light area also for the pursuit of their livelihood. So this is the one of the area of concern, how to address, and we are working in that area, and you are doing the research. And as you know, so many tornadoes and natural calamities are happening every year, and that is embankment is very big infrastructure that is volatile, and every year are broken and enter the saline water in the cultivable land. And once the cultivable land, saline water enter in the cultivable land, that 3 to 4 years is not even cultivated in any crop in there. So this is the major issues. And why these are coming, because of losing the mangroves in the area, because of weakening the embankment also, and the other part embankment are damaging every year. So this is the major issue because of losing our mangroves gradually. So many species of mangroves now extinct and in danger now. So all these things you can consider in your part. That is my
comment. Okay. Yeah, well taken. Right? Okay. James.
first I'll answer the second part of it. See, when I am talking about sustainable compensation, like I said, it is a compensation which works in the short run and which also works in the long run. So you have also said that a certain part should be a certain part of the developed land should be given back to the farmers. Now that land which is given back will not be a part of the original land holding which is there. I suppose you can see that. It will have to be at some other place because all this land will be acquired and some part will be given to all the other farmers who owned land earlier. So in that piece of land which the person gets back, he or she can do some kind of a non-agricultural activity. I really don't see any possibility of doing agricultural activity in the developed land that you've got back, and people also may not want to do it, really speaking. Now, how much land should be given back is something which again becomes a negotiable thing, and also it depends on what is the intensity of demand for that land. I'll give you an example. There is this Khanapur village, which is the first toll naka which comes when you're leaving Pune and when you're leaving Mumbai and coming to Pune. Now, a few years back, the MIDC officers would say that under no circumstances can we give more than 40% back to the farmers because we need the remaining 60% for our infrastructure and roads and electricity plants and things like that. But in this village, Khanapur, which is now in a way on the outskirts of Mumbai, they are giving back 60%. Why? Because the value of land has increased so much and so many people want to come there that it has become possible for the MIDC officials to do it. There is political support for it, and there is also farmers who know the value of their land. So one can't really fix, and one should not fix that it will be 15%, 40%, 60%. So that will have to remain open, and that would be dependent on how politically active the farmers there are. So, in a way, it all like now this links to the first thing that you were asking. It is also an opportunity for the opposition party to actually go there and agitate with respect to what is the compensation that you're giving if there are casualties there. Casualties are not very common when the acquisition happens. I mean, this issue is there probably only in Jharkhand where there are mines and people die in the mines. I think you're talking about that. Huh.
Yeah, I'm
so
talking about.
it's not really something which happens where there is, just industries or software companies and things like that. So in a way, this compensation for casualties is not even related to acquisition of land. It is a separate issue. And it needs to be properly worked out. And I mean, absolutely see the opportunity for the opposition parties because the whole fun of having a democracy is that people should speak about it. And if they are not, then the political parties are falling short here. And until and unless there is activism, no one will get these things. I think I have answered what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. So I request kindly be brief in your question so that, answers.
Okay, thank you. This is Manoranjan. My question is to Johnson sir. Since we're talking about land relations and after working many tribal districts of Odisha, I realized the relationship between Adivasi and land is very different from the others. And to understand the relation, how do you look at this relationship? And to understand the relationship, if a tribal person is migrating to city, the impact is different from a non-tribal person. So how do you see that things?
Well, I don't have evidence to say that the land relation of the Adivasi is different from the land relation of the Chasi, who is a non-tribal farmer. I don't think so. The forest relation is there, but that is not a land relation. The forest as an entity is different from the land on which that forest exists. So if you look at Niyamgiri, it is not so much around the land of Niyamgiri that is under dispute. It is the concept of Niyamgiri that is under dispute. So that is a cultural with religious connotations that exist. Land as a productive entity, the earth as a productive entity, I think it's the same relationship whether it is for the Adivasi or for the non-Adivasi. So I think we are getting into a little bit more of romanticizing certain relationships and losing direction if we do that.
Oh, you are going to ask? Okay.
There from the beginning.
Okay, then first you and then you. Yeah. Sorry.
I am working in south of Odisha with tribal communities. So I differ with Professor at some points. Like farmers are willing to sell their land. It may be story for Maharashtra, but Jharkhand, Odisha, especially in tribal areas, they are not willing. Even in coastal Odisha. You know, if you will see all the resistance are coming from Odisha, and some of the resistance are also very successful. Second thing regarding the compensation, you told that I mean there should not be a criteria for the productive and unproductive, like double crop, single crop. You know, if farmer is losing their land, his cost is how much he produces or she or he produces. So it is not a distance or anything relation with the cost of the land. It is the how much produce, how much cost she is getting from that land. That should be based on the quality of land and the production. The third point I differ regarding the son of the soil is not willing to work. That is not true, madam. The migrant are working because in an outside place, their labor rights are violated. They are completely captured, low paid. And if local laborers will work, they will demand as per the law, the labor law. That is why nobody is willing to engage the local people. And regarding the Libby, what Libby is telling, you know, there are, I will say, around 80% of seasonal migrants are distress migration. Recently, you must have heard 2 women died eating the mango kernel just last month, 15 days back, because still food insecurity is a issue. And regarding the compensation and the other thing, you know, landlessness is a big issue in Odisha. It is not like West Bengal or Kerala. Nothing land reform happened. So when any compensation is based on land, just think about the landless, marginal and smallholders.
I will ask to respond to you over
Shall I move for that answer? Here. Myself, Madhu, I'm a revenue inspector from Government of Andhra Pradesh. Actually, Land Acquisition Earlier Act, it's in 1894, and in 2013 we enacted a new Land Acquisition Act. As per new Land Acquisition Act is only implemented for benefit to the landowner. Actually, the compensation what they are paying, it's already in prescribed manner. It's connected with the market value, and some solatium and some additional market value is also adding with that. That only paid to the public, whatever the market value is having with that particular jurisdiction. And apart from that, as you person here asking for employment and all, that depends upon the special packages, or if any communal livelihoods are losing there, that special package may be given by the acquisition department. And one more I just want to inform here. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving this.
I really want to thank everyone to be patient and listening, and to panelists to have these insightful discussions. Thank you very much, everyone. I request that the following panel also is about the same topic, but in urban areas. So I request everyone to come back having your tea, energized to discuss issues related to migrants and climate change in urban context. Thank you so much. And Deepika will be moderating the session.
There are a couple of announcements to make. Post lunch, there are two plenary sessions where tea and coffee breaks are arranged.
in this particular session, we'll be talking about urban areas. We have a very esteemed set of panelists with us. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Deepika. I work with Indian Institute for Human Settlements, IIHS. We are one of the co-organizers for these two panel discussions. So I would like to invite our esteemed panelists and request them to please come here. We'll start with Professor Bhagat. Professor Bhagat was professor and head at the Department of Migration and Urban Studies at International Institute for Population Sciences, Mumbai. He is currently honorary visiting professor at the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics at Pune, and he's also a visiting professor at the School of Development Studies at TIS, Mumbai. Sir has published more than 200 papers, mainly on migration and urbanization, and on sustainable development and demography. I would also like to invite Divya Verma. Divya is the co-founder and the director of policy and practice at Work, Fair and Free, which is a knowledge institution which works on how informal labor migration can become more secure and more dignified. Divya comes from a long experience of policy analysis, research, and advocacy. She was also a member of a Niti Aayog Committee on Labor Migration. Welcome, Divya. I would like to invite Dr. Peter Benoy. Dr. Benoy is an expert on labor migration in India. He is the co-founder and executive director of CMID, Center for Migration and Inclusive Development, which is the co-organizer for these two panel discussions. Benoy his work has covered inclusion of migrant workers in India's policy framework. He has also advised on Bangladesh's national strategy on internal displacement. So overall, between us, we have several years of experience on migration, on demography and understanding urbanization, and linking all of them to issues around land. Thank you and welcome to all the panelists. So we'll keep the format of the discussion same as the previous session. I invite the three panelists one by one to put forward their introductory opinions on the topic. The context is pretty much already out there. And then we'll do a round of questions to the panelists and then invite questions from the participants. Professor Bhagat.
Good afternoon to all of you. I think it's audible. So first of all, I like to thank IIHS, CMID for inviting me on this occasion. And in the first session, it was very interesting and it covered aspects of rural area. And this is on urban. I think urban is very, very important. So I will begin saying that urban or urbanization is a relationship between people and place. Place is very central idea in the process of urbanization. And place is part of space. So that's how space becomes very important, how spaces are made, formed, produced. And if I bring the issue in relation to land, so land is about or for rural and space is for urban. So when we look at land, land is limited. But is there a limit of space? And that is the important part, how urbanization is producing space, how urbanization is converting land into space, and something space which has no limit. Like there is no limit of GDP, there is no limit of space. And how GDP is connected with production of space. That is, I think, very, very important, how urbanization is producing space and places. And there is a contradiction between space and place. Are we able to make place, or we are only producing space? So when we look at land, how land acquires value, economic value. And then land is converted into space. It can go high rise, it can go vertical. Space can be anywhere. One can have settlement in the sea, or one can have a floating city in the ocean, in the Indian Ocean. That's how space doesn't have a limit. Whereas, so the crucial question is, urbanization means land right versus space right. So I like to put it in this way, land right versus space right. Now it is the time to raise the question of space rights, how spaces are produced, and then how wealth is created. Definition of wealth, definition, source of income. So space becomes a place where wealth is created. And wealth is created through the process of urbanization, where land is transformed into space. So, and it acquires value. So land is there. The moment there is a railway station or there is an airport, land, it becomes space, land becomes space, and you can further produce it, and there is no limit. And that's why this is how it comes connected with GDP. Now GDP has no limit, but then GDP keep on it takes place, increasing production takes place, there should be increasing consumption. And therefore there should be increasing trade, somebody should consume. And then the concept of space is connected with concept of time. How we are circulating. So urbanization is about the mobility. And mobility means mobility of goods and services, mobility of capital, mobility of human beings, that is migration. And then the biggest and very fastest is about the information, that the digital evolve. Now in this motion, is there a limit of motion? Is there a limit of speed? Einstein imagined, okay, light has the largest speed. But then we are also trying to reach that one. Because more GDP means you have to produce more, time should be shortened. And that is why this entire process of space production is related with time-space compression. Time-space compression means produce space, shorten time through technology, increase GDP. Where it is taking place? It is taking place through urbanization. So this is urbanization is basically how spaces and places are transformed through technology. Wealth is created, and when this wealth is created, now the question is how wealth is distributed. That is fundamental thing of inequality. So inequality, when economists try to understand, sometimes we ignore this aspect that yes, what are the spatial processes that creates inequality, because space is not only wealth, it is a means of production. Land was, but now the space is means of production. So it is both a means of production and product, and who is now controlling and commanding that product. So that's how whole political aspects are also included with that, inequality, etc. So this is how urbanization should be looked into as a process which produces space. But place is something related with human being, where we have a history, we have a culture, we have various aspects where we are connected with nature. So we are destroying place, but we are creating space. And that's how the climate change and the environmental degradation should be looked. So the future question is how to make a place. Maybe it has different scale. Maybe a village can be a place, a town can be a place, a nation can be a place, and a entire global level, it can be a place. So this is how urbanization should be looked into in the present day, but urbanization has been processed throughout in history. It's not something, it is the result of a very recent time linked with industrial revolution, but earlier also, in ancient time also. Since the time of Neolithic time, urbanization why there? Because it is a characteristic of place, how places are produced, the wealth is produced, political power is produced. So, and then technology has shaped throughout history, the various uh, forms of urbanization. So urbanization will continue to remain. It is not that 100% urban, it will become 100% urban, and then there is a stop of urbanization. No, it is not a finite process. It is only finite process when we define rural and urban in our censuses. But then how we are producing space and place, that is very, very important. The production of space and place is connected with how we widen our freedom and fraternity, and then the central question of equality and inequality. If you see in today's world, you cannot understand inequality unless understanding the role of the big cities. And where? So 2 minutes, yes. So now time is limited. I will raise 3 important questions. One is that what is urban is not municipal. So everything urbanization taking place, because urbanization is production of space and municipalization is something we are related with government, people. So municipal role of the government. So what is the role of the government? How municipal is being created? Now, municipal, when it is municipalized, we are entering into the relationship with the state. But it does not mean every municipal is a good. But that is how people and place relationship enters into the another category, that is space. That is one question. The second already that I have discussed about land rights versus space rights. And third important question, when we enter into the relationship with the space, with the state, then the question of rights becomes important. What is the state? State is something, embodiment of relationship between people and government, where the territory is there, where population is there, where sovereignty is there. And this is this relationship must ensure freedom, equality, and fraternity. And therefore, citizens' right becomes very important. Are we citizens? Are the migrant citizens? So that's who are producing the cities. I said cities are creating wealth, but who is producing the city? Throughout history, if you see, cities are created by migrants. Who are the natives? Natives are the old migrants. Those who came earlier in the city, they said, no, this city belongs to me. But they were also, if you look at those who are claiming that they are natives, their forefathers also came, whether you take it Mumbai or take it Pune, anywhere. So this is how citizenship right becomes important. Then citizenship right versus labor rights, if you see, labor rights and say informal sector, etc., we keep on talking. It has no meaning at the moment, let me tell you, talking about informal sector. Why? 90% workforce is in the informal sector. Everything getting informalized. Informality is not important. What is important is the precariousness. Precarization is now the most important thing that is affecting the life of the people, and particularly those who are young people. Even after PhD, students are precarious, not getting security, not a stable job. So informality coupled with precarization, that is, I think, the most challenge. And then here is the question of citizenship right becomes very important. Thank you very much. I will stop.
Thank you, sir, for laying out the framework within which we can carry forward the rest of the discussions. Thank you for making the distinction that how we visualize land in rural areas is very different from how we visualize it in urban areas, and for laying it out to us that equality rights, including labor rights, and precarity are things that we need to discuss whenever we are talking about these issues. Divya, I would welcome you to put forward your thoughts.
Thank you, Deepika, and thank you to IIHS and CMID for inviting me to be here. I think it's a very important and a pertinent topic right now. And my own work has been in the area of informal labor migration, both in the sending regions as well as in the receiving regions. So of course, Professor Bhagat has laid down this very broad canvas within which we can speak. So based on my experience, I'll try to highlight some of the core challenges that we see labor migrants experiencing in the cities, and then zoom out a little bit to talk about what are some of the structural issues that are driving the issues related to housing and land that migrant workers especially experience in urban areas. So I think the previous panel has really talked very eloquently about how the degeneration of land ownership and rural livelihoods really trigger a vast majority of people to move from rural areas to urban India. And today we see that the magnitude is as big as 140 million people, which is huge numbers of people that we are talking about, who are really outside the scope of any kind of policy making today in the country. And a vast majority of these are seasonal circular migrants. That is, people who might not really have the aspiration to actually settle down in urban areas, but they keep moving from rural and urban areas, coming back to the source. So leading, in a sense, what we call as translocal lives. So they're really invested in both source as well as destination kind of regions. And one important thing to note again, which was highlighted in the last panel as well, is that a lot of these seasonal migrants are disproportionately from marginalized communities, SC and ST communities, and they work in very, very informal, precarious kind of work environments that Professor Bhagat was also talking about. Of course, being violated of labor rights is a very daily reality, daily lived reality that a lot of migrant workers face in the city. For example, wage theft, being outside the ambit of social protection, being engaged in very hazardous, risky, precarious kind of work environments, especially in a scenario where labor governance has completely failed them. There's no way to really access any kind of redressal, legal redressal, if a violation of labor rights occurs with a migrant worker. But coming to the more sort of pertinent issue here today, which is on the living conditions of migrant workers, in our experience, there are broadly three kinds of typologies or housing choices that we see migrant workers undertaking in cities. One is, living in completely open spaces, that is, besides railway tracks, underneath flyovers, living in open lands, still paying nominal amounts of rent, about 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees to landlords, just in exchange for being on those lands. And these might be people who might not have even secure titles. The landlords themselves are sort of proxy in nature. They themselves might not have secure land titles to any of these areas that they're actually renting out. The second is, of course, being part of congested urban slums, where again, the facilities that they get in exchange for very high premiums is very, very suboptimal. For example, access to water is not guaranteed, or toilets. Same for people living in open spaces. We see a lot of women who have to get up as early as 3 a.m. in the morning to go out and relieve themselves in the open, because before the city actually wakes up, because they don't have access to guaranteed water or sanitation facilities. And we often see that migrants end up paying the per capita amount for water or for rent or for electricity for very unreliable access that migrant workers end up paying is much higher than what an average urban middle class or upper middle class person might be paying. The third category is, of course, people who are living inside the work sites, inside construction sites, inside hotels and restaurants, inside factories, who are completely then again invisible to the policy making spaces or to urban labor, urban local kind of bodies. So I think the broader point that I want to make here is that the urban policy paradigm in the country is largely blind and insensitive to the needs of seasonal migrants in the city. They are the ones who come to the city every year, power the engines of the city, but their needs are not really accounted for at all. They are not thought of as a legitimate constituency that is in need of urban public services. So I think that's a big sort of a policy blind spot that we are experiencing, especially in the urban policy making scenario today. Secondly, of course, a major structural reason is that a lot of migrant workers are excluded from enumeration and estimation at different levels, starting from the census and the National Sample Survey, which is not really figured out a way to capture seasonal migration. Even city level mapping exercises do not really classify migrant settlements or consider them as part of their, city plans. So what happens as a result is that they're completely left out of the scope of, urban planning processes. When water lines are laid or when sewage lines are laid, they are outside the fiscal, resources that are deployed for such, facilities in the city today. Thirdly, an important aspect is also that there is a lot of dichotomy between urban governance systems and labor governance systems. So when a migrant worker comes to the city, who is responsible for providing public provisioning to them? Is it the employer and the contractor, or is it the urban, municipal local body? That kind of a dichotomy still exists, and the policy makers are not very clear, or at least the policy paradigm today is not very clear about, who the actual accountability lies with. So it's very easy to wash their hands of this seasonal temporary population who comes to the city regularly but cannot stake any kind of claims, is not part of any kind of claim making process to the urban kind of amenities today in the city. Of course, we see, especially like I live and work in Bangalore, and in a lot of the recent development that we see in Bangalore and in other cities like Pune, a lot of industrial expansion is happening in the urban peripheries. As a result, what happens is that this also kind of spills over to contiguous rural areas. So again, the whole question of governance of public provisioning for migrants becomes very muddled, because rural areas, all these big industrial parks exist in rural taluks, where the panchayats don't have the mandate or the capacity or the systems to provide large-scale public provisioning. Like, for example, these are filthy areas, very unsanitary for living and disproportionately occupied by migrant workforce who come there and live there, lakhs and lakhs of people who come from all parts of the country and work in Bangalore in the peripheries. So I think these are some of the complexities that really drive the experiences of migrant workers. This is, of course, circumscribed by the fact that migrant workers do not have a political voice in the city. They don't have voting rights. So there's no political leveraging that can happen for them to stake claims to some of these resources in the city. So what they rely on is very informal networks with other urban poor. Like, for example, they set up relationships with the watchman of an apartment complex or the security guard of a park, so that every day they have access to things like water. They're able to access toilets in the parks or in the apartment complexes. So it's a network of simultaneous patronage and exploitation that the watchman also charges a hafta or a commission in exchange for letting them use these services. So I think it's a complex sort of interplay of different stakeholders who have different incentives in their engagement with migrant workers. So just to conclude, I would just like to say that going forward, it's really imperative that the urban planning process in the country is sensitive to the needs of migrant workers and considers them a critical, legitimate constituency that is in need of some of these urban public services. Of course, climate change and scorching heats, heat waves, lack of drinking water access, all of this is also impacting migrant workers on a large scale, especially because our cities are becoming more and more concretized. The groundwater resources are not getting recharged. So I think this is disproportionately again affecting urban peripheries and availability of public provisioning there, where migrant workers live in huge industrial sort of dense kind of clusters. So I think so again, that's why it's important for urban planning processes to take into account the needs of this unique category, which only then can make urban planning, urban development more participatory, more resilient, because this is a community whose presence in the cities is not going to stop. I think it's irreversible now. The kind of magnitude at which labor migration is happening in the country today is irreversible. So it's imperative that the policymakers take into account the needs of this community, ensure that enumeration happens, and ensure that enumeration of migrant settlements happen at all levels, starting with the city level right up to the national level. It's also important that social rights are delinked from domicile status. Sedentary bias is another issue, where when they don't have domicile status in the city, they are not able to claim a lot of the universal social rights. So it should be delinked from, as an Indian citizen, they should not be asked to prove their reason for existence in the city over and over again for different schemes and different kind of programs. So I think delinking that from the tenure in the city, their domicile status, their employment status in the city is very important. And of course, it's important that employers and the state take responsibility equally for the provision of public services. And for that, it's also important that urban local bodies are able to have more control over their resources and have more control over their processes of planning, so that resources can be really utilized according to the migration flows in their particular context. So if a metro construction is happening and there are lakhs of migrant workers coming into a city, the urban local bodies should have resources at their disposal to really tailor the urban plans according to the needs of this vast population. So I'll stop here and open to more questions.
Thank you, Divya. Also, thank you for staying in time. Dr. Binoy, would you like to talk about how can cities be made more inclusive to these migrant workers?
Thank you. I think globally cities are becoming more and more exclusionary. And you see that the way in the United States elections, the extreme far right, influence is getting very, very clearly prominent. I think this happens all over the world. So when there is a decline in fertility and mortality, the population composition is decided by in-migration or out-migration. So it is now globally, migration is deciding the global politics. So obviously that is why the extreme right wings are prominent in most of the advanced economies where we all thought they were all very inclusive. So I think this is a setting where we are discussing migration and inclusive, migrant inclusive governance or development in Indian cities. To me, broadly, the urban poor is none other than the rural poor who has migrated to the cities for a livelihood. And connecting land, then migration and climate change, I think there is hardly anything left after two experts already discussed this in detail. So I would touch upon the broad streams of migration and how people are different. So in these streams are different. Primarily, there is this forced migration and voluntary migration. Now, the people who are forced to migrate are much more vulnerable in the cities compared to those who migrate voluntarily. Particularly the case of refugees. So if people, in the case of housing and land, it is very particular in the case of refugees. People from other countries who have come with hardly any right, not even recognized by the UNHCR because India is not party to most of the regulations or provisions for the welfare of the refugees. So if we consider the cities or the migrants in the cities, the refugees are the most vulnerable people in any of the Indian cities in terms of their access to housing or access to livelihood, access to justice or everything. So then comes internally displaced people. So we have a lot of people who have displaced due to several reasons, including impact of climate change. So these people are many a times these are people who are not able to exercise any choice in terms of taking up a livelihood in a destination. In fact, in Kerala, we even have traditional fishers from Sundarbans coming and working in the marine fishing. So in the deep sea trawlers, it's mostly, we have traditional fishers from 5 Indian states working in Kerala in just that sector alone. This is the case of forced migration. So internally displaced people or refugees are the most vulnerable in terms of any entitlement of a migrant. And primarily in India, migration is a fundamental right, which most of us do not recognize. So you have a right to move, reside, and work in any part of the country, which when it comes to migrants, you are treated as second-class citizens. Now, among the voluntary migrants, I mean, there is this permanent migrants and temporary migrants, those people who come and settle, like most of us who come to the city and settle, and those who come for work because there is anything that they are able to take up at the native places. So Professor Bhagat and one of his students has done a study which very clearly articulates that the migration of the landless, the BPL or the people who are into agriculture is 10 to 15 times larger compared to the migration of the others. And as Divya mentioned, most of these people are from Adivasi, Dalit or religious minority communities who take up the vocations that the natives generally tend to avoid. Now, when it comes to housing, what is affordable to migrants is a question. So most of these people prefer not to come to the cities and work. From our research, what they say is if they get a monthly regular income of 10 to 15,000, most of these people do not wish to come to the cities. But it is obvious that they will have to come to the cities. And in our recent study in Ganjam with Gram Vikas, in a block called Surada, the average local income in the native place is 1,500 rupees, with which how will a family survive? It could also be because of a heavy migration that there is hardly anyone to work in the, and the migration rate is, you wouldn't believe, it's 74%. So 7 out of every 10 household has a migrant, and 18 crores is monthly remittance to that particular block alone. So this is the level of migration in many parts. So the maturation of migration differs by the composition of the people in the source areas. Like say Kalahandi, it is more relatively of a recent origin compared to Ganjam, where there is a historical level of migration. Now, when these temporary migrants come to the city, it's only a minority who would want to claim a permanent housing, whereas most people require temporary housing, which is not considered generally in the urban planning. And now, where do people live? What is available for these people? It's hardly, I mean, there is this affordable rental housing scheme which we talk about, but there is hardly any uptake in the country on this affordable rental housing in any of the Indian cities. And whatever affordable rental housing is there goes to the natives in some form or the other. I think somebody was talking about the Maharashtra example, where such dwelling units go to natives compared to the others. Now, what is available is vacant places or places which are highly vulnerable to impact of climate change. One other factor which I wanted to tell or highlight here is, irrespective of climate change, labor migration will increase, because the youth obviously wouldn't want to stay in the villages and do agriculture at the rate of say 200 rupees or 300 rupees. If there is a potential of quick intergenerational social mobility, if there is a quick money, youngsters will obviously go for that. So irrespective of an impact of climate change, people are going to migrate. Now, where do they go? They can only come to the cities. And how do we ensure housing for these people? So there are different type of migrant communities. Like there are families, more and more families are now migrating compared to, and they're traveling 2,000, 3,000 kilometers to come to destinations. And if you ask most of the migrant workers, how long would you plan to stay at a destination, they would say we are undecided. And staying at a particular destination is also not decided. So this, depending on their ethnicity. So what we see is from Orissa, the OBCs go to Gujarat, whereas the SCs, STs, and Christians come to southern Indian states. So there is a clear, there are clear markers of how migration is evolving. So obviously, when we come to the right to the city, there is hardly any such right currently available, primarily because of documentation related to their existence in the city. So most of these people, while as Divya mentioned, are paying much higher rent rates than many of us are paying when we convert it into a per capita rent. At the same time, almost 90-95% do not get any documentation of such a rental agreement. So even if they have been there for say 10 years or 15 years, there is no document to prove their existence in the city. So as a result, when it comes to housing, even if they would like to buy a piece of land, it's almost impossible. When people are landless, and we have also seen that when they come to the cities and if there is a case and the court asks even for a bail, they have to show the pata related documents, which they cannot produce. So there are so many issues related to their invisibility in the city, right from the existence or their duration of residence or even residence in the city. So which in turn will exclude them from almost all the schemes of the urban local body, which they would first want a certificate from the ward councillor to show that okay, this person has been residing here for so many years. So it starts, the exclusion related to housing starts with such a proving their existence in the city. And when it comes to living in open spaces, there is hardly very few choices for these people. So they live in open areas, and if they live in open areas, their housing can be very minimal, primarily because anytime it can be evicted. If they invest substantially, this money is going to go for a toss the moment the corporation vehicle comes and then takes away all their belongings. So they use minimal material or minimalistic stuff, because once in a few weeks or months it happens. I witnessed it in Trombe, many societies. So in terms of expectation from the government, we all know that government wouldn't be able to provide housing to everybody, and that is not expected also. But at the same time, government can play as a regulator, which is not happening even in the city. So if there is a way government is able to, or the urban local bodies are able to regulate the rent or intervening in terms of ensuring affordable housing for migrants, that will be a good start, I feel. Coming back to climate change, I would say that although we say there is climate induced migration, climate has actually intensified the existing migration. So there has been a substantial level of migration from areas which are already vulnerable. People have been depending on nature-based livelihoods, and when the more we come to know about it, agriculture, majority of the people are doing agriculture, but agriculture is not getting people money. Agriculture is not, they are not earning income from agriculture. Most of the people in many areas where we have been doing research in rural areas, their major source of income is non-agricultural daily wage labor, and this non-agricultural daily wage is hard to come by. So the only option for people for any catastrophic out-of-pocket expenditure is to either to borrow money from a moneylender or to migrate. So migration will to urban areas will be much more substantial in the coming years, and I think we need to seriously think about ensuring the right to the city for migrants, taking into consideration of the ethnic issues, then the type of migration, whether it's forced migration or voluntary migration. There are gender related concerns to be addressed. So it is very important to have people in source areas also different options, so that they are able to take a considered decision whether or not to migrate. Even if they are not able to migrate, there should be option for them at native places, which currently I'm afraid are not there. I've been asking many experts about economies on what do you think is the future of livelihood for rural India, and most people do not have a solid answer about it. So I think also at the same time, the source states, most of the states see migration as a problem, whereas some of us see migration as probably the only solution for. It's actually migrating out of poverty, not just migrating from a place to. So I would conclude my reflections here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Binoy, for putting together why the right to the city doesn't actually really materialize, doesn't exist, it doesn't materialize. So, we've been talking in the previous session, in this session, a lot about how people from scheduled caste categories migrate a lot more, are forced to migrate a lot more. Scheduled tribes also migrate a lot more. These are distress migration. But I think a lens that we've been missing is the gender lens to it. And I would request Professor Bhagat, maybe if you could reflect on, and both of you also, Divya and Dr. Binoy, on is there a gender aspect to migration and to how they are received in the city, as well as to also reflect on land relations when it comes to gender, because we have a patriarchal society, land is generally held by men. So including rural areas and urban areas in their translocal lives, how does gender relationship to land play a role?
You have raised very important question. Gender is also a form of inequality, and how gender and patriarchy is sustained. If you look at, people talk of various things, power, education, culture, etc. But at the heart of the gender, there is a concept of mobility and immobility. Right to mobile is a very important part of our capability. And mobility is the foundation of migration. This is the epistemological basis of migration. Mobility, including mobility within our household. What happens when we age, become old age? We are not mobile. We are dependent on somebody. Our mobility is somehow decimated. So what happens, how gender is constructed? You look at the mobility, right to mobile, or the mobility is part of the human capability. It's snatched through patriarchy. Then comes in our situation, marriage migration, where you have to change the locality. It is not neo-local, it should be patri-local. You leave the parents' household, go to the husband's household. Another way of immobilizing, immobility. It is not restricted to only gender. It is, in our system, gender, caste, class, all are intersecting, overlapping. So what is caste? Caste should be looked from the, again, lens of the mobility and immobility. Who was mobile? If you see historically, the priestly class going to one place to another to serve the judgment. Trading community, the goods and services were produced, and then the trading community was mobile, and that's how you find the surnames. And there are communities which are different parts of the country, and particularly in the cities. And the warrior class, mobile, going, invading, capturing. Who were not mobile? The traditional, the lower caste, what we call scheduled caste today. There was no right to mobile. They are tied to land. Similar type of situation by there in Europe, serfs. So what did capitalism do? Capitalism brought freedom. So if you see the mobility, once the mobility is provided, right to mobility, then how we can provide mobility? Education. What is education? If women are educated, what happens? They acquire the right to be mobile. Occupation, and then choice of marriage, partner. Now, all these are part of, I think, mobility, and then migration becomes, I think, one form where there is a change of residence. So this is what I like to say. Thank you.
Can I add? Yeah. So I think, Deepika, I think that's a very important dimension also to look at when we analyze, migration choices as well as the experiences of migration, migrants in cities. So at least in the rural areas in southern Rajasthan, where Ajivika Bureau has long-standing experience, even in the 15 years that I have been engaged in the source, we have seen changes in migration patterns where earlier, migrants used to be predominantly single male, with the degradation of, rural livelihoods. For example, there's Mahi River, which gives, water for agriculture in Banswara district in southern Rajasthan. And Mahi ka pani has actually, dwindled over the years, because of which family migration has started to happen. So an area which earlier used to send single males to cities such as Ahmedabad and Surat in Gujarat, which is right across the border. It's a 4-5 hour bus ride. Now women have also started to migrate, because earlier, when men used to migrate, women used to stay back and take care of the whatever little land holding. Even tribal households have a little bit of land holding in southern Rajasthan. So whatever little land there was, whatever little livestock there was. So of course, there is always this angle of triple burden on the women, even when they're staying back. For example, taking care of productive kind of responsibilities, reproductive chores at the house, taking care of the elderly and the children at the same time because the husband is not there, and also negotiating with the public life in the rural areas, which they were not trained to do or not conditioned to do otherwise. So all that aspect is there, and now because of the dwindling sort of natural resource base owing to climate change and other factors, they are having to migrate to cities, where again they have to participate in a very very compromised labor market. In construction sector, for example, we see couples migrating as a jodi. So it's called the jodi system, where the husband and the wife are employed together by the same contractor, but payment is only made for 1.5 units of labor. A woman is not even considered as a full unit of labor. So we are talking about extremely unequal and extremely kind of unskilled, very suboptimal conditions of work, even at the destination for women, and paid to the male. Yeah, of course, the men get the payment in cash, and the woman does not even have access to the money itself. Plus, if they are construction workers and they're moving from one construction site to another, they're forced to reproduce that household very frugally, from one side to another. Like whatever little belongings they have to, tie it up, move to the next site, and then, they take care of firewood, find regular water for cooking, find, an arrangement for children when they go along with the husband. So women are really impacted very, very harshly at both source and destination ends, and it's really made much more complicated now because of the intensification of climate change related factors that Binoy was also talking about.
I think there have been, Deepika, plus and minuses. In the rural areas, there is a feminization of agriculture when the men move to the city, single male migrants move to the cities. Now, when women move to the cities, they move as part of the family, and they move as a group to work in the garment sector or fish processing, etc. Or they are taken as individuals to work as domestic help, and so every type of migration has its own vulnerabilities. Say, for example, if a person goes as a domestic help from Jharkhand to Delhi to work in somebody's, she is totally invisible to the systems, and will be working and living in somebody's house, and is highly vulnerable to all sort of exploitations, and even the wages will not be paid to her, maybe to an intermediary. So that's the sort of vulnerability some people have. And if it's a single woman with kids, it's very difficult to get a housing in destinations. And sometimes even women end up, having a partner, local partner, primarily for accommodation. Otherwise, accommodation is not given to women. So those sort of vulnerabilities are also there. Now, women who go as groups, they are actually confined mostly to their workplaces and in the pretext of ensuring their safety. So even moving, coming out from their workspace where they are also made to stay is very difficult for such workers. And but at the same time, it is actually a great opportunity for improved access to care if they are able to avail that care, because moving from rural areas to urban areas transforms the opportunity to access education, health care, and other services if people are able to avail these services. For example, in Kerala, in the university exams, a daughter of a migrant worker from Bihar was the topper. Yeah, and there are so many girls who were able to do very well in the academics, in the schools, and if they were at their native places, they probably would have been mothers of 3 or 4. And many of them say, please don't, make my family go back because I won't be able to continue my studies and will have to, quickly there will be a marriage and and mobility of women also stop with generally with the marriages. So even if there are so many young women who are actually liberated. So by moving to urban destinations, if they earn and they become, they are also they become part of the decision making even at their native also, because they are an economic contributor. And I have seen a lot of girls, proudly strolling with the trolley, coming back from a garment factory which they have been working, taking a flight back to, and getting down in Ranchi. But these are isolated cases, and also there is this caste dynamics also playing in migration. What we've been observing is that if there is a high level of migration from the the advantageous caste, the proportion of female migrants will be much lesser compared to the Adivasis or Dalits. And the more such men migrate, the less they want their women to move. So, and at the same time, it could also be distress, and it is also, I mean, women from Adivasi communities, if are seen to be migrating more compared to the OBCs or other, unless it is migration for education or for taking up this formal job. So it's a mix actually, but if it's safe, it provides a lot of opportunities to break the barriers related to gender, then caste, and women are able to access a lot of services, and it really helps people to accelerate their intergenerational social mobility.
I'm really loving how the three panelists have, it seems like you're talking at three different levels to explain the same thing. And I appreciate how it is coming together and how to show that it is really complex. As there's not just one side to it, there are multiple facets to it. I wish we had like a whiteboard where we could draw this. Between the three of you, the picture that you have drawn of gender is very interesting. I'm myself trained as a town planner. I have worked for several years understanding how do the land governance systems work. And I'm trying to continuously reflect as you're thinking on how our urban cities, the urban planning system particularly, can respond better to to the way our city demography is changing. And Divya, you've put together in your introductory remarks a very good list of things that can be done, including, so the first thing is we enumerate, which Binoy also mentioned, that you enumerate, then you de-link it from tenure. But also coming from the rural experience and overall India's fascination with land is that we link it so much to our identity, of the identity of the communities. So then when it becomes a difficult question So one is linked to the identity of the community. It is also linked very deeply to the question of domicile, like you mentioned. And it is the land ownership is linked, ownership particularly, not renting, is linked to who is defined as a citizen, particularly in an urban area. And it's very difficult to untangle this mess because land ownership is deeply entrenched into the systems of basic systems of how our cities and even our villages are structured. Do you have any radical solutions to address this? I know denumerate, dealing, enumerate.
I think you have raised a lot of issues, and particularly uh, land rights, land relation. It has been part of the social structure traditionally, and it was part of status. Now it is getting monetized. There is a market for land. But one reality that is emerging in the country, that there is a growing landlessness, and also the size of land holding is extremely, extremely small, particularly this Gangetic Valley. So when we are talking about land rights, it's particularly more important for the tribal or the hilly areas where there was community rights or common property resources. And they're actually happening how forces of urbanization um, is dispossessing people. So mining activity or construction activity or dams or etc. What one can use the phrase of some scholar, accumulation by disposition. Now, this leading to environmental degradation, this is leading to displacement, and of course, displacement is a forced migration. So, land, of course, important, but for large part of the rural area, I think land, the issue of land has very minimal importance. And if you look at what is they are getting in return in terms of output, sometimes farmers are at loss, negative output or negative income. And you see the GDP, 14% GDP coming from agriculture. So somehow it is sustained, subsidized by the government, and that is how exclusion or citizenship rights become important. But then the solutions that are advanced, I think it has serious limitation. What is solution? Increase farm output, increase income of the farmers. How can you increase income of the farmers by increasing the output, agricultural productivity? Where is the market? How much is the demand? If India is producing 350 million tons of food grains, and that is sufficient, if something 400 or 500 million tons are produced, what is going to happen? Is there a market? Over and above, there is a climate, weather related, etc. All these things, problems are there. So where is the solution? Solution is about, not about land rights, space rights. Not land relation, space relation. How to create a new types of space rights and space relations. It is through model of urbanization. Model of urbanization which is inclusive, which is transformative, which can give jobs to the farmers' sons and daughters. And there was a model, and we have been very half-heartedly using it. And that model, you know, very simple, Pura, providing urban amenities to rural area by our former president, Abdul Kalam. But then this has been tweaked, this has been sidelined, marginalized, it became sectoral. Now it is called Syama Prasad Mukherjee Urban Mission. Now what is that? How urbanization can become a means of rural development. How rural income you cannot increase unless urbanize. That's urban, but the model of urbanization, not the production of space, not the creation of wealth and inequality, but creating livelihood, income, but then transforming through urbanization. So urbanization has something very potential and transformative inherent character, and that is what is the agglomeration economies. services cluster together and it creates agglomeration economy. Production becomes cheaper. There is a bigger market. So therefore, how to urbanize in a sustainable and inclusive manner our vast area, whether you call it urbanization or call it development, but this is a spatial model. Pura is a spatial model of development, inclusiveness, safeguarding nature, etc. So this is how land rights to space rights to from land relation to spatial relation becomes very important.
I think there are certainly ways we improve the rights of migrants to the city. I mean, in our demographic advancement, the lessons from Japan, there is no one in Japan who would prefer to stay in rural Japan. So everybody is migrating to Osaka or Tokyo, and even in rural areas, there is a shortage of labor. So Japan has never been that open to migration, but they have been, actively looking at what are the ways people can be engaged from other countries. Now, states in the south are also on the verge of population related decline, at least in the Kerala is on the verge of a decline. There are two states where there is two districts with a negative growth rate. Now, this is also an opportunity for migrants, particularly our schools. In Kerala schools, there is very not even in schools. I think in even universities have a lot of seats vacant. It is also because of not just demographic advancement, it's also migration of youth to other places. But these also offer opportunities for people from other parts of the country to come work and avail the services, and there is also a diffusion of development. But what is required in these places, because of this sort of xenophobia people are experiencing, so to us who are practitioners who work on the ground, most of the challenges or problems faced by the migrants cannot be addressed by intervening with migrants, but with the receiving societies. So most of the people who exploit in terms of wages or providing housing or discriminating are not migrants but people from the receiving societies. So our interventions need to focus on these people, including the town planners, I would say, to sensitize them on how important or how vital a role migrants play in a city, and how the city or the urban centers are more dependent on migrant workers than the migrants depending on a city. So they have the options of going to the other cities. So that's why in the during the lockdown, the Karnataka chief minister or many states reached out to source state, can we send people to work. So it is the cities do not realize how desperate the cities are, or how desperate they have, or how acute is the labor shortage, and how it is a win-win for not just the cities but also for the migrants, and it substantially even contributes to the adaptation to climate change in the source areas. Not just in the case of the households from which there are migrants, but there is a cascading impact on the entire village economy by the utilization of the remittances. So I think we need to seriously intervene to transform the receiving societies to appreciate and recognize the right of the migrants. And this particularly is important in the case of the urban local bodies, where from the newly elected representatives to the bureaucracy, or even residents associations who say migrants we need for work, but they shouldn't be residing in our area. So these have to change, and then obviously it will have a cascading impact on everybody.
Thank you. We'll now open for questions. If you have any questions.
Well,
So quite a good number of issues have been discussed. Most of these issues are actually widely discussed for the past 2-3 decades. Now, how to theorize and how to find ways to help these migrants is the key issue. Now, in fact, we have been talking about caste class nexus in the context of migration and migrant workers. You can broadly classify them as forced or what I would call the distress-induced migrants. The second one is voluntary and what I would call them the prosperity-induced migrants. While the prosperity-induced migrants or voluntary migrants are welcome into the cities and they are absorbed into the urbanization process, the other ones, whom I call distress-induced migrants, are forced for the sake of seeking jobs and seeking livelihoods. When they come in, they are not wanted. Therefore, they are neglected, they are denied access, and therefore they have to seek asylum of staying somewhere, wherever they get space. Okay, it could be some polluted river banks or whatever, or all neglected places, where people cannot stay, which means their living space, the per capita living space is 3 square feet, 4 square feet, 10 people in 100 square feet. You know what their living conditions are. And who really contributes to global warming induced climate change? Not these guys, the other ones, because they want big living space, parking space for their cars or their industries, all over, everything else. While the other one is considered the rich, considered the contributors to the GDP, what you call the GDP, the other ones are not contributors to the GDP. Is it true? Is it how we really recognize them? Is it right? Is it humane approach? I would say no, not at all. The other ones, the most neglected, are more vibrantly contributing to GDP by giving the labor force. Suppose there is a disaster in a city due to urban flood. Who contributes to urban mitigation? Who contributes? Who gives relief to the rich from the flood mitigation, from the flood disaster? It is these workers who are already most vulnerable and affected due to climate change are the ones who really help them out in giving them the relief from the flood or any other disaster. So how do you theorize this? I would think that there are institutions. There are 4 I categorize, I give, I distribute, I divide the whole society into 4 categories. One is the institution. This institution's role is to formalize, institutionalize the rich and the migrants. Okay, their encroachments are formalized, the land grab is formalized, everything is formalized. And the other one is market, which facilitates, absorbs them. So there is a nexus between institutions and the market. The third category, I would say, is the activists, researchers, the people who really may create noises, people like us. We are all part of that group. We are noise makers. Put 1 step forward and 2 steps backward. Some people get absorbed into the system also. The 4th category are called the fatalists. These fatalists are the real poor, distress-induced, involuntary, who contributes to disaster mitigation, workers, most neglected. Now, this is a situation when every bit of the investment on urban infrastructure or industrial development or whatever is not helping them but exploit the labor services. How do you help? This is how we theorize. What is the way out?
entirely agree with you, and I add what you have said. A little bit I'll like to differ with you also. These migrants are actually city makers. We shouldn't call them migrant. They are city makers. I also made a statement. Tell me any city which is not made by migration or migrants, whether New York or Mumbai or Tokyo. Cities are the products of migration. But then where is the native comes into? So this this point I have told earlier also. So they are actually the city makers. Now, distress migration. It now at the moment, from what I see, this concept is doing lot of harm. Distress migration. When we say distress migration, we have an imagination. What is that imagination? Somebody who is hungry in the village, they boards the train, comes into Mumbai. No longer it is true. It may be true in 60s and 70s, where there were open spaces in Mumbai where they can put a hut or tenement and live. Each and every parcel of land is well guarded. So who is migrating? Somebody is migrating from rural area, maybe a distress or something like that, how we define, but not a person who is hungry, who has lost everything, who has some agency, who has some network, who has some aspiration that yes, I cannot accept 200 rupees in Manrega. I want to earn 400 and 500 rupees. And then they come here, there is a network. Migration is driven by network. Without network, somebody coming alone or few family and just living in the pavement, after few months, they will die. So it's maybe mortality and morbidity that will take over. So this is the distress migration to be seen. So these people who are there in the city, driven by agency, driven by aspirations, they are marginalized. What you said, correct. They are actually creating the wealth. And then who is appropriating the wealth? And that's why the concept of right to city, what Vinay has raised, and that is very important. And right to city means the local democracy. Now, democracy, how to strengthen democracy, that is the issue. That is the fundamental issue. And cities are something that the boundaries are created by human beings. When we say, oh, lot of density, lot of people are there, how we define city? Cities are actually the spaces, there is no boundary. When we municipalize, we draw the boundary, we say, oh, this is the city. So that's the concept of city. City is an expanding spaces. There is no boundary. It is the administrative and political processes that create the city. And then people come into the relationship with the state, and the state has a responsibility. So the point I am telling you, there is no democracy comes in a nation when there is a democracy from the below. And then who owns the city? It is very well connected with right to the city. Who owns the city? These people own the city who are marginalized. So actually the local democracy is very, very important. And now it is time to think the importance of city, not only in economic growth, but it is in the political process. Let me also tell you, the nation is born in the cities. If you look at historically, our ancient republic, or whether also the republic in Greece, Athens, Sparta, or our in Vaisali we have the Birges and Likshavis, the ancient republics. There were cities, and then cities were very important. And it is city, citizenship, civilization. If you see the word, so actually cities are very important where citizens are produced. How we make citizens? So we are not able to make citizens because they are deprived of education, they are deprived of access to healthcare, and of course the migrants are the most marginalized group of people. So this is now the larger question of citizenship, how we build city, and for that local democracy is very important. And to begin with, 74th Amendment to the Constitution should be implemented, letter and spirit, in spite of failures. There may be failure, there may be something very bad happening, but that doesn't mean that the essentially 74th Amendment is wrong or some problem is there. It is something that one has to, and it has started, but it has not started with full force.
With that, we'll close this particular session because we are quite late for lunch. Thank you to all three of you, Professor Bhagat, Divya, Dr. Binoy. Thank you for putting together your thoughts. And most importantly, I would like to thank ILDC for giving us the platform so that we could discuss these ideas. And thank you for being a wonderful audience. If you have any burning questions, we request you to please approach the panelists during lunch. Thank you.
A couple of announcements again. So post-lunch, there are going to be 2 plenary sessions, and there are tea and coffee breaks arranged in between them. Please don't carry any drinks or coffee bottle, drinks or any kind of plastic bottles inside the auditorium. And there's a group photo that is planned to be taken in between. So please be present for that in the auditorium. And after the plenaries, we are going to have a conference dinner at Sutherland Residency, for which the buses will start at 7 p.m. So kindly be ready for that. Thank you.
Also, there is one more, announcement that the Gauri play will take place in the open claiming space. So we request all of you to, proceed after the lunch. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. At what time? 7 p.m. sir. From here. From here. From here, sir. Yeah. Up to 7 we have sessions. No, not session. It's a conference dinner where
Here, up to 7, what?
we have plenary sessions, sir, in the auditorium. So after lunch, you are supposed to go to the auditorium, Shanti Niketan. You can follow people. They'll be walking towards that.
You mean the afternoon is only plenary session?
Yeah, only plenary sessions. 2 of them are there.
4 o'clock onwards. 3.
Sir, just after lunch. So basically, I think
Up to
2
7.
onwards. Up to 7. Sir.
फास्ट चार्जिंग होते इथले पॅकअप करूनच पॅकअप कशाला इथं परत आहे इथं परत नाहीये इथे परत नाहीये ना डायरेक्ट तिकडेच येतो तशी काय म्हणते इथून पॅक करूनच नाही तिकडे एंड आहे का पथनाट्य पथनाट्य चालू आहे त्यांचं पॅक करूनच निघायचं तर काय परत कशाला यायचं मी कॉपी करू पहिलं 64 32 पहिलं टाकलं मग अवघड होऊ शकते ना आता तिथे नाही ट्रायपॉड ट्रायपॉड म्हणलं डोकं फिरवणार 2 सेक्शन ते हेड सर्व्हिसिंग केलं की होईल माझ्या ऑनलाईन आता ते म्हणतात मुंबईला जाऊन सर्व्हिसिंग करून आले हा फ्लॅश तुमच्याकडे नाही रे साधा फ्लॅश येतो गडच होतं काहीतरी व्यवस्थित केलं नाही का हॅलो हॅलो
Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, mic check. Hello. Hello. Hello, mic check.
एक बार मैं सर को बोलूँ, सर चेक करेंगे, मेरे को इसका आइडिया नहीं है। हाँ, ये प्ले कर देना, मेरे ख्याल से आप लगा भी दो।
यही है ना सर वीडियो? ठीक है, मैं
4 मिनट का है ना?
हाँ, ठीक, मैं कॉपी करके रख देता हूँ।
हाँ, ठीक।
Do you have space to stand? Thank you. I'll just stand a bit. You toilet? Toilet. Is that okay? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we can.
Both of us?
Yeah.
ठीक है, एक ही चलेगा।
Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to the Dr. Huck Memorial Lectures on day 2 of the 8th India Land and Development Conference. It is a true privilege to gather here as we honor Dr. Tajamul Huck, a visionary whose contributions have profoundly shaped the domains of land governance and agricultural policy in India.
With Dr. Huck's passing in 2021, India lost a brilliant leader whose life's work transcended disciplinary boundaries and touched the lives of millions across India's fields, forests, and villages. Known as a people's economist, Dr. Huck dedicated his life to championing the rights of agrarian communities and embedded his deeply held values into impactful reforms. His passing leaves a deep void. This resonates with people and institutions, both from the heart of rural homesteads as well as to the corridors of policy making.
Today's gathering marks the 8th edition of the ILDC, a testament to Dr. Huck's enduring legacy as the conference founding chair. His vision for ILDC was to foster a space for dialogue and collaborations which shape innovative approaches for land governance and development in India. We are here in no small part because of his foundational contributions to this field.
To honor his remarkable journey, we invite you all to turn your attention to the screen for a special video tribute that celebrates the extraordinary life, work, and enduring impact of Dr. Tajammul Huck.
Land policies mean all aspects of land policies, land records, land leasing, management of land, and how we resolve conflicts, all kinds of things that are related to land policies. And in this particular conference this is the first ever attempt in India to organize this kind of event where we are first of all trying to create a forum in which both government and non-government organizations come together and discuss some of the key and critical land issues. And one of the critical land issues we have suggested, the number one is regular updation and digitization of land record. Because without appropriate land record and up-to-date land record, personally we feel that no investment will come in the agriculture sector or even in the rural sector for other agro-industrial development and all that. Second thing is, land rights of women is equally important because globally and also in India, this is in a very bad shape. And unless you give secure and equal land rights to women, they are not able to contribute much to productivity growth in agriculture and also outside agriculture. Third is land leasing reform. Like we are trying to frame a legal framework and institutional arrangement by way of which the leasing will be legal by all categories of farmers and landowners, and particularly for agriculture, allied activities, including agro-processing. I think this should be allowed now. This particular conference, India Land and Development Conference, we are holding for the last 4 years, and the focus is on discussing some of the key challenges of land governance in India, because as you know, India is at least planning to move faster than we are having presently in terms of economic growth, in terms of the size of the economy, and for that I think land governance issues are quite important. And the government of India already has thought of implementing some key land policy reforms, including land leasing reform, and also some exercise is being done for seeing how we can implement conclusive land titling.
Following that touching tribute, we now turn to the core of today's program, the Huck Memorial Lectures. Mr. Deepak Sanan, former Additional Chief Secretary of Himachal Pradesh and advisor to the ILDC, will serve as the chair for this session and guide our discussions.
Our first distinguished speaker is Professor Gautam Bhan, Associate Dean at the School of Human Development at the Indian Institute for Human Settlements. Echoing Dr. Huck's commitments, Dr. Bhan will be sharing insights on affordable, sustainable, and inclusive housing and land policy. We're also pleased to share that Dr. Bhan's latest book, titled Cities Rethought, A New Urban Disposition, is available right outside the Shantiniketan auditorium for all those who are interested in deepening their understanding of urban governance. And for now, please join us in welcoming him on the stage.
I don't need this. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here, and my thanks to the ILDC for this invitation to address you. I'll get straight to it. So I've been asked today to speak about the question of affordable housing. And I'm going to speak about it in the place that I know something about, which is urban India and its cities. I'll do something very simple. I want to offer you 3 elements in which to think about the question of affordable housing, offer a set of practices, not in too much detail, in the ways I think we should move forward, and leave you with one provocation of a realization that I have been coming to, which will, I can tell you now, seem far-fetched, utopian, and idealistic, which is exactly what I want it to be. So the way I want to do this is to take you through very quickly, and I'll just give you one small data point for each of these, affordability. So if you're going to think about this, I want to take us through actually what the status of urban housing markets in India are, before I tell you what we should do about them. I'm going to call this story 11 and 6.5, okay? I want you to just track just these 2 numbers with me. If you look at the Ministry of Housing's record of how costly a house can someone afford, we have one very useful ratio. It came to us from Deepak Parekh, founder of HDFC Bank, who was chairing the ministry's committee on set, give us a metric for affordability. They said something very simple, and by the way, if you ever apply to a bank for a home loan in India, this is how they judge whether to give it to you or not. 1:5. Every household can afford or should afford a house that is 5 times their annual income. If you make more than that, it takes too much out of you, you'll default on your loan, you won't be able to use your assets, right? So if you make 1 lakh annual household income, 5 lakhs is the maximum part of your house. So the first story simply is, if it's affordable housing, what is the measure of affordability, right? You can talk to any single person in India and they will tell you, no matter where they live, that they cannot afford the house they want. Not all of that affordability is a housing policy problem. So how much money do Indians make? And what is the housing stock that should exist in our cities? Here's the number. So what you're seeing on the left is money, annual is household income for people in million-plus cities, okay? I just want you to see this, million-plus cities. So these are our biggest cities, our richest cities. This is the best-case scenario of affordability, okay? I'll do the maths for you myself. Two numbers. 8 of every 10 Indians make less than 2.2 lakh annual household income, which means they can't afford a house more than 11 lakhs. 4 of every 10 urban Indians in million-plus cities cannot afford a house more than 6.5, hence the story, 11 and 6.5. I want you to take 1 minute and think of the city where you came from and imagine the house you will get for less than 6.5 lakhs. Imagine what it's made of. Imagine what the census would call material of roof and wall and tile. Imagine where it is in the city. Now imagine 11 lakhs. Now imagine every real estate hoarding you will see from now to Pune airport or railway station, and think about the cost of that house, right? You don't have to take my word for it. Every market analysis, this is Monitor Inclusive Markets, tells us, just look at the top line, 7.5% of Indian urban households engage in the real estate market. The bottom 62% cannot enter the real estate market, right? By the way, this is a very good way to do if you do consulting, which is that note that the bar width of 7.5 and 62 is the same, when actually it's a 7.2 should be a thin sliver. If one of my students gave this to me, I would fail them in Statistics 101, but it's clever. You can ask McKinsey, they tell you the same thing. One of the big things is that if the story is about 6.5 lakhs and the story is about 11 lakhs, all our policy is here. The Reserve Bank of India's definition of priority sector lending for affordable housing includes all houses up to 50 lakhs. Okay? Any kind of measure that thinks about affordability is on the right side of the spectrum. The people are on the left side of the spectrum. I promise you that's a left and right geographical analogy and not a political one. So, second, adequacy. If you cannot afford the house, then where do Indians live? This is the second story. 2 compromises. If you cannot afford to enter the proper formal legal market, you have to make 2 compromises. The first compromise is on the legality of your house. Okay? And I just want you, so now start imagining that under 6 lakh house, and I know many of you imagined it in either an informal settlement or an urban village or a peripheral area or a slum. That's exactly where it is, right? So when you look at this, just pay attention to this number. Best estimations, no more than 50% of India's housing stock is formal. Everything else has some tension with the logics of property, titling, land, or law, which means every one of our cities is full of words that seem so normal to us. Unauthorized colony, informal settlement, JJ cluster, irregular layout, irregular subdivision, NA. These words that we internalize and don't realize that what they tell us is that half of all our housing compromises on its legality, which means it is vulnerable to eviction, vulnerable to demolition, which means that even if you don't worry about the bulldozer showing up at your house, you will not put your money to invest in it. You will not improve it. You will not rely on it as an asset. Because as brokers in Delhi will tell you, sir, is ghar mein na bank ka loan nahi chadta, which is exactly how to find out where an unauthorized colony is. Right? So I want you to think about the first compromise. The second compromise, you know, it's on the actual house. And I'm going to run you through a series of images right now because they're familiar to you. Just look at the way our housing stock looks. And what I want to suggest to you is that it doesn't just look that way because people don't have the money. It's because they cannot spend that money because they have compromised on the legality and formality of their house. Whether they live here, or here, or here, or here, or here. They get better, but they're still always in tension. Or here, or here, or here, or here, or here. Because at the end of the day, this is our housing. Multiple types, endless typologies, and every one of them is inadequate in one way or the other. Just look at the 3 columns. Do they have tenure? Yes, no, mixed, maybe. Didn't have at the beginning but got it later. Have khata A but not B. Have a license but not a lease. Have registry papers but cannot. Have power of attorney. Have something that's always not right in the file, right? Do they have services? Yes, no, mixed. Again, why? Because a water utility does not legally put an individual water tap in an illegal colony. Pani Haq Samiti versus Government of Maharashtra, right? You think about the services where underground drainage cannot be put in an unauthorized colony. So the fact of where services break in our housing is linked to the fact that spatial illegality breaks our infrastructure. It is not just questions of engineering or costs or investment or planning. It is questions of the fact that the second compromise in a broken housing market doesn't just break our homes, it breaks our infrastructure networks, right? And therefore, on the third side, which is the only thing we ever talk about, right, which is the actual dwelling unit of the house, those inadequacies follow. And it is only by compromising on inadequacy that you can make up for the barrier of affordability. So the Government of India report, headed by the Kundu Committee, had one very good line about India's housing question. And they said something very simple. They said, in urban India, affordable housing is inadequate, adequate housing is unaffordable. One line. Affordable housing is inadequate, adequate housing is unaffordable. You have to compromise on one or the other. Our housing question is about tales of trade-offs that working households make in order to be in the city, right? And the last trade-off they make is on the land footprint of that housing. This is a slum map of Delhi. It maps between 670 and 750, every informal settlement in the city, to tell you that all of them together, which is about 15 to 25% of the city's population, live on 0.5% of the city's land. Half. Not 1, not 5, not 10, half. Okay? You may have lots of thought about proportionate justice and how much land can be redistributed, but I wager there is nobody in this room who believes that 20% of the city should live on 0.5% of the city's land, right? And that's the third tacit compromise, that inadequacy concentrates in housing forms that no one should have to live in, okay? The third story is the story of viability, okay? Viability is the distinction between houses not being housing. Every single person, the migration panels before lunch, who comes to the city does not come for quality housing. They come for work. And they will choose housing that gives them proximity to work every single time. So that's my third story, the story of duri and paas hona, proximity. The question of the link between livelihood location and housing location. Real estate folks are very fond of saying location, location, location. Workers also say location, 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 but with a different ethic. Because in order to be close to work, they compromise on the adequacy of their housing. They compromise on the legality of their housing, which means that it is not enough to give the best, most affordable, most adequate house at the edge of the city 25 kilometers from work. Because if you do, this is what happens. Just look at the numbers. Just one snapshot. You can look at it anywhere else. Look at the last row. For all slum rehabilitation buildings built in peripheral locations, the abandonment rate was 70%. And you have every single time heard policymakers ask this question, we're giving pakka housing, we're giving affordable housing, we're giving legal housing. Why are the housing policy facts either vacant or abandoned? It is because housing that is not viable, that is not proximate to work, is not housing that people can actually live in. So these three things, this framework of affordability, adequacy, viability, this is our housing question. And the thing to realize about this question is that they are and conditions and not or conditions. If it is affordable and adequate but not viable, it fails. That's your peripheral pakka resettlement colony. If it's affordable and viable, which is the inner city slum located right next to work, it will fail on adequacy. If it's adequate and viable, which is the house I live in, it will fail on affordability and conditions. Affordable and adequate and viable. This is one of the reasons why housing policy is so difficult to get right, because we keep trying to fix one of these three, but not all of these three. And the truth is the housing question requires all of these three. And every household is making a trade-off between them. There is no utopic way to get all three together. So what we must struggle with as policymakers, as practitioners, as researchers, is what's the acceptable trade-off? How can I minimize the adequacy drop when affordability goes up? How much adequacy am I willing to give up for viability? How much viability am I willing to give up for affordability? We need, as researchers, to understand that different households make these trade-offs differently. So if you give each set of households a capital housing grant of 5 lakhs, they're all going to spend it differently, not because they're inconsistent or illogical or naive or lack awareness, because they make different trade-offs between affordability, adequacy, and viability. And those trade-offs have to be respected and anticipated, because they're not beneficiaries. They are agents and citizens making decisions for their households, right? So, given this, the last part of what I want to do is to give you a sense of what we've been doing. And I'm first going to give you a list of complaints, because I have the mic, and so I have one right to critique, and then I'm going to give you a set of propositions. So bear with me for a second. What I've tried to show you very briefly, and there are 100 more data points, is that state and market failures in urban India define a broken housing market. There is no way to look away from this. And the reason I say it's a broken housing market is because the affordability, adequacy, viability fights are not just for the income poor, but go all the way up to the 80th percentile of our market. That's why the question of 8 of every 10 matters. We talk about illegality and encroachment and only think of the slum, when the unauthorized colony is exactly the same tension with the law. If 50% of the housing stock is formal, which means half of the people are informal in some ways, people are not on the wrong side of the law. The law is on the wrong side of people. Right? If you think about roti, kapda, and makan, you have to mean it. Makan cannot exit stage right while roti and kapda remain social protection and basic needs, and housing becomes a commodity that is only to be turned into real estate. We have to understand the failures of this market. I have neither a deeply pro-state position nor an anti-market position. But I respect markets enough to say that when markets tell me they're not going to reach below 30 lakhs because there's no profit margins, we listen to those markets. We don't pretend the market is going to give us the 6.5 lakh house. We don't pretend the market is going to give us the 11 lakh house, right? And if you ask developers, they would tell you the same thing. So the question then is, how do you act within the broken market? But our problem is that all our policies remain focused on the upper end of affordability. Our definitions of affordable housing on this PMAY, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, beneficiary applications start at 3 lakhs annual household income, 15 lakhs. They go up to 6 lakhs, which is 30 lakhs. It's not 6.5 and 11. It's 15 and 30. And this is our housing for all mission. And so when you get the SMS on your phone, PMAY Yojana ka laabh lijiye, that house is always 27 lakhs, 28 lakhs, 29.99 lakhs. Why? Because 6 into 5 is 30. Because 6 lakhs is the MIG limit, right? So if you cluster to the upper end of affordability, how are you going to reach 6.5 and 11? That's the question we have to ask. Rent remains unrecognized, unregulated, unsupported. We don't have a national rental housing policy. We have barely incentivized low-income rental, though we know that anywhere between 30 and 45% of our workers live on rent. And they live with the most grievous inadequacies. No contracts, no security, no protections, and utterly miserable housing stock, because they have to take what they can get. Right? We have only just begun to recognize shared worker rental housing and PG housing in law. Right? So rent remains a deeply unrecognized form of housing, which has to be one thing we take seriously, because if the ownership market is broken, rent is going to be your dominant market. The focus in all our policies remain on building new units rather than repairing, regularizing, and upgrading. What actually exists today. I cannot emphasize this enough. The other thing the Kundu Committee report said, it gave us a number of housing shortage, 18.98 million units. And it said of those 18.98, 15 were already existing congested housing. Think of that, 15 of 19. It's not endemic homelessness. If people live in inadequate housing, which is affordable to them, reducing that inadequacy is housing policy. And reducing that inadequacy is called upgradation, it's called repair, it's called retrofit. It is a distinction from producing the new 25 square meter, 30 square meter, 40 square meter, 1 BHK, 2 BHK house, which we absolutely must produce. Please don't misunderstand me. But we have to understand the balance between producing new housing and improving existing housing, given that you're trying to reach 8 of every 10 urban Indians. There is no evidence that the best performing state in India can produce enough new housing units to meet our housing shortage. None. There is no reason to believe it is possible. It has to be a balance between repair and upgrade and build and construct. Right now, all we want to do is build and construct. There is the question of maintenance that I will move because of time. The focus remains on units. It seems almost utopic to return the question of land and to remember that the question of housing is the question of wage and the question of housing is the question of land, and I'll come back to this. Location remains absolutely absent in our planning and thought. Affordability seems to be our only criteria of note. So if you look at our housing policy, has to be 30 square meters, has to be this much dimension, this much carpet area, maximum price. Nothing about where it is. And then the repeated viability failures of abandonment return and surprise us. They shouldn't. And while I think that technology and new construction techniques and prefab printing and precast and sustainable materials are absolutely essential, they are good, they must be used, they cannot fix systemic fault lines. Okay? And this is the hill that I will die on very happily. Okay? So, what do? In my last minute, upgrade. The Delhi Development Authority in the last 20 years has demolished more homes than it has built. Demolished more homes than it has built. You can debate encroachment, you can debate illegality, but when your housing authority breaks more than it builds, your housing question is not being solved. Evictions can never be a sound answer in a broken housing market, not if roti and kapda are meant to be with makan. Right? Large-scale upgrading, large-scale land titling is the only way forward that works to recognize the housing that already exists but is inadequate. Odisha has just done the Jaga mission. Karnataka has a history of titling from the 80s, so does Andhra, so do many parts of this country. We have not seen it for a while. I was very happy in the new guidelines of the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana to see one sentence return: land pattas may be given to slum and landless households for improvement. It's a very good line. It may be the only line to hold on to in the entire document, but it is a direction even to see that everyone's recognizing that we cannot build our way out of this problem. Regulate. We've got to get our regulation to focus on the 11 lakh and below part of affordability and not the 30 lakh, 40 lakh problem. I'm going a bit faster. Redistribute. The question of land redistribution, particularly in non-metropolitan urban India, has to be brought back on the table. It can absolutely be a deep fight. Immediately when I say land redistribution, people think of deep Bombay. Please forget Bombay for 5 minutes. Urban India is not Bombay and not Delhi and not Bangalore. There are places where land redistribution is not the fight we imagine. Right? The point is to get our attention to those non-metropolitan urban futures. Recognize, particularly small p private markets. That's not a typo, but a logic. Really use our ability in planning to think about reserving land that protects the affordability in viable locations. Again, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana 2.0 and 1.0 had the notion of the affordable housing zone. Brazil passed a city statute talking about the zone of special social importance. Without reservation through statutory planning documents, we are never, if we do not take some land off the market, every inch of our cities will be real estate. And there is just no way around that question. And it is not a fault of developers. They are doing exactly their job. It is our job to regulate where they can play and where they cannot. In climate change, we are absolutely ready to talk about the limits of land use by creating prohibited zones to protect environmental marshlands. The same logic should apply to socially important land for affordable housing. If we are able in climate change to talk about taking certain land away from use to protect our climate, why are we not able to think about the same technology of governance for affordability and housing justice? It's the exact same logic. How much land should be used for what? It's at the core of our planning function. Invest. If the market cannot go below 25 lakhs, then state investment has to return to the housing sector. There is no other way to think about this, right? There is no other way to reach 6.5 and 11. There are two options we have. Either people's wages grow, and I would love to see it. Until they grow, we have to enter into this segment as states. But states not alone. States with new partnerships. The Building and Construction Workers Shelter Fund for Construction Workers has thousands of unspent crore rupees that have never been used for construction workers' housing. Why? Why are there not partnerships with union organizations, with federations, right? With even religious organizations? How do we think about an expanding set of governance networks that deliver on this housing and not leave it to the state alone? How do we return a set of employer responsibility into the question of housing? The center of Bombay and Calcutta of industrial cities were built around affordable housing around the chawls that were linked to employment and were linked with employers, right? Where is the question of employer responsibility for labor in this moment where we think about that delivery, where people again get rights not as beneficiaries but as workers? And the last is to maintain. So my final slide is to say, this is a tall order. There are many things to do here. I just want to leave the approaches with you to reorient us from questions of focusing on building new units in peripheral locations that are abandoned as a toxic cycle of practice we keep repeating without success, or to return to cycles of forced eviction and demolition that are at the highest that they have been in decades in India. Right? None of these can be the basis of sound housing policy. We have to change our verbs. We have to change our practices. And so the last thought that I have then is what will make us do this? Because let's be frank, neither the political economy, nor our political culture, nor this moment in our social and political history seems to suggest that we care about this fight. Actually, the extent of our urban inequality has been normalized to such an extent that the fact that 8 of 10 of our countrymen and women live in inadequate housing no longer moves us in our hearts. Something has to shift, a moral and political consciousness. Everything else are things that policy experts can tell you how to do. None of this happens if the politics doesn't change. And so my provocation is this. In 1989, one of the largest countrywide mobilizations for a people's right to housing was spread across unions, across workers. It led to a draft bill whose cover you're seeing. The convening drafting committee of this bill was headed by no less than Justice Krishna Iyer. Then advocates Muralidhar, names you will recognize, Venkat Ramani, names you will recognize, were part of it. Justice Potipati of the Madras High Court was part of it. It got a long way. It spoke of the right to adequate housing. It spoke of a constitutional right in the frame. And in 91-92, had Rajiv Gandhi not been assassinated and the world not changed, we may have been living in a very different country. I am not suggesting to you that rights are magical silver wands that make things happen. But I'm suggesting to you when you are in a broken system, sometimes it is only a fight for something like a constitutional right to adequate housing that can push us to start fighting the extent of this fight. And perhaps that is where we should begin. Because currently, where we are, it is not just that we don't have a right, fundamental right to adequate housing in our constitution. It is that the word housing never appears even once in the Indian Constitution. The word shelter never appears even once in the Indian Constitution, not even in the lovely directive principles of state policy. There is a need for a genuine, structural, radical reimagination of what we owe each other as a society and where housing is. Everything else is a technical answer to a political question. And beyond a point, those of us trained in giving technical answers will tell you that they are not enough. So, in closing, I'll say and return to one of the big philosophers of India's anti-caste movement, Gail Omvit, who talked about utopias in this way. And what she said is that utopias are not idealistic dreams. They are a combination of what she called ecstasy and reason. Ecstasy enough to imagine a different world, but reason enough to actually define pathways to get there. My hope is that this is what we do for housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ban, for these valuable insights into creating policies for urban housing that champion both equity and resilience. Just sharing again that you can check out this book that contains Dr. Ban's latest work called Cities Rethought, which is displayed right outside the auditorium. Now, please welcome our next speaker, Ms. Shilpa Kumar, partner at the Omidyar Network India, who will address property inclusivity in the context of climate action.
Good afternoon and thank you. And I just want to say it was lovely to start with that little video of Dr. Huck. And, you know, such an important topic, like Gautam was saying, that it's so critical to everything that, you know, each one of, sorry? Okay. Yeah. No, the land and housing is so critical to what each one of us individually and as a society, of course, feel about. But to have had Dr. Huck champion it, and for Pranab Da to have continued along with the rest of the ILDC team to bring us to this 8th edition, I think that's magnificent. But going back to, you know, the ecstasy that Gautam talked about, I think honestly, land and habitat really is what has shaped us almost as humanity over so many decades and centuries of human civilization. It actually defines how we live, both as individuals, as families, as societies. And the word household really brings to mind rest, nourishment, safety, security that every family needs and deserves. It's also the fulcrum of economic growth. It determines how we earn, how we save. It roots us and also forms the basis of our beliefs and traditions. In India, we call land, you know, by so many different names, but in the end, property is of enormous economic, social, and symbolic relevance. Given the centrality of property, therefore, to each person's life, exactly like Gautam said, a better life cannot be imagined without having a house to live in and a place to work in with security, peace, and dignity. It's also true, exactly, Gautam, like you pointed out, that when you lack such a place, it's often tied very closely with poverty. At Umidiyar Network India, we've actually believed that property as an asset, especially in the hands of low-income families, not only positively impacts them during their lifetime, but also is really a very important pathway to moving out of poverty, allowing families to escape generations of poverty and to move into a much better life. Over the last decade and a half, we have learned and we have worked with very visionary entrepreneurs in this sector, many of whom are here, and have had the privilege of supporting many different interventions and solutions. As we ourselves transition out of India, I just want to draw on some of our learnings of the past 10, 15 years to speak through 3 different lenses. Firstly, just the framework that we found positive in looking at a sector like this. Second, the 2 big global shifts that we are seeing today of urbanization and climatization and the challenges posed by them. And thirdly, what are potential pathways at the intersection of property and climate, and how can funders support this? So last year, we actually took some time to step back and look at our work in the sector and to think of the whole sector, because it is such a complex sector, to try and define what are the various axes of work possible. And we found this framework quite useful, and I thought to begin, I'll share that. We thought of the framework along 3 lines. Firstly, the spectrum of immovable property, which actually is different depending on usages and challenges. And on the one hand, it can be housing, agricultural, commercial, common lands, forest lands, but also basis the right that you have of usage, which is formal and informal, sometimes hereditary allowances, sometimes rights of ways. The second axis was really the kind of interaction an individual has with property. The nature of property itself is complex, but the nature of interactions are also very complex. It could be things to do with succession and ownership, renting, leasing, using and transfer. It could be quality of the property, or it could be enabling structures like access to finance. And each one of these have a very different, very federated structure of operation, institutional frameworks. And navigating this is hard for the best of people, and even harder for those who probably cannot get easy access to some of this. And third, therefore, is really socioeconomic identity, because the state of property inclusivity and access varies so disproportionately across a very diverse range of people, depending on sometimes are you married, not married, which tribe are you from, which part of the country are you from, your interaction with property can be entirely very different. So we found it as funders very useful to think about the 3 axes and to think about, therefore, where can work and support be most meaningful. But the other thing the Look Back report did, which after talking to very many people across the sector and experts, was really to kind of look at the 10-year journey and see what has happened. And I think the interesting part of it was that many positive changes indeed have taken place. We have had developments like the RERA Act, we've had developments like the Digital India Land Record Modernization Program, all of which have given a big positive boost to the sector. But alongside that, actually civil society and grassroots organizations, many of whom are here, many of you who are here, the last mile access to such schemes and increased community involvement has certainly made a very big impact. I think the other thing is information, research and knowledge, building collaborative networks. We ourselves were part of something called Property Rights Research Network, which pulled together many different types of research as part of building this body of knowledge and building body of researchers. And lastly, entrepreneurs who led with technology solutions to drive not just greater adoption of digital technologies, but also maybe better innovation in terms of both affordability and viability of many different solutions. So it's fair to say that the sector has evolved from being very complex and little understood to one where, with the collective efforts, I would say, of everyone in this room, there is higher awareness by civil society, by research communities, by policymakers, and also building out of early solutions. But even as we look back and see all of this, we are currently posed with two very big and significant shifts, urbanization and climatization. I think clearly India is at an inflection point. We are largely an urban society. There is a continuous movement into cities just driven by job aspirations. And all of this is putting greater pressure on life in the city, and I think Gautam spoke extensively about that. The two sides of that coin really is one, the entire balance of nature, environmental degradation, and density of population, which is all at the front lines of many, many climate-driven risk events. But on the other hand, as this pressure is growing, clearly, and the visuals Gautam you showed, clearly talked about how it really affects that 50% which lives on under 10% of the land in the city. But along with that is the other big change, which is climate risks manifesting. We are seeing this manifestation in the form of rising sea levels, extreme heat events, climate disasters, unpredictable weather. And again, it poses a risk for everyone, but particularly for those who are actually, like pointed out earlier, living in inadequate housing. That doesn't really give safety and security. I think property and land, is really the connect with both these trends in a very significant way. On the one hand, you could think about housing itself, dense housing contributing to climate change, given that 37% of global emissions are on account of housing construction, embedded, of course, in the carbon, steel that is used both to build as well as for operational cooling, etc. of buildings. But really, when you kind of go out and look at informal housing, this actually is exacerbated to a very high degree and really putting at risk people to each of the events we spoke about. Climate change related disasters then naturally become a point of displacement for people, pushing people out of homes alongside, of course, facing all of the risks that we talked about. And therefore, when I come to the real crux of this discussion, which ILDC asked me to speak a little bit about, should it be climatization or communitization? I think that answer is a foregone conclusion. Because property itself is such a physical issue, it's such a complex issue, and yet we have climate change, which is already, in a sense, upon us. We need, at this point, to look at solutions at scale, which can also be deployed very fast. But by its very nature, unlike, let's say, what we've done in education or finance, where you can very quickly reduce a lot of things with technology, between an institution and an individual, you cannot do that for land. You cannot do that for housing. Place and habitat needs a broader conceptualization. It has to take into account not just individual need, but needs to be looked at in the context of the village, town, or city structure. We need to think about adequacy, like discussed earlier, with services, sanitation, water, waste management. All of this needs a very much broader approach than we take for some of the other challenges that we are faced with. And also needs maybe iterative, responsive kind of solutions to work with. In this, actually, the community is the most important. You cannot have solutions which don't take into account feedback from the community, try something and then see if it works, and if not, then try something else again. And therefore, to my mind, it's not even an argument. In climatization, we will need communitization at its very best. But there's an additional aspect. We can't just stop there, because successful interventions in this sector are going to need many, many different things. It's going to need data, it's going to need understanding of land use patterns, it needs understanding of specific challenges in different areas, it needs all kinds of help and experiments with data, technology, and partners of all kinds, not just urban local bodies or village governance units, but it needs engineering and social colleges. It needs startups, non-profits, everyone to be in it. Innovation will be needed, and then, of course, the broader structures that define land and housing. And therefore, to my mind, climatization needs not just communitization, but also a lot of collaboration. Because we need solutions which will be taken and then scaled up really fast across different geographies and different types of problem situations. The question will become, where does this funding come from? And philanthropic communities will be necessary, especially to experiment and to provide incubatory capital. I mean, that's one of the things we found in our 10-year experience over here, is allowing capital that can fail is probably the biggest use of philanthropic capital. And it's something we need to focus on to develop not just foreign philanthropic capital, but also Indian philanthropic capital. The second is CSR capital. I think there's a very good way to utilize CSR capital in this whole thing, because when you have a successful solution on the back of experimentation, CSR capital is excellent at helping support scaling up of solutions. And this has become a very, very large pool, and I'd urge everyone to look at this pool to try and tap into for the land and housing sector. Of course, when you have something at scale, it's then much easier to persuade governments to come in to replicate ideas that have worked. I just want to end with an illustration of something we've recently supported, more to give an idea for food for thought. With IIT Mumbai, we've partnered on a project to build research-based solutions for land and housing for coastal cities which are most vulnerable to climate change. As populations are rising, these cities are not just facing environmental burdens, but also challenges of sanitation, wastewater discharge into their own waterways. The project here, the idea is to really identify gaps and to build solutions in the form of what we'd call a living lab. A living lab at Alapi and Gandhidham in Gujarat is proposed. The idea being really co-creating solutions with the local community and involving very strong local CSO partners, local governments, and even academic institutions. The whole idea of the lab is really to be a place of experiment and co-create solutions. The idea in terms of actually then speedily taking it up into a much larger space is that if we find solutions that work, how can they be replicated and disseminated even through IIT Mumbai's own curriculum, allowing actually many more people to instantly understand the process that has worked over here. Similarly, the second project I just want to touch base upon, I think Womanity was here. A lot of you may have attended the session earlier. But our partnership with them was again really from the point of view of one of the most critical and yet under included population, which is rural women, who own very little land, but who form bulk of the workforce. And I think the very idea that someone like Womanity can go out with philanthropic capital and build bases of NGOs who can in turn really spread what it takes to get more land rights and better land usage into deeper communities is really what Womanity did. So I think both these are kind of helpful ways of thinking about different types of capital, different types of projects, to go back and look at which are the problems and which are the, in a sense, personas, which are the communities who are needing help the most, and going into that. I think for something as physically segregated as land, in conclusion, I think tech is a great enabler. Policy and rule making can help set the envelope, but in the end, it will be communities that drive change. However, I again want to emphasize that beyond communities, what we need is collaboration across very many different types of actors in this space. And I think the beautiful thing about ILDC is really it brings all of us together, whether it's funders or researchers or workers or just lifelong learners about land and housing. I think just to end, there's a very beautiful verse in what I think as one of the greatest books on philosophy of human life, which is our Bhagavad Gita. And a verse there really, says, Annad bhavanti bhutani, parjanyad anna sambhava, yajnad bhavati parjanya, yajna karma samudbhavam. Very loosely translated in my interpretation, it means that food sustains all living things. Food is made possible by rain, but rain is ultimately a product of our actions, especially when our actions are driven by concern for others and for everything on the planet. I think the verse beautifully summarizes the circularity and connect between what sustains us and what we sustain. In the end, it's about the harmony of life between humanity, land, air, water, that all of us share on this planet. Thank you, and all the best to ILDC.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shilpa, for demonstrating that property inclusivity is foundational for climate resilience and also offering some practical pathways to achieve it. We now invite our discussant, Shri Vinod Agarwal, former Additional Chief Secretary of Telangana and former chair of the Conclusive Titling Committee of the Niti Aayog. With his extensive experience in land policy reforms, Mr. Agarwal will offer his reflections on today's themes and provide insights from his extensive work in land governance. Sir.
Good evening, everybody. ILDC every year gives an occasion to all of us to remember the great person, Dr. Huck. And what else, a better way to remember him than the Huck Memorial Lecture, which the ILDC has started. I should compliment and congratulate Pranab and all in this entire team, not only for organizing ILDC, but also more importantly, giving an opportunity to remember Dr. Huck. I shared many dreams with Dr. Huck, along with Pranab and other people also. Some of them remain to be still acted upon. Hopefully, in coming years, we will try to do that. We had a very long association, very symbiotic relationship between us. Whenever he needed some support, he would rely on me, and whenever I needed support more than him, I relied on him than anybody else. And he was always available, very affably, very willingly, voluntarily. He was always available to offer whatever he could do for any support. We worked together on several committees on the Niti Aayog, on DOLR, and also outside, land leasing laws, land titling laws, land policy document for the Government of India, etc., etc. We really miss him. And when we wanted to have a greater play through ILDC and through other means, he left us all of a sudden. It's a loss which cannot be met again. My homage to him once again through these words. Today's memorial lecture has been a very significant one. Dr. Gautam Bhan, who has got a very great understanding of the problem of the urban housing, has put it in so succinctly here. I don't think that it can be done in a very better manner. Very simply, very clearly, very vividly, he has mentioned in 3 simple things. That's affordability, adequacy, and viability. And he has gone ahead to explain what is affordability, what is adequacy, and what is viability. What are the various segments, what are the various requirements of it. I'm sure that if you read this book, all this will be covered by this, something more will get out of it. But after going through this presentation and the lecture, I personally feel the need for reading the book is no longer exists for me, perhaps. It is so well covered. It's also it gives a lot of information, a lot of knowledge and insights into the problem that we face today. It's an eye-opener to see that 80% of the urban population doesn't get covered by the affordability of the housing. Not to talk about the 80% is a big number. And we are talking about 2.5 crores houses to be built, or 3 crores houses to be built in next 5 years or 7 years. I don't know how we will find the land to build these houses. Where will we find the land to build the houses? And if we find the land also, will it be meeting the requirement of the viability? Of course, adequacy, etc. can be taken care of, but how do you make it viable? The important aspect he has underlined already in his presentation is that a housing needs to be very close to the place of work, because people come to the urban cities from rural area to find work, to find livelihood. And if they cannot live near the place of work, then perhaps the cost of living goes very high. And the time they spend on the commutation to the workplace of work from place of living, apart from the money, makes their life quite miserable. I live in Hyderabad in a colony of the officers, which is very close to the posh colony of Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad. Jubilee Hills is supposed to be the colony of residential area of Hyderabad. I live close to that. Just 7 years back, I moved there. We could get a domestic help for about 6,000, 7,000 rupees a month there, who could do some household assistance, cleaning, etc., etc. Now, within 6-7 years, it has become about 15,000 we are asking. Why is such a high cost increasing? When I realized that most of the people who come to work in our houses, who do the domestic help, they are depending upon a particular basti there. They call it basti, where the rooms, a simple room of 10 by 10 size or maybe a little less than that, used to be for 3,000 rupees. Now it is not available for less than 7,000, 8,000 rupees. The housing for them is available. Now suppose if he gets 15,000 also and spends 7,000 rupees on a housing rent, then what is that left out for him to feed for 3 members of his family? So that's a very important thing. But he has also pointed out that rental value, we are talking about building the new houses, but we are not talking about regulating the rental value of the residential houses which are available. He has mentioned that this not only rent required to be regulated, but also is required to be supported by the government policies. How do they support, how do they regulate is again a very big question, and these are left unanswered. Maybe some other time, somewhere else, we'll have to deal with them properly. Right now, I do not see any policy initiative directed towards understanding this particular issue and addressing it. One suggestion he made, very valid and valuable suggestion, was to make reservations. I remember some 20-30 years ago, there used to be reservation in any housing, any colony being developed. There used to be certain percentage of land or certain percentage of units to be built for economically weaker section housings. But those things were mostly observed in violation, or people found out some other escape routes to circumvent them, and finally it was given up. I don't know what's happening to that. And we also should realize, like they say that it is necessary that people who are weak are taken care of, so that the strong people, or I can use the correct words, people who are poor are taken care of well, so that the people who are rich can survive well. So it is also necessary that for the life to be comfortable for the people who can afford a good housing, it should be supported by housing, a proper, adequate and viable housing for the people who support these services for the rest of the population. That's also important. Dr. Gautam Bhan has very clearly, very adequately has underlined all the aspects of this problem. My compliments to his paper, to him, and it's a very valuable presentation he has made here. I wish that this can be converted into some sort of a recommendations and sent to policymakers. Perhaps this may have some impact somewhere, and then the effort is worthwhile. Land use planning also he has mentioned about it. Unfortunately in India, we have no land use monitoring and planning. Land is the only resource which is limited. All other resources are unlimited. Land is only the resource which is limited. You cannot have, if the population grows or requirement grows, you cannot have more lands unless you go and occupy new territories, which is highly unlikely. So how the land is being used, how the land is not being used, there is no proper system of monitoring towards it. I remember some time back, GIZ had tried to do something about the land usage monitoring and a policy, land usage policy, but nothing came out of it. He has quite rightly pointed out that the land usage has to be monitored properly so that much part of the unutilized or ill-utilized land could be diverted towards the affordable housing, make it viable. He also talked about the right to adequate housing committee, its report paper. It was an eye-opener. Many of us are not aware of that. Such a thing existed that today. It's good that it has been made known to us, and perhaps some effort should be taken to bring this exercise to a proper conclusion, to its proper conclusion. Coming to Ms. Shilpa Kumar's presentation, it was also a very good presentation, no less befitting to the occasion. She has talked about the framework for the spectrum of the movable property, interaction of individual and property. She also talked about the socio-economic identity. The property is not only a means of providing financial security or something, it's also an important aspect for the providing socio-economic identity for the people. She talked about the global shift that which as we are using the collective effort of the government, civil society, etc., how efforts are going on towards trying to sort out the issue of the urban housing, the continuous movement in the cities and its impact on the climate, or the vice versa. She has also beautifully brought out in her paper. When the disaster or the climate change takes place, it affects the weaker sections, or the people who do not have adequacy of houses. They are mostly affected. And when the cities grow, when the urban areas grow unplanned and unregulated manner, that also adds to the climate disaster. We see many of the cities, a little bit of rain and the cities get flooded because no proper planning is done for the waterways. Waterways gets covered by the houses, or maybe some occupation, unauthorized occupation, etc. So similarly, construction activity, how does it contribute to the climate change, the cement production, steel usage, how much percentage it adds to it? She has very well brought out in her paper. Another aspect she has mentioned about it is that the advocacy and services, housing is not only the houses by itself, but the supporting services of the housing also are very important. She has underlined this thing. She also suggested that certain of the capital pools which are untapped, like CSR, etc., which can be tapped into it. Lastly, she also mentioned about a research work their organization has taken up with the collaboration of the IIT Bombay, where the living lab has been created at Gandhidham, where involvement of local organizations is there, so that the proper studies can be done and proper solution can be find out. At the end, she emphasized that ultimately it is the communities which have to be driving down the proper housing and our urban development projects, but it requires collaborations of all the important players, this thing. With these two papers, I feel that this memorial lecture has been quite good today. It has been useful and successful for us. I'm sure that we will take home quite a very few useful inputs with us, and which will be useful in the future course of action. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for sharing your perspective. Finally, we are honored to invite Mr. Deepak Sanan, our session chair, to conclude this session with his guidance and insights on the way forward. Sir.
Thank you. It's my privilege to bring this session to a close. As I happened to say yesterday, the chair has a very difficult task. A task which says, be brief, you're only titular, ceremonial, only there to be seen, not really to be heard. At the same time, since you are a chair, you should say something meaningful. This task has been rendered even more difficult because my old friend and colleague Vinod has already spoken and given us a very fine summary of the two speakers today. Still, as I said, I have to say something, so bear with me for a couple of minutes. I think that this afternoon session could not have seen two more befitting lectures in memory of our mentor of ILDC, Dr. Huck. I will not speak about Dr. Huck. Many are more competent than me to speak about Dr. Huck. I will only remember him as a person whom from the first day I met him combined a rare ability to be both passionate and determined and put forward his point of view, and at the same time could be a good listener, could be reflective, could be calm. A wonderful human being, a great mentor for all those who came in contact with him. We were treated today to quintessential Gautam, who in all the years I have known him has never failed to deliver a mesmerizing narrative. And I'm glad he lived up to all those expectations today too. Fantastic, great to hear you, Gautam, as always. Today he introduced me to a new trilemma. I always thought of trilemmas as something from economics about interest rates and exchange rates and growth. Today, Gautam introduced me to the trilemma of housing, affordability, adequacy, and viability. There is a trilemma there. There is an impossibility there of trying to match all three. You never get to all three. If you keep aiming for all three, you always come up somewhere short of all three. Very short. Thank you for introducing this notion to us. Thank you for mentioning something which always, something which I tend to spend a lot of time talking about and thinking about is why in India the notion of development is tied to the new. Only the creation of new is development in India. And very beautifully, Gautam mentions this even in the realm of housing, that from the first plan onwards, we have lost ourselves into this paradigm that development means new, create a new asset, create a new building, create a new institution. It is not about maintaining, operating, keeping alive, getting something to function in the long run. I hope that this is something which we will learn to tackle in coming years, that we have to move beyond this, and how to move away from this understanding of development in this country. Thank you, Gautam, for your passionate plea for the logical outcome to your analysis, for the kind of new changes which we should really look for in policy, and for your final point that it is finally about in the political realm. It's nothing short of that which will, no technology, no technical inputs will make anything possible until we really think of changing our politics. Thank you, Shilpa, for your great insights coming from a decade-long experience with guiding such a diverse portfolio, delving into so many areas of property rights and the related data and related issues of housing, and so many domains in which you have interacted over this period. You have also brought us straight to ILDC's core theme this year. Thank you for drawing attention and bringing this once more and highlighting that it is our theme this year is climatization and communitization, and how you've drawn us to understand that you need, even as we speak about communities being at the forefront, we have to talk about collaborating with so many other stakeholders, with so many other facets, if we have to make a move forward. We hope that these various directions of trees will take us in some direction in the future. Thank you very much for making this such a worthwhile and such an enriching session. I'm grateful to all of you also for being part of this and for being with us and absorbing all these wonderful thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanan, and to all the speakers for such a thought-provoking session.
We are excited to announce the launch of session and abstract briefs for the ILDC 2024. This compilation captures the rich and diverse discussions taking place throughout the conference and offers insights into the vital themes we are exploring this year.
Soft copies are available on the official ILDC website for everyone to access. But to formally inaugurate the collection, we invite our esteemed speakers as well as our chair to kindly do the honors. And we request everyone to please give a big round of applause.
Okay. Thank you. We will now take a short break for refreshments. We will reconvene in this hall at 4:30 for the next session. Passing on the request to everyone to please keep the hall clean of plastic bottles and paper cups. Please take them out with you if you bring them in with you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I can.
Mr. Shekhar?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hi, this is Pooja Chandran. I'm one of the anchors of the plenaries. And so
Yes.
I essentially want to just gauge how can we support you in this. What we were told was that we can quickly just introduce the session, introduce the panelists, and then just hand it over to you.
climate resilience. This session will focus on how decentralization can play a crucial role in fostering climate resilience through more inclusive and participatory governance models.
To take the discussions forward, we are joined by Professor Anju Wali Tikku, Dean of the Faculty of Law at Delhi University, Advocate Prabha Yadav from Dr. Ambedkar Sheti Vikas va Sanshodhan Sanstha, Dr. Jiju Alex, member of the Kerala State Planning Board and the former Director of Extension, Kerala Agricultural University, and Mr. Sanjay Kumar, IAS, Deputy Election Commissioner at the Election Commission of India, as well as a former Secretary of the Department of Revenue in Goa. Mr. Kumar will be joining us within a few moments. But in the meantime, we would like to invite Professor Shekhar Shah, former Director General of National Council of Applied Economic Research, as well as an advisor to the ILDC, to kindly chair the discussion.
Professor Shah.
Thank you, Pooja.
Yeah.
It's a great privilege to be part of this discussion. While I am very closely involved in the organization and planning of ILDC, I'm sorry I'm not there, but appreciate the privilege of participating in this important session on decentralization-led governance for climate resilience. I'll take just a couple of minutes to maybe pose a few questions for us as we get into the discussion, and then look forward very much to listening to the speakers for today's plenary session. Climate risks and impacts are first and foremost local. And it is therefore quite obvious that local government and local governance must be a critical part of how communities, individuals, households, and regions adapt to climate change, as well as work towards mitigating its impact. The knowledge that local authorities have about the impact of climate change is best felt, seen, experienced, recorded, and evaluated at the local level. The local authorities are responsible for local development, and they understand better than anybody else the important influence of climate change and how to build climate resilience in that community. Local authorities also are best placed to think about the human rights issues involved in adapting to climate change. And therefore, they are also in the best position to be held accountable for how authorities can adapt and promote resilience at the local level. So there are a whole host of reasons why local governance and local government are terribly important for building climate resilience. At the same time, local authorities cannot do it alone. They probably have, in many instances, the lowest capacity for local planning, technical and fiscal. And for that reason, they are also in many ways the most vulnerable because climate change often impacts those who are weakest and are the most vulnerable, and they likely to be most affected by climate change. So cooperation is also needed across many layers of government, from local to state to central. And attention that I'm sure that the speakers will address is how this cooperation can be fostered so as to both take advantage of the accountability at the local level for climate resilience, at the same time the standard setting, the resources, the technical capacity that is coming and emanating from central and higher levels of government, how that can actually animate and enable local authorities to be able to build climate resilience. So I look forward very much to the speakers who will be addressing these issues, and I'd like to request Professor Anju Wali Tikku to first address us. Professor Tiku.
It's all right. It's all right.
While Professor Tiku is setting up, could I just request, there we go. Okay, lovely, thank you.
Namaskar, and a very warm good evening after this so-called refreshing break. And we had that networking session also. Thank you very much, Professor Shekhar Shah, for giving me this opportunity to just laying down the format as to what are the expectations, your expectations from the speakers for the session. And at the outset, let me thank the ILDC and specifically Pranabji for inviting me to this conference. Let me confess that this happens to be the very first maiden engagement with ILDC. But nonetheless, I am purely and confess that I am an academician, core academician, not from field, but certainly have interest in laws, practices, and experiences related to women. And if I might add on, I am a Kashmiri by birth, displaced from my native place. So many discussions that happened with reference to land since yesterday have somewhere shaken me to the core that we have been talking about land and its governance. We have been talking about and saying that we need to ask right questions. I'm afraid since yesterday, the sessions that I attended, in each one of them, we were talking about the impact of climate and on the community. And we were talking about vulnerabilities and marginalization. But none of us addressed the issue of gender, that how women cope up with these impacts. So when we are talking about climate change, or we are talking about impact on environment, we are talking about deforestation, we are talking about land grabbing, everywhere, it's all about politics of a kind. And when I say politics, I am very cautiously and with emphasis using that word power. When we say politics, politics is nothing else but power. And power, which is used by the upper segment of the society, those who have that political mileage. And when I say political, political is not necessarily in the sense of governance that we understand in a polity. But when we say power in the political sense within the family, I'm just talking about the one who is the decision maker. So in the context of making decisions with reference to our own lives, as a woman, whether I am able to take and make those decisions or not. So what is the legal framework? What is it that the law is giving me in the form of maybe rights or maybe in the form of power? And let me hurriedly add that from the jurisprudential standpoint, the power and claim are two different dimensions of rights. We do use them as interchangeable synonyms, but they are not. It is the exercise of power that creates a claim. And when we are saying that there is the power, that means that I have the ability to bring about a change in the legal position of the other. So not getting philosophical. I am a female, I am a woman. Do I have the capacity, the legal right to own the property? That's the fundamental question. We do understand and realize, though I had this speech and the address, but I'll just keep it aside, from sheer experience. And I would like to interact with you that whenever we are talking about land governance,
does at any point of time women come to the fore. Whenever we are talking about land governance, the picture that comes to our mind is there is either a farmer or a bureaucrat or a politician or some mafia don. So sorry if I am equating them. It's basically some man, a male, who is in the picture, who is visualized. But a female hardly comes to the fore. So that is the kind of attitude, approach, and attitude of our lawmakers also. Despite the fact that we have got many laws, even going by the Constitution, we understand the Constitution does talk about equality. It does talk about fraternity. It does talk about dignity. It does talk about justice. But what is this justice meaning to a woman who doesn't have the capacity to own the land, who doesn't have the capacity to use the land? These two words again, the capacity to use, the right to use, and the right to own. The two of them have got different aspects to it. The moment we say that I have the right to use the property, that means I cannot dispose of the property. I do not have the title to the property, but for the time being, I am allowed to use that property. But whatever is the product of that property, who is going to utilize that? Who is going to exploit that? So when we are talking about rights, and when we are talking about that narrative that we need to take care of the vulnerable and the marginalized population, 50% of the population which is female, gendered perspective to land governance. And when we say gender inclusivity, have we made any baby steps? Are we taking any baby steps? That's the question that we should be also asking about and from, and that is what I just saw in that small clipping, that documentary that you showed of Professor Huck, wherein he was saying that we need to look into the gender aspect and gender inclusivity with reference to land governance also. Whenever there is a marriage, there is some stridhan given to the lady. There is some dowry given to the lady. We understand there is the law, Dowry Prohibition Act 1961. But what is the practical impact? Has anybody bothered about it? Has it been able to control the menace of dowry? Why are we not thinking on the lines of not dowry, but some property being given in the form of some land, some patta to the woman? It doesn't come to us. It doesn't occur to us. Why? Because this is something, the property is to be owned by the menfolk. So that understanding has to now shift. We need to, on such platforms, talk about not only what is happening generally in land, but also with reference to the fact that though there are policies in place, but how they are being implemented and executed. Nobody can deny the fact that land has a significant role with reference to a dignified living of a woman. Like it has some place, it has got a major place in the life of a male. Similarly, it also happens to have a similar significant place in the life of a woman also. But the fact of the matter remains, we do not acknowledge it. And when we are talking about land, land does give you the security. It does give you that capacity to make a decision, to live the life the way you want to. So it is, in fact, an attitude that we need to bring in our legal framework. So whenever we are talking about land governance, we need to understand and ensure that the land governance as such should include a specific segment and percentage, which is clearly reserved for women. We all understand and know the kind of reservation we happen to experience with reference to Women Reservation Bill, the representation of women in the parliament, wherein they have to make the decision. But even at the local block level, when we are saying Panchayati Raj, the session was somewhere talking about Panchayati Raj, and at the local block level, there are the Panchayat, and there are the Panchas, the Sarpanch, wherever there is a Mahila Sarpanch, whether she is the one who makes the decision, or the decision is made by her husband. So when we are talking about these capacities, somewhere the laws have been put in place, but how are they being implemented? So it is you and me put together who have to work together to bring about a change in our aptitude and attitude with reference to how we empower the decision-making capability of women. So until and unless we recognize the power to be given to a woman who is within our family, we will not be able to think about equality. We did have various sessions wherein we were talking about Auron nahi to vote nahi, housing for all, and we were talking about affordability, availability, and viability. Now, who suffers the most adverse impact whenever there is any impact because of climate change, because of migration? If you are talking about economic policies and post-1991, we all understand that because of that liberalization, LPGs, we understand that a lot of migration has happened. And because of that migration, we all understand our rural belt, our agricultural land is being tilled by women folk alone. Men folk have moved away and out from their rural spaces to urban spaces in finding for new jobs, newer opportunities, greener pastures. So back at their own homes, women are tilling the soil. Despite the fact that they are the ones who are tilling the soil, the land is not there in their name. The title is not in their name. So in case the husband passes away, who utilizes that property? Who can decide as to what crop is to be cultivated? They are the ones who are locally, indigenously aware of the kind of temperature, the soil, the kind of crop they need to, and the viability of those crops and the economics underlying that, but they cannot decide because they do not have the title to the property, and because they have lost their partners, they are not the ones who are the decision makers. Forget about being the decision makers, they are thrown out of their lands. So that becomes a cycle of throwing women into poverty, into destitution, making them dependent, and then we are talking about economic empowerment and empowerment of women generally per se. I'm afraid that if we are not taking care of the 50% of the population with reference to incapacitating them through these laws, we have 2005 amendment to Hindu Succession Act, wherein we talk about that, yes, the Hindu daughter has been made the co-partner. We are all aware what is the ground reality. She is the co-partner, no doubt about it. Section 14 says that, yes, she is not anymore only the limited owner, she is the absolute owner of the property which is given to her, which vests in her, provided the father during his lifetime gives it away to her. Once the father passes away, alas, what is the ground reality? What is the practical situation? How many of us are inclined to ask for our share from our brothers? Let us introspect. And if we are not inclined to, who all are responsible for that? Are we, the women, responsible for that? Or men folk have equal responsibility to ensure that the attitudes change? With reference to even the statutory rights being there, this is the tradition that ladki ki shaadi ho gayi, that's the time that we are giving the property, and then she moves away. She has got no stake, no claim in the property, despite the fact there is the law which in 2005 says that the woman has the right to own the property, provided the father gives it away during his lifetime, or even if he dies intestate. But similar situation is there in tribal areas also. The property is inherited not by females, but males. So once the property is inherited by the females, by the males and not females, where is the standing, where is the right, where is the power, where is that security? Where is that entitlement, which is ideally to be created in favor of women in the name of the preamble of the Constitution? 75 years down the line, we are still not in a position and situation wherein with the laws, we say that yes, now there is the level playing field. So equality of opportunity and equality of status still is a far-fetched dream for Indian women. I, in the beginning, made a statement. I understand that I am overshooting my time. I am a Kashmiri. If I happen to marry a non-Kashmiri, I do not remain a domicile of Kashmir. And I'm afraid if I'm not a domicile of Kashmir, I cannot purchase property there. So what happens to my right? Right to purchase property out of my own earnings. Sorry, I've got no right, because I am not considered anymore a domicile of Kashmir because I've married outside of the Kashmir community. Similar to the situation with reference to Himachal Pradesh. So somewhere we need to brainstorm and think on these lines also. There was a discussion yesterday happening in a session with reference to policy and law, that policy is first and policy cannot overstep law. I'm afraid it's the other way around. Despite the fact that you might frame many policies, if there is a law which does not give effect to your policy and it arm twists the policy, the law prevails. Policy doesn't, and policy goes in the backyards and under the carpet. So what matters is first having a sound legal framework and then the implementation of the same. And at this moment, let me also conclude by saying that only having laws won't help. We have the SDG target 2030. We have the goal 5, which talks about gender equality. There are people from Planning Commission, there are people from Niti Aayog who are better placed to comment on that achievement of target and where we have landed ourselves in 2024, just 6 years from the deadline. I'm afraid. Yes, there is improvement. There are the statistics available on the NFHS website, National Family Health Survey website, which says that yes, the share of women in acquiring and holding property has increased, but there is still a long way to go. So when we are talking about land governance, vulnerabilities, marginalization, irrespective of the fact whether we are talking about rural or urban spaces, we first need to talk about women as equal partners, because they are everywhere across, whether it is an urban space or a rural space. And yes, when I mentioned 2005 legislation, I'm sorry to inform you that 2005 amendment does make woman a co-partner, but it somewhere has very smartly taken away the concept of agricultural land, which was earlier there. The woman doesn't have a right to own and get that agricultural land. So, कहने को तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है that woman has become a co-partner, but when it comes to land, property, power, the woman is not there on the podium. Thank you very much for giving me the podium to give expression to my views. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tikku, for that reminder that as we consider local government and local governance for promoting climate resilience, an important element of that is going to be the role of women and the rights and responsibilities that local government will have to ensure that their rights are both maintained and built upon. So thank you very much, Professor Tikku, for that very inspiring talk. Let me now turn the attention to the ground level realities, and I'm delighted to invite Advocate Prabha Yadav for her view based on her seminal work at the ground level on looking at the rights and the resilience promoting activities of local government She has been in the Satara district in Maharashtra and working very much with the Ambedkar Sheti Vikas Sanshodhan Sanstha. Advocate Yadav, please.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Pranabji, and Professor Shekharji, and the entire team of ILDC. And here I am sharing with you my grassroots level experience. And regarding I will share the NFDLRM, National Federation of Dalit Land Right Movement. In that movement, I was facilitated and conducted training on women land right. During that period also, I realized that the various state, it means 12 state I conducted, and 360 women empowered on legal land right. And Nicholas Ji is here from Tamil Nadu, and Ekta Parishad Ramesh Ji also is here. And through this entire work, I realized that really language is different, geography area is different, but the land issue regarding the women, and especially Dalit women, I realized the caste factor barriers there, first of all, and second is class factor is there, and third is gender aspect is there. And throughout this journey, I also realized that whatever Professor Tikkuji also shared regarding the when the trigger point is there, that when father is dead, and that when when issue raise प्रॉपर्टी, तो उस टाइम ये होता है कि हक्कसोड़ पत्र हमारे यहाँ बोलते हैं मराठी में, तो हक्कसोड़ पत्र उसको दिया जाता है। और सबसे बड़ा ये जो बैरियर्स है, मुझे लगता है कि हमारा पितृसत्ताक जो है, हमारी जो पर्सपेक्टिव है, एटीट्यूड है, तो वो जेंडर बायस ही है। ये जो जेंडर बायस एटीट्यूड और पर्सपेक्टिव है, तो इसको बदलने के लिए हमने जो बात रखी कि अवॉर्डेड लैंड को, जैसे कि महाराष्ट्र में अवॉर्डेड लैंड है, वैसे तमिलनाडु में पंचमी लैंड है, तो इस जर्नी में हमने ये काम किया कि जो भी लैंड मिलेगी तो अवॉर्ड लैंड एंटाइटलमेंट महिलाओं के नाम पे मिलेगी। तो awarded land 945 acres of land is there in Sangola block, district Solapur, and regarding that also we file application on entitlement of 1450. That experience also realized that we conducted various level Gram Panchayat level also resolution and get consent from them. To this land need to give to the landless also, and that resolution we get, that is I think that our success. और दूसरा एक मुझे एक शेयर करना था कि जब भी घर दो घांचे एक GR आया, उसमें भी ये है कि प्रावधान तो बहुत अच्छे हैं, कानून में भी लिखा है कि हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट है, बहुत सारा एक्ट होते हुए भी जो मानसिकता है, उदासीनता है, वो पॉलिटिकल लेवल पे भी हमें दिखी जब हम लैंड रिफॉर्म पॉलिसी की बात कर रहे थे 2013 की, तो उसमें भी वही बात छेड़ गई। तो पॉलिटिकली भी वो बैरियर्स दिख रहा है। और इसमें हमें आगे अगर देखना और सोचना है तो ये है कि जब मैं एक स्टडी कर रही थी, उसमें एक मुझे दिखा कि वो स्टडी का नाम था कि स्टडी ऑफ यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ शेड्यूल कास्ट सब प्लान। उसमें मैंने देखा 50-50 सैम्पल साइज था, सांगोला ब्लॉक एंड मालशिरस ब्लॉक। विद इन दैट ऑल्सो आई रियलाइज दैट ओनली out of 50 sample, only 4 was female, and in Sangola block, and 6 female beneficiaries from the Malshiras block. And I realized that why this ratio is एकदम reduce क्यों दिख रहा है. तो मैंने जब स्टडी किया तो उसमें ये बात दिखी कि महिलाओं के पास एक तो लैंड के रिलेटेड 7/12 जो होता है तो वो उनके नाम पे नहीं होता. अगर वो अनमैरिड है तो जो उसके पिता थे तो पिताजी ने उसके खुद बोले थे कि मैं नहीं रहूँगा तो मेरी इस अनमैरिड लड़की का क्या होगा. तो इसीलिए उन्होंने 7/12 के डॉक्यूमेंट्स और इनकम सर्टिफिकेट वगैरह सब उन्होंने दिया. और SCP स्पेशल कंपोनेंट प्लान के जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए उसके पापा ने जिक्र किया और उस एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर को भी बोला कि इसको इस योजना का लाभ मिलना चाहिए. और उस दरम्यान उसमें न्यू वेल का प्रावधान था और इक्विपमेंट्स थे एग्रीकल्चर के रिलेटेड. तो इस तरीके की सोच जो है तो मुझे लगता है कि एज ऑप्टिमिस्टिक अगर अप्रोच से देखा जाए तो हमारा पितृसत्ता का जो एकदम पावर जो ड्रिवन हुआ है और समानता नहीं दिख रही है. तो इस तरह का अगर मानसिकता है हर एक पिता की तो महिलाओं को लैंड आसान से मिल सकती है और वो स्कीम का बेनिफिट भी ले सकती है. दूसरा मैंने देखा एक जर्नी की गायरन लैंड है, ग्रेजिंग लैंड. तो ग्रेजिंग लैंड में भी 37,000 एप्लीकेशंस थे डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोल्हापुर में. वो फ्लड अफेक्टेड एरिया है वहाँ पे. और फिर 2023 की बात है, मैं उनको तहसीलदार ने भी नोटिस दिया था और उस नोटिस में लिखा गया था कि जो भी लोग ग्रेजिंग लैंड में रह रहे हैं उनको निष्कासित किया जाएगा. तो उस रिलेटेड भी हमने ये पहल किया कि लीगली इंटरवेन कैसे करें, कैसे लिखा जाता है नोटिस का आंसर. तो इसमें भी हमें 2788 एप्लीकेशंस जो है वो हम सक्सेसफुली सबमिट कर पाए. और ओवरऑल जो अलायंस एंड नेटवर्किंग के थ्रू हम 10,000 एप्लीकेशंस के तहत हम पहुंच पाए. लेकिन एक बात मुझे कहनी है कि रमाई घरकुल योजना हो या फिर सर्वांसाठी घरे ये स्कीम हो, पर इंदिरा आवास योजना हो या जो भी स्कीम्स है, लेकिन उसमें एक ही प्रॉब्लम है कि अगर उस महिला के पास अगर लैंड नहीं है और वो भी लैंडलेस है तो उसके पास लैंड नहीं है तो ये ग्रायरन लैंड जो है तो उसका प्रावधान सर्वांसाठी घरे में भी किया गया है. और इसके लिए हमारे जो ललित जी है उन्होंने अनशन भी किया था कि ये एलोकेट किया जाए, जो भूमिहीन है लोग उनको ये ग्रेजिंग लैंड मिल जाए. तो इस रिलेटेड भी इसमें ये पाया है कि अगर स्कीम है तो लैंड है तो स्कीम इम्प्लीमेंट होगी, अगर लैंड नहीं है तो स्कीम नहीं इम्प्लीमेंट हो सकती. तो इसका अगर बैरियर्स हमें निकालना है तो एज अ शेल्टर की अगर सेक्शन 14 की हम बात करते हैं तो सभी को लैंड जो है उसका एक्सेस मिलना चाहिए अगर समानता की हम बात करते हैं तो. दूसरा कि कंक्लूडिंग पॉइंट में ये मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि लैंड इज़ अ डिग्निटी. लैंड ही स्टेटस देती है समाज में, चाहे उस महिला को लैंड ही लाइवलीहुड देती है. लैंड के वजह से वो माइग्रेशन नहीं कर पाएंगी. अगर लैंड है तो उसको क्रेडिट सोसाइटी एक्सेस मिल सकता है. लैंड है तो उसको वो अगर कहीं पे भी घटना अगर घटती है, वायलेंस अगर होता है तो वो ज़मीन भी दे सकती है. और लैंड होने की वजह से उसका जो स्टेटस है, इकोनॉमिकल स्टेटस बढ़ सकता है, उसके जो बच्चे हैं वो पढ़ सकते हैं. और उसी के साथ ये जो लैंड है तो मुझे लगता है कि इक्वालिटी भी एस्टेब्लिश हो सकती है. और इस ILDC के इसमें मुझे शेयर करने की यहाँ पे अनुमति दिया और मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी दी, इसके लिए मैं शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ. थैंक यू फॉर लिसनिंग.
Thank you very much, Prabhaji, for that very focused and personal experience at the grassroots level, sharing with us your work and building on what Professor Tikku started out on the legal structure and the laws that can or cannot help local governments protect rights, rights of women, but rights of other vulnerable communities as well. And there's a huge agenda there. And on top of that, of course, we now have to be concerned about building climate resilience and climate adaptation at that local level. So the challenges are many. And it's now my privilege to ask Professor Jiju Alex from Kerala to share Kerala's experience and his own experience in trying to manage this tension between local and upper levels of government, both in the rural setting as well as that is with panchayats, but also with urban local bodies. Professor Alex.
Thank you, Dr. Shah, respected panelists and other participants of this program. And first of all, my sincere gratitude to Pranab. It was, I think, it was almost 24 years since we have met, and I'm so happy that I have been invited. So coming to the topic, we have to have a look at Kerala's experience on decentralization-led governance for climate resilience. And before I start, I would put a few observations regarding climate resilience and the debate which is going on across the globe regarding climate change. As far as climate change is concerned, the issue has been proven by science, and all our policy measures are directed towards addressing various nuances of climate change. And climate change has become an overarching issue that would decide the course of policy action. India is also a signatory in that process, and we are closely observing the Sustainable Development Goals. We have developed our own categories of goals, and we have devised mechanisms to implement the Sustainable Development Goals at the local level. But there are a few issues. Basically, when we talk about climate change and accomplishing resilience, we are talking about mitigation of climate change. And mitigation basically is an issue which can be handled globally, since India's contribution to carbon emission is relatively low when compared to the legacy emitters. And this comes up with the argument that whether the rural community should be given unnecessary emphasis and orientation to mitigation. What is going to be the contribution of rural India to mitigation or carbon emission? And what responsibility is with the rural Indian community for mitigating carbon emission? So I think that fundamental question will have to be answered. Rather, I think in the context of climate change, we have to concentrate more on adaptation to protect people from the perils of climate change, to provide them with livelihood security, empowerment, and ever so many other necessities required by the rural communities. In fact, our deliberation on climate change and our action plan on climate change is mostly oriented towards mitigation with due emphasis, on adaptation with due emphasis on mitigation. In fact, the 73rd and 74th Amendment of the Constitution of India provides us with ample scope for intervening in any segment of human activity at the grassroots level, particularly in the rural sector, which is related to climate change. Right from agriculture to public distribution system, 29 items have been listed, and all these items are going to be impacted by climate change. And naturally, the local governments have got responsibility, and they can proactively intervene in issues related to climate change. So climate change basically impacts humans who are at the lower rungs of the society, and all these activities would be impacted by climate change. So then how can decentralization be instrumental in dealing with the issues of climate change? How can decentralization contribute to climate change and climate resilience? In fact, decentralization envisaged in the 73rd and 74th Amendments calls for empowerment of the states and its local government systems. So local governments have to be given adequate funds, they have to be given powers, and also they have to be given the officials and functionaries to implement various programs. So Kerala, for that matter, has gone much ahead of other states, utilizing the provisions of the 73rd and 74th Amendment. Okay. Is it all right? Okay, thank you. This decentralization, as I told you, the 73rd and 74th Amendment gives you ample scope for intervention by the local governments. But whether the local governments have been empowered adequately to address these issues and other related issues is a big question. In Kerala, we had tried to make use of the provisions of the 73rd and 74th Amendment. We had made Grama Sabhas mandatory, and all the deliberations that come up in the Grama Sabhas could be translated into projects by officials of the department who have been transferred to various tiers of the local governments. An officer in the agriculture department would be under the direct control of the Grama Panchayat. An animal husbandry expert, a vet, would be under the direct control of the Grama Panchayat, and his immediate officer at the highest level of the next hierarchy level would be under the block Panchayat, and the district level officer would be under the district Panchayat. So this kind of devolution has been effected, and adequate money also has been given to the local governments. So we give as much as 30% of our total plan funds to the local government. It is deducted at the source. The finance minister, during his presentation of the budget, declares the amount of money that would be given to the local governments. So this is a prerequisite. What I wanted to drive home is, unless this prerequisite is met, intervention by local governments, not only in climate change, in any matter, in any issue for that matter, would not happen at all. So it is in this, with this pretext, I try to explain the experiments by state of Kerala in decentralization-led climate resilience or climate governance. Basically, this paradigm is very important. You have to have a well-orchestrated system of decentralized planning. The local governments should have adequate resources. On an average, a Grama Panchayat in Kerala gets as much as 4 crores rupees every year at their disposal for spending on various aspects of rural development and services, and also in the productive sector. So that is a prerequisite. And secondly, there is a system of converting the aspirations of the people to projects and plans. And there is a system of governance to monitor the progress of implementation of these functions. And all these functions are computerized. And you can monitor the progress of these functions at any level. So these prerequisites or this framework enables the local governments to intervene in any matter of importance. So basically, climate change is something which has impacted Kerala in a huge way. We became aware of the importance of climate change and the importance of responses to climate change with the devastating floods in 2018 and 2019. And with these floods affecting almost about 10 out of the 14 districts in Kerala, there has been an immediate response from the government to activate civic organizations, local governments, etc., with various institutional mechanisms. We formulated civic groups, rapid response teams, youth brigade, etc., at the Grama Panchayat level to combat various problems that would come as part of disasters. So in fact, later on, we crystallized all these organizations into formal organizations which were attached to the local governments. Basically, each Grama Panchayat was asked to prepare a disaster management plan and also a local climate action plan. And training were given to the functionaries of the local governments and also the leadership of the local governments to formulate local action plan and local disaster plan. that was done at the behest of the Disaster Management Authority, research organizations, civic organizations, people science movements, political leadership, everyone came together to formulate these plans at the local level. So these disaster management plans are substantially researched documents which are available with the local governments. And you can see all the possibilities of disasters. And the data has been mostly provided by the Disaster Management Authority. The vulnerability of each location is very scientifically recorded in these documents. And the possibilities of harnessing people and other resources in the event of a disaster is also outlined. All what you have to do is to make it happen. So when a disaster comes, you can activate these groups and reach out to the people, particularly in remote areas and all that, and engage them in the rescue operations. And also you can give warning signals. Take the example of Alleppey. Alleppey is a place which is below sea level, and floods are frequent. And every year there would be 2-3 occasions or 2-3 instances of flood. And whenever there is a signal that there would be flooding situation, then these people can move out of their respective location and go to a shelter home. And the shelter home have been built by the district panchayat. Local bodies also can convert schools and other public places to shelter homes. And of late, the climate action plan involved building up maybe raised platforms or maybe sanctioning new housing schemes to be built on pillars, etc., etc. Any kind of such interventions can be mooted by the local governments to combat. That is just an example. So likewise, we have got the hilly terrain, particularly the Western Ghats. If there is a probability of landslide, mudslide, when there are huge mudslides which are unexpected, we won't be able to do anything. It depends on the scale and also the expectations, which we may not be able to predict at some point of time. But whenever there are usual warning signals, maybe people can be evacuated. So that is why I said adaptation is the most important thing. So you should safeguard the livelihoods of people. You should make awareness among the people that you are liable to be or you are likely to be affected by a disaster, and you have to save their lives and as well as their assets and other properties. So we give emphasis on this. So in fact, this local government, local action, local climate action plan and the disaster management plan have been formulated by the local governments and that are being reviewed by the state disaster management authority, the district planning committee, and also various levels of review monitoring samitis that we have at different levels. So this is the framework, this is the organizational framework of disaster management, decentralized disaster management and climate change action in Kerala. So now I would just present before you a tool that has been developed by the government of Kerala to track climate change action by local governments. See, I told you about the framework. That framework enables the local governments to formulate plans worth 3 to 4 crores of rupees every year. Plan is nothing but a compilation of projects. So projects in different sectors would be formulated by the local government. Say, for example, in agriculture or allied sectors, in animal husbandry, fisheries, we have insisted, the state planning board has insisted that you should be spending at least 30% of your plan funds in the productive sector with a view to improve productivity, with a view to increase agriculture production. But on the other side, panchayats would be mostly interested in infrastructure development. We insist that panchayat should not spend more than 30% in the infrastructure development. Otherwise, unnecessarily money will be spent on constructions which are not going to be productive. So there are broader guidelines with regard to plan formulation. And the local governments have to observe these guidelines very strictly because devolution of funds is monitored by a management information system. And this management information system automatically prevents local governments to spend more than what has been stipulated or what is stipulated by the state planning board. So there is a connection. I think this is a very long process. I do not want to describe the nuances of this process in this forum. So this is the framework in which the local governments work. So in a nutshell, if you want to have a climate action plan, if you have individual projects, just like what I had described in the context of Alleppey and other places, the local governments can spend money. So spending money is a very important factor as far as the disaster management or climate action resilience is, climate governance is concerned. So unless you have opportunities to spend money, climate resilience or climate governance at the local government, the local level is not going to be possible. So you want to find out whether a local body has actually spent money on climate change. You want to find out whether a local body has envisaged action on climate resilience. You want to find out whether the local body has got any vision regarding a future climate action plan. And also you want to find out whether the projects formulated by the local governments are adequate enough to address various issues related to climate change. So these three aspects have to be measured. So the tool which we have developed would be able to find out whether a local government, for that matter, any government for that matter, whether they are truthful to the cause of climate change action. So in fact, this tool is called the Disaster Risk Management and Climate Action Tool, and shortly called DCAT. So this DCAT tool, I would just explain the process by which this climate action is tracked or monitored using this tool. There are so many other trackers and tools available by US and so many other agencies, but this is an improvised version getting inputs from many of such trackers. This is a qualitative as well as quantitative assessment is possible through this tool. What we do is, we try to to start with, as the first step, we try to analyze the extent of vulnerability of a region, of a local body. So what exactly is the vulnerability with regard to climate parameters? What exactly has been the rainfall? What exactly has been the extreme temperature? Whether there has been incidents of landslide, whether there has been incidents of other climate extremities. So the legacy databases which can be obtained from the IMD and also the Disaster Management Agency would be provided at the Grama Panchayat level, and that would give you an index of vulnerability, climate vulnerability. So at the same time, you would also measure the vulnerability to disasters. So for example, possibility of a landslide. If the panchayat, the major portion of that panchayat is having a higher slope of land, then there is a likelihood that there could be more landslides, there could be more erosion, there could be more floods, so and so. So there is also a possibility of measuring the extent of disaster proneness of the Grama Panchayat, which would be indicated by disaster proneness index. So we get two measures. First one, the climate vulnerability measure, and also the disaster proneness measure. And these two measures would be combined with another index, the responsiveness of the government, particularly the local governance. What exactly has been the intervention by the government, by the local government, and what has been the response in the governance system. So how do we measure the governance system's response to climate change? We will go through the various projects formulated by the local governments, and we will find out whether these projects have actually addressed various issues listed by experts while calculating the climate variance, climate vulnerability index and the disaster proneness index. Take the example of, say, climate change. There is an instance of drought. So what the Grama Panchayat has envisaged in its annual plan, or in the 5-year plan, or in maybe in the biannual plan, to address the issue of water scarcity. See, water scarcity is addressed through, say for example, by a lift irrigation program to cater to that particular area. Then this Grama Panchayat would be getting a positive score. A weightage also has been given to each of these score or each of these item by experts. So we, as a composite index is developed based on these three indicators, and based on that, each local body has been given a score, which would tell you, just like our GDP or any other indicator, tell you the disaster preparedness, the climate responsiveness of the local governments. So this would be a very effective tool to find out the extent of devolution of funds. Say, for example, this particular project came into being when there was the Rebuild Kerala initiative funded by the World Bank. So the World Bank wanted to give the local governments an incentive system, to introduce an incentive system. They wanted to help the local governments. They wanted to give more money to those local governments who had earnestly taken up activities to combat climate change. So how will you measure this? So it was in that context this tool was particularly developed and used. And this tool is being used now to provide them with incentives. So if the local body, every year, this index would be calculated, and based on this index, money would be given from that project. So now we have adopted this particular index for devolution of money by the state government as well. So we are trying to find out whether money could be done based on, not only based on the other parameters of the Finance Commission, State Finance Commission, we are trying to link devolution of funds by linking their performance with the index values. So this is how we have tried to scientifically address the issue of decentralized climate governance. I will just point out a few parameters which we have taken. So for example, in climate, the relevance of that local body with respect to climate responsiveness. See, we have considered income, we have considered livelihood, disparities, food and nutrition security, land use and land cover. All these data sets are available from different agencies. From the Department of Economics and Statistics, many of these data sets would be available. In cases where you don't have data, access to data, you may have to conduct maybe your own surveys to find out the indicators which can be used in this tool. So likewise, disaster relevance, you have to find out the disaster preparedness. How much is the local body prepared to face disasters, disaster response, disaster recovery mechanisms and structures which have been built by the local body from time to time. And in governance, there are so many things, whether the local body has involved itself in creating awareness among the citizens regarding climate change, whether they have come up with regulations with regard to, say, for example, building rules. Say, this in certain ecologically fragile areas, they are not supposed to permit people to build their houses and commercial installations. So whether they have observed those things and maybe various other interventions, how they have documented the whole process of biodiversity, historical data on disasters. So many indicators have been factored in to find out this, to calculate this tool. So based on all these indicators, a composite score is estimated, and we use it for further funding of the local governments. In fact, I would put one more, to conclude, I would like to emphasize that this would not happen unless you have integration of different agencies at the local governments. So very shallow observations on climate change is not going to make any particular effect on, particularly on adaptation. So mitigation, okay, mitigation maybe, I don't know to what extent we would be able to mitigate climate change if you reduce fertilizers, if you reduce irrigation water, etc., that has to be still estimated. I don't know whether there is any realistic estimation of what is going to be the contribution of small and marginal farmers in carbon emission. I doubt we do not contribute much to carbon emission that way. So that onus should be mostly on the great contributors for carbon emission, not the poor farmers who are trying to make their living out of maybe 1 or 2 acres of land. But good or bad, there has to be different agencies coming together, and they have to put their hands together, put their heads together. They have to share their resources, and above all, there has to be a robust system of decentralized governance which would enable the people, the grassroots level institutions to proactively involve in the process of adaptation as well as mitigation. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Alex, for that very thoughtful and also very informative way in which the state of Kerala has addressed the issue and the tension that I referred to at the beginning between the need to do a lot of the work on adaptation to climate change at the local level, at the same time conforming to state and central level policies and programs to reduce carbon emissions overall. And I think you really laid out a very informative example of why it is so important to be able to collect data at the local level, to create the indices that you mentioned, and with that be guided in terms of both functions and funds, and the way in which these need to be devolved to local bodies, panchayats or urban local bodies, and then of course the cooperation that is required between local bodies as well as state and central level bodies. And I think this is where the future lies in the theme of this session on decentralization-led governance for building climate resilience at the local level. With that, now it's my privilege to call our last speaker of the day, Shri Sanjay Kumar, who is now with us. I don't see him, but he's perhaps sitting in a different seat. He's not with the other panelists, but there he is. Yes, Sanjay Kumarji, please, we look forward to your discussion and your plenary speech on the insights that you've gained from your experience at the level of the administration in Goa, but also the other work that you have done on land management and land issues.
Hi, good evening to all, and thank you so much for the opportunity. And as it is the last session and I got around 20 minutes, so we'll finish on time. So we have in this conference, you may be talking about property rights, but what is property? So that is just the focus of this presentation, how to identify that property. So property records or property rights, when we discuss, we talk it as if they are monolith, but I feel that there are two distinct parts. In record of rights, we made a lot of progress. They were simple digitization, so it was done. But in maps, the user experience has not improved. So we will talk about user experience of these maps, how these maps were created. Even though with the digitization, we have just vectorized these maps and created a digital copy of them. But originally, these maps were prepared with this chain. This link was of about 20 centimeter. And any reading less than 20 centimeter was rounded off. And these were guidelines in these survey manuals, which is there in the Andhra Pradesh manual, which is available on their website also, that 1% of the error in length is to be ignored, 5% error in area is to be ignored. And the area, if you found that, if you see the old records, you will found that they are not in decimal, they are not in, last digit is possibly 0 or 5, because area was simply counted by counting these squares. And this line in many area is, if it is 1:4,000, then it is about 2 meter. So in urban area, these maps are very irrelevant because the tolerance of error is more than the size of the property. So if you are going to use them, and we are stuck here because in the last 20 years, then every state has tried to implement, they did survey with total station machine, drone survey, or with modern technology, satellite survey. But we are still stuck. Why? Because if this survey number has an area of 1,000 square meter, when we do the fresh measurement, they are either 950 or 1,050. How to resolve this mismatch? And this is such a big problem. Now, these are for example, but inside we know, because no academia has generated that kind of a research, that after 5 year or 10 year, all teams which are coming, they are again doing resurvey just to resolve this problem of mismatch. And we are still, we are yet to find a way to resolve this question of mismatch. That's why our map are still stuck in a 500-year-old technology. But we didn't check because we thought that such map can be created. But these maps, which are of two different, created with two different methods, they don't match anywhere in the world. This is King County, Washington. If you see that the survey numbers after vectorization, they are not matching, they are going in C. But we live in kind of an inferiority complex, and we are trying to achieve something which has never happened anywhere. In South Korea also, they are also Asian, so they also created map, then it didn't match, then they declared new records to have no legal validity. But then their town and country planning was using the latest map because it was more accurate, it was more matching with the reality or with the situation. So both departments fought, 1,400 zoning approvals were cancelled. The matter is in their Supreme Court. So how to resolve it? How to resolve this mismatch? In Taiwan, for the 50 years, they are trying to generate these maps, and they are stuck in their official, these are from their official website. It is written that they are making guidelines how to resolve this problem of mismatch. Lithuania and Rwanda, they are first in the quality of land administration as long as these World Bank rankings were issued. They didn't have this problem because they didn't have a prior record. Lithuania's records were destroyed in communist regime, and Rwanda never had such records. So they didn't face that problem. Japan has just again started their 7th 10-year plan to complete their resurvey, which is continuing since 1957. And they do the survey of only of those plots where there is no disputes. So you are spending money where there is no dispute. Registration, these are the statements from their officials only. Registration is still handled with paper-based method, and land dimension on a registry book is inaccurate. The purpose of showing these is to say, to come out of some problems which are there in our mind but may not be there in the reality. Who started the survey of Japan when they were under American occupation? And who did the resurvey of Taiwan and South Korea when they were under Japanese occupation? And who did our survey? You are well aware. So before I come to show you other examples, I'll just show USA didn't face this issue. They simply on tabletop created the GIS map. They simply said that what we are making is a digital boundary. It has nothing to do with legal boundary. Legal boundary we will determine when you will apply on case-to-case basis. Then we will go in field, we will see your possession, we will see your document, we will see your boundary. Based on that, we will determine your what is the legal boundary. What we are trying to do, or Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan is trying to do, that we can't modernize our map until and unless we have remeasured each and every plot, we have resolved each and every boundary dispute, and that is the chase we are doing for the last 20 years, and it's a difficult one. Hopefully somebody, if they are able to do, or in many states, then, or in some situation, we think that if we create a law, we empower ourselves to resolve this dispute through law. Means if somebody's area is recorded 20 hectare, we make it 19, and he will peacefully accept it. That doesn't happen, and then there are more disputes in courts. So, but let us take the example of Rwanda also, because in this this complex which we inherited has to do with some international agencies also. Rwanda created their map without any surveyor. They simply took out the printout of their satellite imagery, because academia, NGOs, and you all can create such maps. So that is my whole point of communicating it to you. They called them para-surveyors. They simply took out the printout, they walked with people, and with their pen, they marked their those boundaries. Simply with their pen, they vectorized these maps, and it is done. Without any modern technology, without spending money, and in a very limited time. World Bank recommended this model, but to developing countries, because it is not a very high-tech solution. Rwanda from nowhere became second in ease of property registration. In 2019, I went there for my research, and when I was doing master's degree research, I asked them now, I got to know that they are now asking people to go to surveyor and do some technical survey. I said, why are you forcing people to now do the technical survey? Well, when European experts came, they told that it is to be done. So we are asking, but which problem you can't solve with your existing map? Well, Europe is a gold standard. So let us go to Europe to understand their gold standard. But before that, I'll show you one slide. UN Habitat, World Bank, and Cadastre issued these guidelines for after Rwanda's model, because they said that you follow Rwanda model because less developed countries should not focus on top-end technical solution and high-accuracy survey used in developed countries. So we'll come to Europe and developed countries. But I'll talk about the lead author of the report, Professor Stig Enmark, very known, and he was a president of International Federation of Surveyor, and is still its honorary president. So he has written these great guidelines. He was a Surveyor General of Denmark. So let us go to his country to understand what high quality maps developed countries have. This is from Denmark, and this is written. I'll see if I can change. So Denmark, the accuracy of the cadastral map varies from few centimeters to several meters. It is on their official website. He knows it because he was in charge of this department in some time, and we'll come to that time also. But why then develop these World Bank and international guidelines confused us? Why they sold the high-tech and costly solution to us? Okay. So the problem which we are facing, Europe also faced. In 1987, when this aerial photography started, their survey was like this, their maps were like this. When they did the aerial survey, they found that house is coming, if they apply the coordinates, house is not getting fixed in the survey number. Then it was thought, okay, let us simply change the boundary of people's map. Okay, we will change the map, but then Professor Stig Enmark at that time heading the Denmark, he was asked this question from the other European experts that when you change map, do you inform people? He said, no, we don't inform people. Why? Because we are only correcting the map, but we do not move the boundaries. The cadastral map does not define the boundary. And this confused me. Okay, then I checked my law, our laws. I wanted to understand whether he is speaking a lie or a truth, but he is correct. Because there is a tolerance of error in the map, so that boundary nobody can determine ever. Because if you are saying, okay, it's a measure 100 meters, you are saying, okay, it can be 1 meter here and it can be 1 meter there. So what was not technically fixed, we fixed it in law. That your boundary is not what is given in your map. Your boundary is what surveyor shows your boundary is. So wherever survey shows your boundary, today if he shows here, that is your boundary, legally that ends. If tomorrow, and obviously when he will remeasure it again, he will show it here. Because there is a tolerance of error. And technically your boundary cannot be shown to the exact place again and again. And then people are, when I was in field, I was a collector, they will say, sir, 6 months ago, he showed me that my boundary is here, I made my house now. After resurvey, he's saying we have to break this house. And this dispute is going on in every place. And thanks to European experts, so we are stuck there. But whatever I just mentioned, there is one small video of on Denmark's website that you can see.
The cadastral map. Why is my shed in my neighbor's garden? On many websites, you can see aerial photos of your land with lines marking the boundaries. Looking at the map, some may find their shed standing on their neighbor's property. Why is that? Is the hedge not the boundary after all? Well, in most cases, the hedge is in the right place. However, many boundaries have been measured and recorded on paper many years ago, and the accuracy of the cadastral map can therefore vary. In the old days, there were approximately 16,000 paper cadastral maps defining local boundaries in Denmark. They were drawn and updated by hand for over 200 years. For example, when a property was subdivided into 2 properties, or when a landowner bought an area from another property. In the 1990s, the old maps were digitized into one nationwide cadastral map. Therefore, the digital cadastral map is not always displayed accurately.
So this was the point that you, and they, actually the cadastral map started in 1807, Napoleon ordered it. Then it spread out in continental Europe and then in all colonies, but England didn't implement. And England adopted a very simple map. These are called ordnance map, and they call them general boundary principle, and they put this disclaimer. Just read it. This title plan shows the general position, not the exact line of the boundaries. Measurement scaled from this plan may not match measurement between the same points on the ground. But still I'm saying you can understand this location of this plot better, that तीसरी गली में चौथा मकान है, rather than that rectangle floating on white paper. So you must understand the practicality of it rather than the supposed accuracy of it. On official website of England also there is a small video, I'll just play.
In short, no, we can't.
So the purpose what I want to say is that your expectation from the land administration and how the Europe is managing. We have created a system, we had adopted a system where now nobody can know their boundary. Only surveyor can tell where is your boundary. So you have created so much demand of surveyors. Then when I was a collector, I calculated in fair weather in Andamans, with available manpower, the pending application will take 100 years to dispose of. So in Europe is managing because they created the concept of licensed surveyors, and without private sector meeting this demand, this concept is very difficult to fulfill. Okay, I had deleted this slide, but it's still there, so I'll just complete. When was the compulsory registration introduced in India? At least in 1908, but in England, London, 1989. What is the minimum lease term for compulsory registration in India? 12 months से ऊपर है तो भाई rent deed हम 11 month का कराते हैं, 12 month होगा तो registration कराना पड़ेगा. In UK it is 7 years. In 1908, they imposed very high exacting legal standard in India. And then when many people didn't follow, so we said, okay, everything is illegal. So we also acquired this mentality, okay, unauthorized colony, illegal, illegal, illegal. And then I asked my professor once that, sir, if informality is rising, because we all are reading, we are discussing, so it may be rising because of urbanization and industrialization. So it may be less in the past. We should remember that past when our forefather used to go to municipal commissioner to get all the maps passed and all registration and all housing, all documents were very formal. Then we will realize that there never existed such formality. And formality born as an island in a certain area, and then everything became informality. So it has to be, formality has to be incentivized rather than informality is to be curtailed or prevented, because people are just migrating the way they were migrating for the 10,000 years. France, where the word cadastre has emerged. So these are from official sources only, I'm not using any. Then there is a new fad that, okay, we'll do the, other than blockchain, we'll do the geo coordinates. And so Japan started collecting these geo coordinates. Then they said, they found that after each earthquake, these geo coordinates are getting changed. So that everything is going to zero. Indian plate is moving about 4 to 5 centimeter per year. So whatever, and to keep the reference frame constant is a very, very difficult exercise. New Zealand has to pass a law that, okay, after earthquake, everything has changed. So these geo coordinates, all these readings, they don't matter. So they have zero validity. They have, after spending 20 years, after spending money, they did this, and now we are selling this technology, and many vendors and experts are doing it. In urban, then in UN guidelines also, people are from academia, they also write that in urban area, we should measure more accurately, and rural area, we can measure less accurately, because in rural area, value of land is less, in urban area, value of land is more. Very logical. But just think about it. Who is confused about their boundary in urban area? From 3 sides, their neighbor has fixed their boundary. They are not confused. If you will measure it, uski sale deed mein 200 square meter hai, you will find it is 195 or 205. You have just created a dispute. And by research, it has shown in Australia that more accurately you try to measure boundary, more disputes you create. But these experts are coming in India and giving lecture, and then we are mesmerized, and then we are falling into the trap. So then what will be the solution? I created a problem. What I'm saying that this matching has an issue. This is from CRZ map of Pondicherry. This is a creek. It's nice. You are listening to claims and objection. Okay, this will come in CRZ. This will not come in CRZ. But when we implement it, and then suddenly complaint will start coming in field, okay, this hotel is in CRZ, okay, somebody has taken money, this, that, but when you go in field, you found that creek has become too wide, and people are not supposed to know where is this yellow line where they can make their house, where they cannot. So every time only surveyor can tell them that, okay, you are within CRZ or you are outside CRZ. And every time he will tell it differently because that is inbuilt in the technology. So what I want to say that if we don't use the reference of cadastral map in many other purposes other than for it has been built, then we may not find this dispute. If we simply on a kind of a satellite imagery, we make a map that people can understand. A simple map, a simple satellite imagery where we can show what is government land, where you should not make. I think most of the time people will leave that area and they will make their house. And otherwise, so people are just chasing that he has made 4-inch ahead my house, so I'll make 4-inch, and then the street is vanishing. But at most of the places, I feel that if a map is intuitive, because it is very difficult to understand this top map, even for experts. So that should be the focus in the NGO sector. Government has certain legal liability, and we have to do certain things in certain manner. But for many purposes, you don't need that kind of an accurate map. The cadastral map, they are, even after resurvey, you will again get rectangle floating on white paper. Swamit, or I don't want to say, but this was prepared by some PhD fellow who was in Telangana, in Hyderabad, on tabletop. And I liked it, then I went to meet him. And so in urban area, I'm saying that you can identify properties by address. We are chasing geo-coordinate as if we want to reach a plot when we don't know anything in this world. We don't know where we are standing. We'll go to the place and we'll find. Please, everybody is collecting geo-coordinates. You just write it down on paper and try to find the geo-coordinates. You will realize the bluff. It is easy to get it. It is impossible to reach to that place. You will see, because your location will be live captured through satellite. It will change so drastically. You can never capture. It is in the imagination. It is just to sell the technology, centimeter accurate, this, that. I don't know if they were here, but sorry for that. But solution for maps, make maps that people can understand and identify properties by addresses. So for most of the research, and why, in one of the presentation, somebody asked why to make inaccurate maps. Because for many purposes, you don't need that kind of a record. This is from my classmate's master's thesis. It is of Boston. He has just calculated that there is a humongous amount of housing data that which buildings will not be accessible after global warming when the water level has reached high. So we are not asking these questions because we don't have those inaccurate maps. We can't have accurate map. We can't create inaccurate maps. So we are not doing the spatial analysis. So from academia, in administration, this analysis is missing, which there are many. This is my another classmate who did his research on Nairobi. He predicted the income level of people simply based on house size, street size, and by many other. This was from my thesis. We can skip it. There are many simple questions which we can answer, but we don't know that GIS can answer these questions. We create GIS for point data. Everybody is saying we have done the GIS. What is there? Point data. Where is school? Where is toilet? This is all given in Google. So why somebody will replicate this one? And that is available on website. And if it is available on one portal, it will non-usable in any way. Because if you will use it, then processing is happening on that front. So if more people will use it, it will clock down. It will not function. And if nobody is using it, then it is of no use. So it should be more in a downloadable format. In US, they simply liberalize it. All data, this is from Cambridge, that mismatch I have calculated. Europe also, they don't allow you to download this map because otherwise you will call their bluff that, okay, the mismatch is 20% or 30%. USA, it is freely downloadable. And this is for Cambridge City, where Harvard and MIT both are theirs. And For each year, you can download the shape files, you can download who is paying how much tax, you can do tens of exercise. So it is, this is a dream. Hopefully we'll have someday, but very freely shareable data, even if it is not with the government, I'm saying academia, in whatever position you are, have that kind of a record, share it through GitHub or many other forums, and slowly, this bandwagon will pick up. Otherwise, with point data, we will not be able to do any research. This is my dream. If we have any kind of an address API, rather than creating too many technical solutions, I don't use technical words. So without using even the land subject, if we have an address book, so we can see whether most of the dengue cases are coming beside one nala, or where there is water leakage, where is the per head consumption of water, where is more, where is less. This spatial analysis and technical analysis, textual analysis, we have to understand. Spatial analysis is currently missing from academia, from administration, and everywhere. And so it can lead to simplification of government service delivery, efficient collection of property tax, tech-based urban and transport planning, partition idea, and there is many other related topics. Thank you so much for the, I hope just 4 minutes I have crossed, so sorry for that, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for your detailed discussion about the mismatch that inevitably happens as technologies change between link chain to satellite imagery. This is an aspect of the problem that local governments will face and are facing. And we've had a fairly detailed discussion of this from you, for which we are grateful. With that, I'm conscious of the time, and we started late, but we have had a very interesting journey from the legal infrastructure for gender rights, thereafter Advocate Yadav's views on grassroots issues that local governments face. Professor Alex has shared with us a very focused and relevant example of Kerala, where we've had the opportunity to learn about how the government at the state level has enabled and also suggested both devolution of functions and funds to local authorities in order to address climate change impact and to build climate resilience, which I think has been the most relevant part of the discussions today, addressing the issue, and then of course Mr. Kumar's views and his considerable work on the difficulty of being able to locate properties and property rights, which of course are also crucial to the impact of climate change. With that, let me bring this session to a close. I wanted to thank Pranab and ILDC for this session, and I would like to wish the ILDC conference and all its participants the best of discussions for the final day tomorrow. I see my several colleagues in the audience, Deepak Sanan and Pranab, of course. Thank you for giving me the privilege of chairing this session, and I look forward to further discussions that ILDC in years to come will be promoting to be able to deal both with the security of tenure and the sustainability, therefore, of natural resources, as well as the tremendous challenge that climate change will pose at the national level, but of course, most felt at the local level. So with that, let me wish everybody a good evening, and thank you once again. I will sign off with this.
Thank you, Professor Shah, and all our speakers for sharing your invaluable experiences in this session today. And thanks to all the participants for making today's discussions thoroughly engaging.
Professor Shah, we've covered everything we planned to during this session, so you're welcome to log off whenever you need to. So we thank you all for such a wonderful conclusion to day 2 and are looking forward to the same spirit for day 3. All are also invited to the conference dinner today at 7:30 p.m. for which the buses are going to be leaving at 7. The venue is Sadanand Regency. But before we disperse, it would be lovely to take a picture together. Please kindly stay back as I request a member of the Landstack team to kindly help coordinate for the group photograph. Thank you. On the stage?
By God. Can I have the privilege to make everybody, invite everybody on the dais? So let us all be the speakers and